The Mishnah translated from the Hebrew with introduction and brief explanatory notes by Herbert Danby, D.D. Oxford University Press. University Press, Great Clarendon Street, Oxford 0x26 DP. Oxford University Press is a department of the University of Oxford. It furthers the university's objective of excellence in research, scholarship, and education by publishing worldwide in Oxford, New York, Auckland, Bangkok, Buenos Aires, Cape Town, Chennai, Dar es Salaam, Delhi, Hong Kong, Istanbul, Karachi, Kolkata, Kuala Lumpur, Madrid, Melbourne, Mexico City, Mumbai, Nairobi, S5, Sao Paulo, Shanghai, Taipei, Tokyo, Toronto. Oxford is a registered trademark of Oxford University Press in the UK and in certain other countries. Published in the United States by Oxford University Press Incorporated, New York. First published 1933. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system, or transmitted, in any form or by any means, without the prior permission in writing of Oxford University Press, or as expressly permitted by law, or under terms agreed with the appropriate reprographics rights organization. Inquiries concerning reproduction outside the scope of the above should be sent to the Rights Department, Oxford University Press. At the address above, you must not circulate this book in any other binding or cover, and you must impose this same condition on any acquirer. ISBN 0-19-815-402, X 27 29 30 28 26. Printed in Great Britain on acid-free paper by Biddles Limited, King's Lynn. The object of this translation is to render the contents of the Mishnah easily accessible in their entirety. The Mishnah has considerable value, whether for the study of comparative religion, or for the study of the civilization of the Near East during the 1st and 2nd centuries of our era, or for the study of Christian origins, or for the study of the development of Judaism and the conditions of Jewish life during the final stages of its association with the soil of Palestine. It is comparable one in its importance with the apocryphal and pseudepigraphical literature, as well as with the works of Josephus, but while these have become a familiar subject of study and an easily available quarry of information, most of the Mishnah has been available to other than rabbinical students and Jews educated according to older Orthodox methods, only in the Latin version of Suren Husius, 1698–1703, and the German version of Rabe, 1760–3. Certain of the easier portions tractates of the Mishnah have been published from time to time in Latin, German, English, French, and Italian, some of them more than once, and one of them, above, the sayings of the fathers, many times. For such fragmentary presentation of one sometimes to its advantage, see G.F. Moore, Judaism, I 532. 2 Mishnah Livtatus Hebriorum Juris, Rituum, Antu Judatum, AC Legum Aurelium Cisterna, Cum Claritimarum Rabbinorum Maimonides et Bardinori Commentarii Integris, Latinidat Donavit AC Notis Illustravit Gilulmus Suren Husius, Amsterdam, 1698–1703, 6 volumes, Fall. For a good account of this and its sources see Erich Bischoff, Kritischgeschichte der Talmud-Absetzungen, Frankfurt am. 1899, pages 23. A Latin version of the complete Mishnah, with annotations to the first division, was prepared for the University of Cambridge between 1663 and 1675 by a Jewish scholar, Isaac Abndana, but it was never published. It is described by Israel Abrahams in Transactions of the Jewish Historical Society of England, 8, 98t16, 1 Johann Jacob Rabe, Mishnah oder der Text des Talmuds übersetzt und der Usuderl, Annalsbach, 1760–3, 6 vols, 4–2. The German Itzkowski Kannel edition, 1887–1933 by Asher Samter, David Hoffman, Edward Banoff, M. Petachowski, S. Schlesinger, J. Cohn, and Moses Auerbach, containing Hebrew text, translation, and commentary, is now the best European edition. Its usefulness is somewhat diminished by the varying standards of treatment adopted by successive editors. Recent editions in Italian by Vittoria Castiglione, 1904 ff., and in German, the Gießen edition, 1912 ff., edited by G. Beer, O. Holtzman and, since 1928, S. Krates, are still incomplete. The translations of the Mishnah embedded in the German version of the Babylonian Talmud by Lazarus Goldschmidt 1897 ff., and in the French version of the Palestinian Talmud by Miles Schwab, 1878 to 1889, scarcely come within the term easily accessible, and Rodkinson's so-called English translation of the Babylonian Talmud, New York, 1896 to 1902, new edition 1918, is in every respect impossible more, opposite, I 173n. Apart from its free manner of translation and its arbitrary omissions, it covers only the second and fourth of the 6 divisions of the Talmud for Bischoff. Opposite, pages 45-53, enumerate 78 translations of Aboth before 1899. It has been frequently translated since. Of English translations of parts of the Mishnah the following may be noted. 18 treatises from the Mishnah, translated by the Rev. D. A. D. Sola and the Rev. M. J. Raffal, London, 1843, and ed. 1845. This translation contains the tractates Berakath, Kilara, Shabbath, Erubin, Pesachim, Yatna, Sukkah, Yom Tov, Betzah, Rosh Hashanah, Tanith, Megillah, Mod Katan, Yabaniot, Ketubeth, Gittin, Kiddushin, Hulin, and Yadara. It was intended for Jewish readers, selection being confined to preface. The contents of the Mishnah fails to give a true idea of its nature and may easily give a wrong idea. The Mishnah as we now have it was planned and systematically compiled as a single whole, and it is only by studying it as a single whole and understanding somewhat of the system governing its compilation that we can hope to estimate aright the value of the traditions which it has preserved. The annotations to the present translation aim only at explaining allusions and removing surface difficulties. They do not pretend to be an adequate commentary, thus no account is taken of the wealth of illustrative material contained in the literature, history, religion, jurisprudence, handicrafts, beliefs, superstitions, and folklore contemporary with the Mishnah, and in certain cases, particularly some of those treating of levirate marriage and the laws of cleanness and uncleanness, the notes do not trace the logical processes which underlie many of the recorded opinions. An adequate modern commentary on the Mishnah must deal with all these points, but to provide a commentary attempting such detail is probably a task beyond the powers of any single scholar, and certainly beyond the capacity of a single volume of moderate cost. Even with their very limited purpose, the present annotations have been kept as few and brief as possible. Throughout, both in translation and notes, traditional Jewish interpretation has been followed. Considering the centuries of intensive study devoted to the Mishnah and its associated literature by Jewish commentators from the time of the Talmuds to the present day, to neglect or ignore their results is as presumptuous as it is precarious. Novelties of interpretation, however tempting, have been purposely avoided. If those portions of the Mishnah having significance in modern Jewish life, the translators permitted themselves considerable freedom, and there are many omissions. The Talmud, by Joseph Barclay, London, 1878. Its title is misleading. It contains 17 out of the 63 tractates of the Mishnah: Berakath, Shebeith, Shabbath, Erubin, Pesachim, Yoma, Sukkah, Rosh Hashanah, Tanith, Hayaga, Sanhedrin, Abadazara, Abath, Tamid, Midath, Negaim, Parah, and Yadaim. It was intended for Christian readers and it is not free from an anti-Jewish animus. The translation is at times crudely literal, often obscure, and frequently wrong. At the end of the 8th chapter of Shabbath is the note: the remaining 2/3 of this treatise are not translated as they are devoid of interest, and in parts unfit for publication. The translator, the third Anglican bishop in Jerusalem, 1879 to 1881, was not a converted Jew as Bischoff opposite, p. 85, supposes. Sayings of the Jewish Fathers, comprising Perkaboth in Hebrew and English, by Charles Taylor, Cambridge University Press, and ed. 1897. The Mishnah on Idolatry, Avodah Zarah, by W. A. L. Elmsley, Hebrew Text and English Translation, Cambridge University Press, 1911. Mishnah Baba Mizia, a digest of the basic principles of the early Jewish jurisprudence, translated and annotated by Hyman E. Golden, New York, 1913. Noteworthy as an attempt to deal with traditional Jewish law along the lines of the general science of jurisprudence. Mishnah Meji Uah, by Joseph Rabinowitz, Oxford, 1932. The Society for the Promotion of Christian Knowledge, London, has published, under the editorship of W. O. E. Osterley and G. H. Box, The Sayings of the Jewish Fathers, Perkaboth, 1919. Tractate Sanhedrin, Mishnah and Tosefta, 1919. Tractate Berakath, Mishnah and Tosefta, 1921. Sukkah, Mishnah and Tosefta, 1925. And Tractate Shabbath. Mishnah, 1927. A bibliography of translations is given in H. L. Strack, Einleitung in Talmud und Midrash. 5. Offel, Munich, 1921. Pages 163 ff. Engel, Tr. Pages 154 ff. And in Bischoff, Opsit, pages 1556. Any have crept in it is through oversight. Where there are differences of opinion among the standard Hebrew commentators, attention is drawn to these in the notes, or, more frequently, the interpretation of Tiferet Y Israel has been followed. Such differences are comparatively infrequent and seldom affect major issues. For plant nomenclature, advantage has been taken of the work of Dr. Emmanuel Lowe, 1 and in certain archaeological details and in problems arising out of Greek and Latin loanwords, points usually inadequately treated in older works. Many of the conclusions of Dr. Samuel Krauss too have been adopted. The text used is that of the ordinary printed editions of the Mishnah, as published by the Widow Rahman Brothers, Wilna. Some of the more important variant readings are indicated in the notes. There is no such thing as a critical text of the Mishnah, nor has the study of the surviving manuscripts, earliest printed editions, and other textual authorities yet reached the stage which makes it possible to point with confidence to any one text as superior to all others. In the meantime, the printed Mishnah editions have the obvious advantage of being the text which is customarily used and quoted. With some exceptions, the simplified method of transliteration and spelling adopted in the Jewish Encyclopedia New York, 19016, has been followed, partly because it is least troublesome to English readers and partly to facilitate reference to that work in matters not fully treated in the present volume, e.g. biographies of rabbinical authorities quoted in the Mishnah. Where transliteration of Hebrew technical terms has been unavoidable, simplicity has been preferred even, in a few cases, at the expense of consistency. 3. The translation aims at being as literal as English idiom will tolerate. Words and passages not represented in the Hebrew text, other than words required to make a sentence grammatically complete in English, are enclosed in square brackets. Scriptural quotations are given according to the Revised Version, except where the context assumes a different rendering. Where the Hebrew and English versions differ in their enumeration of chapter and verse, the reference is always to the English enumeration. A very full index has been added. Reference to it will be of use for the understanding of recurrent technical terms which it has not been possible to explain afresh each time they appear in the text. For the same reason, appendixes have been provided, giving a glossary of the Hebrew termini. Tecumseh retained in the translation, a table of money, weights and measures, and the Gaon of Wilna's summary of the rules of uncleanness. A chronological list of all the rabbinical authorities quoted or referred to in the Mishnah is given as Appendix 3. Constant reference to this is essential. 1. Die Flora der Juden, 3 volumes, Vienna, 1946. 1. Griechisch und Latinisch Lemmadriller in Talmud, Midrash und Targum, 2 volumes, Berlin, 1898-9. Talmudic Archdology, 3 volumes, Leipzig, 1909-1912. 1. The use of the conventional transliterations H, T, K, and Y has also been avoided as unnecessary for the Hebraist and meaningless to the non-Hebraist. Preface. I take this opportunity of expressing my deep gratitude to the Reverend D.R.G.A. Cook, Regius Professor of Hebrew, Oxford, for the interest which he has shown in this English version of the Mishnah, and to the trustees of the Kennecott Fund for a generous subsidy towards the cost of publication. Also, I am greatly indebted to the Reverend M.H. Siegel, of the Hebrew University, Jerusalem, who has devoted much time to reading through the proof sheets of the entire work and whose suggestions and criticisms have been of great help. In conclusion, the writer expresses his thanks to the readers of the Oxford University Press for their helpful and skillful cooperation. H.D. St. George's Cathedral, Jerusalem, October 1933. List of abbreviations. 12. Introduction. 13. Purpose and character of the Mishnah. 13.2. Origin and development. 17.3. Arrangement, method, and language. 23. History of interpretation. 27. Text and editions. XXX. The Mishnah. First division. Zeraim, seeds. Berakath, benedictions. 2 p. Gleanings. 10. Deme, Produce not certainly tithed. 20 kilaim diverse kinds. 28 Shebeith. The 7th year 39 Terumath. Heave offerings 5-2. Masarath. Tithes. 66 Maser Shini. Second tithe 73 Hala. Dough offering -83 Orla. The fruit of young trees. 89 Bikurim. First fruits. 93 Second division. Mode. Set feasts -99 Shabbath. The Sabbath. 100. Erubin. The fusion of Sabbath limits. 121 Pesachim. Feast of Passover. 136 Shekalim. The shekel dues. Is 2 Yuma. The Day of Atonement. 162 Sukkah. The Feast of Tabernacles. 172 Yom Tabor Betzah. Festival days. 181 Rosh Hashanah. Feast of the New Year. 188. Tanith. Days of fasting. 194 Megillah. The Scroll of Esther. 201 Mod Katan. Mid-festival days. 207 Hayaga. The festal offering. 1.211 Third division. Nashim women. 217 Yebamoth. Sisters-in-law. 218 Ketubath. Marriage deeds. 245 Nedarim. Vows. 264. Contents. Nazir. The Nazirite vow. 280 Sada. The suspected adulteress. 293 Gittin. Bills of divorce. 307 Kiddushin betrothals. 321 Fourth division. Nezikin. Damages. 33 I Baba Kama. The first gate. 332 Baba Metzah. The middle gate. 347 Baba Bathra. The last gate. 365 Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin. 382 Makath. Stripes. 401 Shebuath. Oaths. 408 Aduayath testimonies. 422 Abadazara idolatry. 437 Abath. The fathers. 446 Horaev instructions. 461 Fifth division. Kadashim. Hallowed things. 467 Zebahim. Animal offerings. 468 Menahath. Meal offerings. 49 1 Hullen animals killed for food. 5 I3 Bekharath. Firstlings. 529 Arakan. Vows of valuation. 544 Temura. The substituted offering. 554 Karathath. Extirpation. 562 Mila sacrilege. 573 Tamid. The daily whole offering. 582 Midoth measurements. 589 Kinnim. The bird offerings. 598 Sixth division. Taharath. Cleannesses. 603 Kelim. Vessels. 604 Ahalath. Tents. 649 Negaim. Leprosy signs. 676 Parah. The red heifer. 697 Taharath. Cleannesses. 7 H Mikwaoth. Immersion pools. 732 Nida. The menstruant. 745 Makshirin. Predisposers. 758 Zabim. They that suffer of flocks. 767 Tebel Yom. He that immersed himself that day. 773 Yadaim. Hands. 778 Uxen. Stalks. Appendixes. 791 I Glossary of untranslated Hebrew terms. 793 2. Tables of money. Weights and measures. 797 ill rabbinical teachers quoted or referred to in the text of the Mishnah. 799 I The rules of uncleanness, as summarized by Elijah, the Gaon of Wilna. 800. Alphabetical list of abbreviated titles of the tractates of the Mishnah. 806 Index of biblical passages quoted in the text of the Mishnah. 807. List of abbreviations for an alphabetical list of the abbreviations of the titles of the tractates of the Mishnah. CP 806. B. Ben, the son of Bert equals the commentary on the Mishnah by Obadiah of Bert in Oro. D 1510. Dor equals Dor W. Dorshaw. A History of the Growth of the Oral Law, by Isaac Hirsch Wise, ed. 1924 Berlin and New York. Eliyahu Rabbah equals the commentary on the Sixth division of the Mishnah. Taharath, by Elijah, the Gaon of Wilna, 1720–1797, compiled by his disciple Meir of Wilna, Brine, 1802. J.E., The Jewish Encyclopedia 12 volumes, New York, 19016. JQR equals The Jewish Quarterly Review. Mame equals the commentary on the Mishnah by Moses Maimonides, 11,351,204. More equals Judaism in the First Centuries of the Christian Era, The Age of the Tanaim, by George Footmore, 3 volumes, Cambridge, USA, 1927–1930, Nub equals Law Geographique du Talmud, par Adolphe Neubauer, Paris, 1868. P prefixed to the title of a tractate when the references to the Gemara of the Palestinian Talmud. R equals Rabbi. Rashi equals the commentary on the Babylonian Talmud by Rashi Rabbi Shlomo Yitzhaki, 1040–1105. Singer equals the authorized daily prayer book of the United Hebrew Congregation of the British Empire. Ed S. Singer 8th ed. London, 1908. SS equals Service of the Synagogue, a new edition of the Festival Prayers. 6th ed. London, 1917–1918. Strack equals Einleitung in Talmud und Midrash 5th ed. Munich, 1921. English translation. Philadelphia, 1931. T prefixed to the title of a tractate when the references to the Tosefta. Tif. Yis. The commentary on the Mishnah entitled Tiferet Yisrael, by Israel Lipshites, 1782–1860. I. Purpose and character of the Mishnah. The Mishnah may first be defined as a deposit of 4 centuries of Jewish religious and cultural activity in Palestine, beginning at some uncertain date, possibly during the earlier half of the 2nd century BC, and ending with the close of the 2nd century AD. The object of this activity was the preservation, cultivation, and application to life of the law, Torah, in the form in which many generations of like-minded Jewish religious leaders had learned to understand this law. These leaders were known in turn by the names Sopharim, scribes, and Tanaim, lit. Repeaters, teachers of the oral law. The latter taught the religious system of the Pharisees as opposed to that of the Sadducees. Until the destruction of the Second Temple in AD 70, they had counted as one only among the schools of thought which played a part in Jewish national and religious life. After the destruction they took the position, naturally and almost immediately, of sole and undisputed leaders of such Jewish life as survived. Judaism as it has continued since is, if not their creation, at least a faith and a religious institution largely of their fashioning, and the Mishnah is the authoritative record of their labor. Thus it comes about that while Judaism and Christianity alike venerate the Old Testament as canonical scripture, the Mishnah marks the passage to Judaism as definitely as the New Testament marks the passage to Christianity. From the time of its compilation by Rabbi Judah the Patriarch, the Mishnah has, in Jewish eyes, ranked second only to the Hebrew Scriptures as a national religious creation and possession. It provided a link between Palestinian and non-Palestinian Judaism strong enough and authoritative enough to endure and to bind together the Jewish people despite the geographical disintegration. It serves as the core of the Babylonian and Palestinian Talmuds, and for Orthodox Jewry it is still, what it has been for 16 centuries, an essential ingredient in the education of youth and an object of devotional study through life. The law, Torah, which it was the Mishnah's purpose to cherish and develop, is a complex conception. It includes the written law, the laws explicitly recorded in the 5 books of Moses. It includes also the traditions of the elders too, or the oral law, namely, such beliefs and religious. 1. The word is from a root thana meaning repeat and so to teach by means of repetition. From he corresponding Aramaic root tina comes the term tama, pi tanaim, a name applied to the teachers of the Mishnah. Mishnah means both teaching and the substance of the teaching passed on from teacher to pupil by word of mouth. It is used of the teaching of a single teacher or tarma, either in the sense of a single tenet held by him, or as a collection of oral laws taught by him. The Mishnah, as used without qualification, signifies the collection of oral laws made by Rabbi Judah the Patriarch. The term Mishnah is used also to define the body of law which was transmitted orally as distinct, from Mikra, the law transmitted by written documents and learnt by reading, and 2. From Midrash, exposition, the transmission of the oral law in terms of its scriptural basis. See also Appi 27, 28, 2 Josephus, and Xuix 6, Mark 75:13. Practices as piety and custom had in the course of centuries, consciously or unconsciously, grafted onto or developed out of the written law, and it includes yet a third, less tangible element, a spirit of development, whereby written law and oral law, in spite of seeming differences, are brought into a unity and interpreted and reinterpreted to meet the needs of changed conditions. The Mishnah in its 6 main divisions covers the whole range of Pentateuchal legislation, laws dealing with agricultural produce, and the portions of the harvest which fall to the priests and Levites and to the poor. 2. The set feasts. 3. Laws affecting womankind. 5. Property rights and Legal proceedings. V. The holy things of the temple. N. V. The laws of uncleanness. The letter of the written law is throughout assumed, attention being given almost exclusively to rules of Jewish usage which sometimes seem to be no more than logical restatement or extension or practical application of the written law, while sometimes they seem to be independent of it. It is these rules of usage, the traditions of the elders, which form the essential and characteristic element in the Mishnah. There is yet another element, sometimes taking the form of logical argument and sometimes the form of scriptural exegesis, which seeks to derive authority for actual usage from biblical laws when, superficially, it might have been supposed that the usage lacked biblical sanction, but whether the oral law was deducible from the written law or not, the accepted hypothesis was that it was delivered from Mount Sinai at the same time as the written law, and preserved by word of mouth, generation after generation, until it found permanent expression in the Mishnah. Between the written law and the oral law there could be no contradiction. Both claimed the same divine origin and both possessed the same authority and binding force. Although the Mishnah was compiled in its present form at the end of the 2nd century, it deals fully with phases of legislation and religious practice which for more than 100 years had ceased to have any practical bearing on Jewish life. The destruction of Jerusalem in AD 70 made an end of the last vestiges of national self-government, and it marked also the extinction of the nesthood and the temple worship which until then had been the center of Jewish national and religious life. The Mishnah's minute treatment or the temple cultus and its portrayal of Jewish religious and secular life, with few exceptions as though the nation still enjoyed privileges lost to it generations earlier, constitute the Mishnah's chief value as well as the chief problem in its study. It is a matter of extreme difficulty to decide what historical value we should attach to any tradition recorded in the Mishnah. The lapse of time which may have served to obscure or distort memories of times so different. The political upheavals, changes, and confusions brought about by 2 rebellions and 2 Roman conquests, the standards esteemed by the Pharisee party whose opinions the Mishnah records, which were not those of the Sadducean party whose standards chiefly prevailed during the century before the destruction of Jerusalem. 1. These are factors which need to be given due weight in estimating the character of the Mishnah's statements. Moreover, there is much in the contents of the Mishnah that moves in an atmosphere of academic discussion pursued for its own sake, with, so it would appear, little credence at recording historical usage. What was ideally true had a higher value in the eyes of the disputants than what once may have been actual but mistaken usage. On the other hand, this academic tendency sometimes shown by the Mishnah and its purely Pharisean outlook are not necessarily such as wholly to discredit its picture of the fuller Jewish life of pre-destruction times. The Pharisean standards were, from the time of John Hyrcanus, 135–104 BC, as conspicuous in national affairs as those of the dominant Sadducean party. According to Josephus III, they were more generally acceptable to the common people, and Pharisean principles certainly proved strong enough to survive national convulsions which dried up other streams of Jewish life. Again, although the peculiar literary methods of the Mishnah sometimes give an impression of deducing an ideal and theoretical practice out of academic interpretation and application of Scripture, it may often be that the reverse is the truth. What was sought was scriptural grounds on which to justify long-established usage not expressly ordained or permitted by Scripture. Yet again, the Mishnah bears no trace of a tendency to effect reforms in the Jewish religious and ceremonial usage or to evolve a new scheme in closer accord with later conceptions of what the law required. On the contrary, it manifests a veneration for the letter of tradition remarkable for pedantic insistence on verbal exactitude, and there was a purposefulness about the work of the post-destruction rabbinical schools marking a determination to preserve as exact a knowledge as possible of those aspects of life under the law which were become the more precious by reason of their present impossibility of realization. 4. When we turn to the Mishnah's religious importance we are on surer ground. Within a generation of its compilation we find it described as the iron pillar of the law. 5. And according to a later teacher 6. The study of it was as meritorious as offering sacrifice. The Mishnah is not a finally 1. In the Mishnah the Sadducees figure only as an insignificant, discredited, and heretical sect. 2 cf. Ant. Nil 16a3 ibid x 5. For there still persisted a hope of national restoration, a hope which culminated in the violence of the Bar Kokhba revolt against Rome in the reign of Hadrian, when Jerusalem And the temple should again become the center of Jewish national and religious life, and the law be again applied in its fullness. Hence a knowledge of customs dealing solely with Jerusalem and the temple, such as temple and priestly dues, sacrificial ritual, the slighter grades of uncleanness which excluded persons from the temple court. The temple ritual at the greater festivals was preserved and handed down, often in the words of men who had themselves experienced the fuller life under the law in pre-destruction days. Certain of these traditions, see especially the tractates Yoma, Midav, Tamid, and parts of Bikurim and Shekalim, since they no longer applied to Jewish everyday life, have been less overlaid with comment and argument by later generations of teachers, and less exposed to the possibility of revision under the influence of later fashions of interpretation. S. Leviticus Rabbah, 21, reporting Joshua ben Levi, early 3rd century 6 Ibid 7 feet. Authoritative corpus of the beliefs and practices of Judaism. It is of the nature of Judaism that it can have no such thing. The law, which alone is Jewish doctrine, has in it an inherent principle of development which, while holding fast to the foundations laid down in the Mosaic legislation, makes it intolerant of dogmatic definition or set creedal forms. Yet, even so, the Mishnah is, after Sinai, the greatest landmark in the history of Judaism. It is Judaism's most authoritative formulation of its religious system, one at a time when the people of Israel, the faith of Israel, and the land of Israel were thought of as one and inseparable, in the most exact sense. The Mishnah is the final expression of the Jewish nation's unimpaired religious life. Whatever modifications may have since arisen in the observances of Judaism have arisen out of conditions of exile, conditions in which the religion indeed persisted, but persisted as a thing incomplete, as a maimed survival. Approximately the half of the Mishnah has no longer any practical bearing on the present religious practice of Judaism, nor had it any practical bearing even when it was compiled. This, however, has never detracted from its worth in Jewish eyes. This unattainable half of Judaism has been as much the object of diligent and devotional study in exile as the dietary laws or the observance of the Sabbath and the festivals. Too, the contents of the Mishnah may strike the modern reader as strange. Much of it does not conform with his preconceptions of what constitutes a sacred book. For the most part it is given up to a wide range of topics: agricultural, legal, domestic, commercial, and physiological, which seldom coincide with religious subjects as the present-day mind conceives them, and a quarter of the book is devoted to the subject of uncleanness, which is studied and defined with elaboration of detail and classification, and its principles worked out and applied, in a fashion befitting the exposition of an exact natural science. But in all this the Mishnah does no more than supplement with practical, i.e. in the sphere of ceremonial observance, except in the tractate Abath and a few incidental passages. See General Index. SV Ethical Principles. The Mishnah is not concerned with the devotional, ethical, messianic, and eschatological ideas peculiar to Judaism, though prominent and popular topics in contemporary and later Haggadah. See Appi 2. They were never the subject of juristic argument or of that precise definition which is characteristic of halakha, so long as there was no infringement of the plain and established sense of Scripture, and so long as it made for popular edification. The imagination was allowed free play. 1 cf. Samuel Kraus, Die Misekna, Volksrichtensspur die Jüdische Religion, Frankfurt, 1914, p. 49f. Die Damalige Judenheit lebt tatsächlich mehr in der Vergangenheit, und die Miskna ist die unkrefelglich Zugen dies seltsamen Lebens, ein starker nationaler Zug durchströmt die Miskna, der mit zu ihrer Bedeutung geftragt, dies trockenen Paragraphen schwelgen in der Erinnerung an die Vergangenheit und weckten dadurch liberal die stärkst Zuversicht in die Wiederherstellung der alten Herrlichkeit. Sinne Fiber den Jammer der Gegenwart siegrechte hinskretend Mische in ich Hoffnung. Und wer konnte es leugnen, dass das Gefähel sind, deren das Judentum auf seinem langen Lebensweg nur Alzuser bedurft, die Misknarschaft dem Heimatlis in der Welt. Umherierenden und blutig verfolgten Volk die Ideale Heimat, ein Vaterland und Daderchinen em Stigen Halt und unendlichen Trost, das war die letzt Großtat Palästinas im Dienst des Judentums, die Altmutter Hess ihrer Gehetzten und Gejigten Kinder nicht in ihr Stärkung, sie Hess sie nicht Hoffnung, den Weg zu ihr doch wieder zu finden. Detail or give coherence to a range of topics found already in the written law, in the Pentateuch, where, as subjects of legislation, they are dealt with either in general terms only, or unsystematically or fragmentarily. These topics are all included within the single divine revelation. All are part of the inspired Word of God. The scrupulous fulfillment of the laws about fringes and phylacteries is as much a fulfilling of God's purpose as abstention from idolatry and murder. Granted, the acceptance of the written law is God's will for Israel. Israel's teachers had not the right to determine the relative importance of this or that injunction. Therefore the oral law preserves with equal piety customs and decisions arising out of the lightest as out of the weightiest precepts of the law revealed to Israel at Sinai. 1. 2. Origin and development. The Mishnah's own account of the origin and history of the oral law is given in the tractate above. At the same time that the written law was given from Sinai, the oral law, too, was delivered to Moses, and handed down orally in turn to the leaders of successive generations. To Joshua, to the elders, Josh 2431, to the prophets, to the men of the great synagogue, the body of teachers who administered and taught the law after the time of Ezra, to Simeon the just, c. 280 or 200 BC, one of the remnants of the men of the great synagogue, to Antigonus of Soko. Then, in turn, to the 5 pairs of leaders, Jose ben Jozer and Jose ben Johanan, c. 165 BC, Joshua ben Pirahiah and Nittay the Arbalite, Judah ben Tabe and Simeon ben Shedach, Shemaiah and Abtalion, and Hillel and Shammai. Thus the chain of tradition was brought to the threshold of the Christian era. The Mishnah, in other words, maintains that the authority of those rules, customs, and interpretations which had accumulated around the Jewish system of life and religion was equal to the authority of the written law itself, even though they found no place in the written law. This, again, is but an assertion known also in other religious and legal systems, that side by side with the written code there exists a living tradition with power to interpret the written code, to add to it, and even at times to modify it or ignore it as might be needful in changed circumstances, and to do this authoritatively. 2. Inevitably the inference follows that the living tradition, the oral law, is more important than the written law. 3. Since the tradition of the elders, besides claiming an authority and continuity equal to that of the written law, claims also to be its authentic and living interpretation and its essential complement. When we attempt to trace the growth, namely the conscious and deliberate amassing of this body of oral tradition, sanctified usage and precedent, we are in the region of guesswork, since written laws cannot 1 see above 21, CP 10, and 12. 3 see Psalm 111. Greater stringency applies to the observance of the words of the scribes, namely, the authorized exponents of the law, than to the observance of the written law, cf. Hori. Anticipate all possible contingencies, or embrace every detail, or deal in advance with each possible case. It can be assumed that, in applying the Mosaic Code to daily life and to the temple worship, to domestic relations and trade and to the administration of justice, a multitude of usages arising out of practical necessity or convenience or experience became part of the routine of observance of the code, and, in the course of time, shared the sanctity and authority which were inherent in the divinely inspired code itself. Such accretion was, in the nature of things, susceptible to growth and modification according to gradual or sudden change of social and political conditions. We may assume the growth and establishment of such a traditional element before the Babylonian exile, but we cannot know to what extent continuity with pre-exilic unwritten tradition was preserved after the return. During the centuries which elapsed from the coming of Ezra to the destruction of the Second Temple by the Romans, we may reasonably assume the growth of traditions arising out of the changing social and religious conditions experienced by the Jewish race, Persian suzerainty, the religious and national revival under Ezra and Nehemiah, the system of high priestly rule, the pressure of Hellenistic civilization, the Maccabean revolt and the subsequent increase of lay influence in the control of Jewish affairs, and finally the intervention of Rome and the rise of the Herodian dynasty. We cannot, however, be certain when these traditions began to be considered as in themselves final and authoritative and part of the divine revelation, and, therefore, an object of zealous preservation and diligent instruction. We cannot, in other words, say certainly what was the beginning of the process of which the Mishnah marks a conclusion. In religious systems which combine a written code with a body of traditional usage, there comes from time to time a stage when tradition is scrutinized and challenged. The reformer may either condemn all unwritten tradition as superfluous and false, or he may treat it as unimportant and subject to change, and revise it or substitute a rival usage in accordance with his own preferences. The traditionalist, on the other hand, will adhere loyally and unquestioningly to every detail of traditional usage, and venerate it the more by reason of the attacks on its authority and sanctity. And he may also, for purposes of controversy, set himself to find in the written code itself explicit or implicit sanction for traditional usage. Such a challenge to traditionalism we find in the Judaism of the 2nd century BC. Josephus, dealing with the controversy between Sadducees and Pharisees in the time of John Hyrcanus, 135–104 BC, writes, "The Pharisees have delivered to the people a great many observances by succession from their fathers which are not written in the law of Moses, and for that reason it is that the Sadducees reject them, and say that we are to esteem those observances to be obligatory which are in the written word, but are not to observe what are derived from the tradition of our forefathers." 1. It is a reasonable hypothesis that a result of this controversy 1 and 13x6, a controversy which continued for 2 centuries, was a deliberate compilation and justification of the unwritten tradition by the Pharisee party, perhaps unsystematic and on a small scale in the earlier stages, but stimulated and fostered from time to time both by opposition from the Sadducees and by internal controversy such as, e.g., the disputes between the schools of Hillel and Shammai, within the ranks of the Pharisees, culminating in the collections of traditional laws, halakha, from which the present Mishnah drew its material. According to Jewish tradition 1, the earliest manner of transmitting the substance of the oral law was by means of midrash, that is to say, the oral law was taught in the form of an exposition or running commentary on the text of Scripture. 1. This was an effective controversial device against the attacks of the Sadducees, but it was a complicated and cumbersome means of presenting the oral law as a whole. Also, in effect, it conceded the Sadducean thesis that the written law alone was authoritative and that the traditional law was not binding. At some stage a more direct manner came into use, and the traditional laws, halakha, were taught and repeated independently of the scriptural basis which was claimed for them, i.e. in specifically Mishnah form, and arranged in whatever manner of grouping was found most convenient. The present Mishnah preserves traces of various systems of grouping 3 which preceded the ultimately favored system of 6 main divisions according to topics, with further subdivisions into tractates. 4. At the time of the destruction of Jerusalem and the Temple, Johanan ben Zakkai, who, Abath 28, received the law from Hillel and Shammai, established himself at Jabneh. 5. He had been a prominent leader in Jerusalem and a noted opponent of the Sadducees, and, after the extinction of Jerusalem as the great center of Jewish life, there gathered around him a body of students of the law who, partly by their own moral influence and reported by Sherer Gaon Bede of the Babylonian Jewish Academy at Pumbeditha, E. 980, in his Respimum to the Karawa community published by A. Neubauer, Medieval Jewish Chronicles, Oxford, 1887. See also PM Cat 3, 7. Who is deemed a disciple of the sages? Hezekiah says, "Whosoever has studied halakha together with written law." Our Jose said to him, "What thou sayest was so before time, but now, he is deemed a disciple of the sages who has studied halakha only." 1. This type of midrash halakha is preserved in the rabbinical commentaries on portions of the Pentateuch, known as Mekilta, Sifrei, and Sifra 5. See below, p. 24f. 4. On the problems arising out of this change from midrash to Mishnah, see J. Z. Lauterbach, Midrash and Mishnah, A Study in the Early History of the Halakha, JQR, 1915, v. 503-27, v. 2395, 303-23. He argues that the Mishnah form adopted in teaching halakha can be traced back to the time of Jose ben Joser, c. 165 BC, and that the Mishnah form was first used to teach those customs and practices which originated during the time when there was official activity of the teachers, i.e., during the century which followed the death of Simeon the Just, see Ob 1, when, it is assumed, the guiding activities of the Sopharim, the priestly interpreters of the written law, the successors of Ezra the scribe, Sofer, came to an end, and a large body of traditional usages came into being and established themselves independently of scriptural sanction, direct or indirect, having no scriptural basis. They could not be taught in connection with the scripture, i.e. in the midrash form. The Mishnah form was also found preferable when, even if a midrashic basis existed, the proof was considered unsound, or when a rival proof was current. 5. Known in the Greek sources as Jamnia, it lies not far from the coast, a few miles south of Jaffa. Their reputation for knowledge of the law and partly by the failure of any other organized body to survive the national catastrophe, came to be regarded by their fellow Jews as the successors of the Jerusalem Sanhedrin. The Roman authorities appear to have acquiesced to this court's exercise of some measure of control and supervision over its co-religionists, and its Nasi president or patriarch became the nation's accredited representative. Upon this council or Sanhedrin of Jabna fell the duty of administering and interpreting the religious law and, most important of all, the urgent task of conserving the body of traditional laws and solving the new and confusing problems which arose in the numerous observances dependent on the temple and the priesthood. The 60 years of peace, AD 7130, which the country enjoyed before the outbreak of the Bar Kokhba revolt, witnessed the activities of those scholars, see Appendix 3, the second and third generation, to whom is due the formulation and definition of the oral law as we now have it, so far as concerns its essentials in the Mishnah. The chief of these were Eliezer ben Hyrcanus, Eliezer ben Jacob, Joshua ben Hananiah, and Eliezer ben Azariah among the older contemporaries of the patriarch Gamaliel II, and, among his younger contemporaries, Akiba, Ishmael ben Elisha, Tarfon, and Johanan ben Nuri. But by far the most outstanding figure during this period is Akiba CAD 5135. To him is due the present system of grouping the halakhot, their more exact definition and, still more, their closer approximation to the written law. He was put to death during the Bar Kokhba revolt, either because of his enthusiastic support of it or because of his refusal to submit to the Emperor Hadrian's edicts against the practice and teaching of the Jewish religion. Behind him, he left an illustrious group of disciples who preserved his teachings and continued his methods, and their opinions and arguments are a constant feature in the Mishnah. To this group belong Judah ben Ilai, Jose ben Halafta, Simeon ben Yohanan, chief among them, Rabbi Meir, whose work furnished the link between his master Akiba's teaching and the oral law as defined in the Mishnah of Rabbi Judah the Patriarch. The Mishnah nowhere states that its editor was Rabbi Judah the Patriarch, but in both of the Talmuds the fact is recognized and never disputed. According to an early tradition, to Rabbi, as he is invariably styled in one, this system of a patriarchate of Palestinian Jewry was destined to continue for some 350 years. After the retirement of Johanan ben Zakkai, the office became hereditary in the Hillel family. Tradition makes Hillel the elder himself Nasi of the Jerusalem Sanhedrin, as also his son Simeon I, CAD 15, grandson Gamaliel I, CAD 35, the Gamaliel mentioned in the Acts of the Apostles, and great-grandson Simeon II ben Gamaliel, CAD 61, of the leaders in the revolt against the Romans. Gamaliel II, CAD 9130, son of Simeon II, succeeded Johanan ben Zakkai as patriarch of the court of Jabna. He, we are told, went with 3 of his colleagues, CAD 95, as a deputation to Rome on behalf of the Jews of Palestine on a mission whose purpose and result are not recorded. His son and successor, Simeon ben Gamaliel II, survived the massacre of Bether, which marked the end of the Beit Kokhba revolt, 132-3, and when the Sanhedrin was re-established at Yusha in Galilee, he was chosen patriarch. His son was the patriarch Judah I, the Holy, the compiler of the present Mishnah. After the middle of the 3rd century, Palestine gave place to Babylon as the main center of Jewish learning, and the importance of the Palestinian Patriarchate gradually declined to Genesis Rabbah 58. The Misnali was born in AD 135 on the day that Akiba was put to death. He belonged to the 6th generation in direct descent from Hillel the Elder, and he succeeded his father, Simeon ben Gamaliel II, as patriarch about the year 165. His early life had been spent at the patriarchal court at Yusha in Galilee, where he had as his teacher Judah ben Ilai, whose opinions are cited in the Mishnah more frequently than those of any other author. Other teachers of Rabbi were Simeon ben Yohai, Eliezer ben Shammua, Nathan the Babylonian, and Jacob ben Korshe. We are told that the language always spoken in his home was not the Aramaic dialect then current in Palestine, but Hebrew, the holy language. Even the maidservants of this household spoke a pure Hebrew. He was also, we learn, an apt student. of Greek. As patriarch he resided first at Beth Sherim in Galilee, and during the last 17 years of his life he lived at Sepphoris, also in Galilee. Here he compiled his Mishnah and here he died at a great age. He is said to have lived on amicable terms with the local Roman representative and to have enjoyed the friendship of an emperor named Antoninus. Tradition surrounds the figure of Rabbi with unusual glamour. The luxury of his household was compared with that of emperors, and all nature's gifts were his. He and his sons were alike endowed with beauty, power, wealth, wisdom, old age, honor, and the blessings of children. His exceptional piety earned for him the title of Judah the Holy. According to a late source, 3 Rabbi, in drawing up his Mishnah, made use of 13 separate collections of halakha. That is to say, he had a knowledge of that number of varying systems by which the bulk or selections of the halakha had been transmitted in the names of the earlier authorities and by which they were taught in the schools of the disciples of these authorities. A young contemporary of Rabbi Johanan ben Nappaha, d. 279, reports that anonymous rulings in the Mishnah are those of Rabbi Meir c. 160 and all are according to the teaching of Rabbi Akiba. The Mishnah itself refers to the Mishnah of Rabbi Akiba and to a first Mishnah of still earlier date. 5. It may be assumed, therefore, that the principal source used by Rabbi was the halakha collection of Rabbi Meir, who had himself made use of the collection of his teacher, Rabbi Akiba. Traces of other, and probably still earlier, collections are to be seen in the Mishnah's frequent use of the formula before time they used to say but afterwards 6. Much of Rabbi's material may go back to a time before or not long after the destruction of the temple, thus the tractates 1 about the year 220. But this date is purely conjectural. 2 Marcus Aurelius visited Palestine in 175 and Septimius Severus in 200. C.S. Krauss, Antoninus und Rabbi, Vienna, 1910. According to Krauss, Rabbi spent his last years interned at Sepphoris by order of the Roman authorities. 5 Ned 41a4 Son 86a Son 3. Such was the Mishnah of Ar Akiba, but the first Mishnah, see also Ket 5, Git S, Na 6 liters, Edu I 7. In the Gemara we find mention of a Mishnah of Ar Eliezer b. Hyrcanus, Men 18a, and a Mishnah of Ar Eliezer b. Jacob, Yed 49b, both of whom belonged to the generation which preceded Ar Akiba. In Tzad 1 occurs the passage, when Ar Akiba said in order halakha for the disciples. Which is taken to mean that Akiba was responsible for the present arrangement by topical division 6 see especially Ned 9, cf. Ned X 1, Git 6 feet, Nid 10, Teb, Y 4. Midoth and Yoma which deal with the structure and the cultus of the temple are, according to a reliable source, 1 derived, so far as their anonymous contents are concerned, respectively from Eliezer ben Jacob and Simeon of Mitzpah, both of whom lived at a time when the temple was still standing. Another tractate, Tamid, the daily whole offering, seems to have been drawn upon by Simeon of Mitzpah or to have been derived from him, and portions of the tractate Shekalim 2 also bear indications of a pre-destruction origin. Again, there is a vivid section in Bikurim, 32:8, which, in addition to its comparatively archaic Hebrew style, points directly, by its natural reference to King Agrippa, to a contemporary narrative. If the account had been purely traditional or an artificial reconstruction of life in the days of the temple, the probability is that a king of biblical times would have been mentioned instead. It was Rabbi's task to bring together this mass of halakha, the work of many generations, handed down in the form of miscellaneous collections of oral teachings, stored in many memories, and growing ever more complicated and unwieldy by reason of controversy between rival teachers and contradictory traditions, to reassemble this material and to present it as a single coherent whole, arranging it systematically, abbreviating arguments, summarizing discussions, rejecting what seemed superfluous, sometimes in disputed cases giving his own ruling, 3 or adding arguments if these seemed called for. He did not reproduce his material in a rigidly uniform pattern, reducing it to a single standard of literary style. So far as possible he adhered to the principle of repeating a tradition in the very words in which it had been handed down, for nor did he omit a tradition because it had later been held to be wrong, or suppress the ruling of an individual sage because it had been repudiated by the sages as a whole. 5 Thus Rabbi did not aim at promulgating the Mishnah as an authoritative, definitive legal code, a final summary of Jewish law, like the Shulchan Aruch of later times. It was Simply, a compilation of the oral law as it was taught in the many rabbinical schools of his time. It sought to contain all that was worthy of preservation in older or more recent collections, preserving even divergences of opinion, both such as had originated among earlier generations, as in the schools of Hillel and Shammai, and such as were due to more recent disputes among the contemporaries and disciples of Rabbi Akiba. Many of these opposing views he leaves without any attempt to decide between them. Judah the Patriarch's prominence in the community, his reputation in the field of the traditional law, and the skill and modesty with which he fulfilled his task of bringing together into one carefully planned structure all the essential elements of the miscellaneous halakha. See elections of his 1 Yom 16 ACF 14 B2 CF especially Shek 51. 3. His name is attached some 30 times, probably by later hands, to rulings in the Mishnah. Sources outside the Mishnah show that he sometimes gives his own opinion as authoritative. 4. C. Edui is, par 1 5 C. Edui 1. Predecessors, served almost immediately to win universal recognition for his Mishnah as the only complete and balanced statement of the oral law. It displaced all others and became the final authority for legal decisions. 1. Whether or not Rabbi himself reduced the Mishnah to writing is a problem that has remained in dispute for the last 1,000 years. The greatest authorities, ancient and modern, being ranged on either side in almost equal numbers. 2. The conclusion that Rabbi could not have left it in written form, and that it was not, indeed, written down until the 6th century, is mainly based on sayings like that of the 3rd century Palestinian teacher, Johanan ben Nappaha, J. Whosoever writes out the halakha is as one that bums up the law, but it is not intrinsically probable that so voluminous a work should have been transmitted orally through so many generations and yet show such slight traces of later influences. The manner in which it is quoted and referred to in its earliest commentaries, the 2 Talmuds, strongly suggests that they already had it before them in written form, and this impression is reinforced by the fact that they occasionally point out lacunae in the Mishnah text, and at least some of these belong to the common type of omission due to homiidolutin. 4. An accident 2. Which written records are peculiarly susceptible. 3. Arrangement, method, and language. The Mishnah presents the substance of the oral law divided into 6 main sections, Sidarim, lit. Orders, which are further divided into 6 to 3 subsections, Masaktath, lit. Texts, or tractates. This arrangement is probably as early as the Mishnah of Rabbi Akiba. 6. Each main division contains a group of tractates dealing with closely related topics. Sometimes the presence of a certain tractate in a particular division is at first sight strange, e.g. Barakath, benedictions, in the first division which treats of agricultural produce, Nedarim, vows, and Nazir, the Nazirite vow, in the third division which treats of laws affecting womankind, and Iduayath, testimonies, and above, the Fathers, a collection of moral that we have not the text of the Mishnah entirely as Rabbi left it is obvious from the mention of his death, Soda, and the citation, though rarely, of teachers belonging to a later generation, e.g. R. Gamaliel and R. Simeon, sons of Rabbi, Abba, Mac 3, and R. Joshua b. Levi, Utz and R. Yanai, Ob 4 feet, see Alto above, p. 22, and 3, and JE 8, 613 F1 CS track, pages 15, 16, Angle, TR, pages 18-19, 3 Git 60A, TAM, 4B, 4 CCH, Albeck, Untertechungen über die Redaktion der Mishnah, Berlin, 1923, pages 151 FF5 PI of Masakath. This word has an etymological history similar to that of the Latin textus. 6 CF above, p21, n5, a reference to such a number of tractates, using, however, the favorite round number 70, is possibly contained in the Ezra Apocalypse, CAD 100, 14 4 feet 4, and in 40 days were written 94 books, and the Most High spake with me, Ezra, and said to me, the 24 books, the books of the Bible, that ye have written first, make public, that those who are worthy and those who are not worthy may read therein, but the 70 thou shalt keep and deliver them to the wise of thy people. Originally the number of tractates was 60, Midrash Rabbah Song of Songs, 6, 60 Queens. These are the 60 tractates of Halakha. The 3 tractates Baba Kamra, Baba Metzah, and Baba Bathra were once a single tractate, while Makath was originally combined with the preceding Sanhedrin. Maxims. In the fourth division, which treats of legal matters, some reason for their inclusion may usually be found. One is for the sequence of the tractates within each division. The only underlying principle seems to have been the mechanical one of arranging them in order of length, with the longest first. What has already been said of the antecedents of the present Mishnah explains some peculiarities in its method. That the Mishnah consciously aimed at the systematic presentation of its contents is everywhere apparent. Its occasional failures are due not to its editor's lack of purpose but to the nature of his material. Perhaps, to the modern mind, the most suitable method of presenting the oral law would have been, after propounding the scriptural basis if any, to give the general principles which the practice of ages had gradually worked out in applying the biblical, or non-biblical law to daily life, and then to give particular cases falling under the general principles, and cases concerning which there was doubt whether these general principles were applicable. What we actually find is that the Mishnah devotes most of its space to problems arising out of special cases, while general principles are either tacitly assumed or set forth incidentally and unsystematically, often with greater regard to secondary than to primary principles. As for scriptural basis, it is characteristic of the Mishnah method of teaching halakha that these should be repeated independently of such scriptural sanction as may be claimed for them, and this rule prevails in the present Mishnah. Yet the Mishnah has preserved abundant traces of midrash, that earlier method of teaching the traditional laws by means of a running commentary on the biblical text. Outstanding examples are found, e.g., in Maser Sheni, 510:14. Commenting clause by clause on Duke 2613:15, Yebamith, 126, commenting on Duke 25:7-10, Sota, 81:6, on Duke 202:9, Sada, 91:6, on Duke 2 Ilfl, Sanhedrin, 2s, on Duke, I-715:19, Negaim, I-25-7, on Lev 455 For there are two types of midrash. The one simple and unstrained, one thus the tractates in the first division give the laws governing the dues of the priests and Levites, which a man must separate from his crop before it is free for common use, but these tractates are preceded by Barakath, which deals, with the prayers which are man's due to God and which must be paid before a man is free to go about his common task, and b. with the benedictions over food which a man must pronounce before such food is permitted to him. The tractates on vows and the Nazirite vow, though not in the main concerned with women, yet treat specifically of women in certain chapters. Ned 10:11, Nas 9. Iduayath and Abath may owe their present position to their having been originally an appendix to the tractate Sanhedrin, recording judgments and maxims emanating from leading judges in the Sanhedrin. 1. This principle is not really neglected in the fourth division, since its first three tractates were originally one, and Makath was once part of Sanhedrin. Though the principle is not observed in the first division as a whole, it is applied to the concluding tractates. According to the letter of Sharir Gaon, Rabbi himself adopted no set sequence, and early MSs are not unanimous in the order they reproduce. 3. See the introductory notes to the tractates Deme and Hulin. No less than 217 cases have been counted in the Mishnah of this Mu'arash halakha. 19 meters Zeraim, Ayin Mode, 35 inches Nashim, 6 Oin Nezikin, 61 inches Kadishin and 21 inches Taharath. In addition there are 65 cases of Midrash Haggadah, i.e. moral maxims, or teachings of a homiletic character, based on biblical passages, cf. in Zeraim, Ber 9, pi. 8, msh 5. As in the cases here quoted, some of which belong to the earliest stage of halakha history, and the other more forced and artificial, one derived for the most part from the school of Rabbi Akiba, who, in his attempt to provide halakha with scriptural support, sought to lay bare hidden senses in every peculiarity of the Hebrew text, however seemingly insignificant. Yet another type of midrash, more characteristic of the post-Mishnaic period, is that found, for example, in Shabbath, 87 to Q4, cf. Son 8s, where a biblical text is quoted not as proof for a traditional law but as providing an indication or indirect support for it. 2. Rabbi's Mishnah also retains numerous traces of those earlier devices for grouping halakha, devices which were adopted after the midrash method was abandoned. These aimed at assisting the memory by linking together rules, no matter how different in subject, which had some element in common, e.g., rules emanating from the same authority. 3. Rules having Some numerical feature in common. 4 rules couched according to a similar formula of words or having a single turn of phrase in common. 5. These groups of heterogeneous rules, sometimes strung together by the slenderest thread of association of ideas, occur so constantly as to become one of the Mishnah's characteristic features. If one rule included in such a group finds natural place in a tractate dealing with the main subject of that rule, then all the rules included in that group are forthwith introduced with it, regardless of their complete inappropriateness in the new context. Again, some lack of uniformity is due to the fact that Rabbi absorbed into his Mishnah certain tractates which had already been shaped, almost in their entirety, by earlier teachers. Thus there is some evidence to show that Kelim 6 and Utzin 7 existed nearly in their present form a generation earlier, and that the bulk of the tractates Yoma, Tamid, 8 Midaf, 9 An, Kinim 10 date back nearly a century earlier. Such irregularities, however, scarcely interfere with the Mishnah's unity of plan, and with rare exceptions they leave unaffected its primary purpose, which was to make an end of the confusion which was growing around the subject of the law owing to the multiplicity of schools and teachers and systems. According to Rabbi's system, all rules enunciated in the Mishnah with no record of the sage or teacher through whom they had one cf. Ber. I. Pes 9, Yom I. 8, Su 51-4, San I. 1. This midrash period in the history of Halakha collections is also responsible for the inclusion of certain subjects in tractates devoted to some quite other subject. Thus Makatha deals with accidental homicide and the cities of refuge, because these subjects belong to the same chapter of scripture, Duke 19, from which the main subject of the tractate, stripes, is drawn. Similarly Erechon, whose subject is the commuted vows of Lev 27, treats also of objects devoted to the temple Lev 27-1, the year of Jubilee Lev 25 and the unwalled cities Lev 25, subjects drawn from biblical passages more or less in juxtaposition. 3 MSHS, Shek 7, Ket 131-4, Sot 5 inches. See also generally the tractates Aduayath and Abath 4 Shab 2-7, BM 47 feet 4, 5 Big 2, Megai 11, Git 4, 5, Men 3S7. 41 feet 4, Hull I 7, Belch 4-4, Iraq 2L, 374, Nid 6,4 C Kel 304, N7 Hor 13B, Yum 14B 9 Yum 16A 10 Zeb 67B, 68A. Been handed down, are deemed undisputed and authoritative. Usually such a rule is in accordance with the teachings of the sages as a whole, though Rabbi sometimes gives us an anonymous and therefore authoritative ruling what was only his personal opinion. If a rule had been disputed, Rabbi gives also the name of the disputing sage or sages. Thus record is kept of the constant discussions and divergences between the schools of Hillel and Shammai, CAD 50, between R. Eliezer b. Hyrcanus and R. Joshua b. Hananiah, CAD 90, between R. Akiba and his contemporaries R. Jose the Galilean, R. Johanan b. Nuri, and R. Tarfon, CAD 130, and between R. Judah and R. Nehemiah, CAD 170. Sometimes such opposing views are left without further comment, but more frequently a decisive ruling is given in such terms as "but the sages say," or "according to the sages," meaning the consensus of opinion among past and present teachers of the traditional law, or the opinion of Rabbi's court of sages, or even the opinion of a single sage, if, as it seemed to Rabbi, that opinion was correct. 1. In its literary style the Mishnah affects, for the most part, the dryness and preciseness suited to a catalogue of laws. Constant variety, however, is afforded by the interpolation of a contrary ruling by this or that sage, sometimes supported by appeal to scripture or by logical argument, at times extremely elaborate, sometimes by reference to some episode or some ruling by an earlier authority adduced as a valid precedent. At times dry brevity gives place to more spacious narrative, and, very rarely, to picturesque description. At the other extreme we find rules phrased so compactly as to be reduced to a few catchwords, meaningless formulae serving no purpose beyond aiding the memory, and incomprehensible without a previous knowledge of the subject. 2. Such variety in style is a natural result of the variety of sources utilized by Rabbi. The language of the Mishnah is pure Hebrew. 3. But a Hebrew which, in vocabulary, in syntax, and, to a markedly less degree, in morphology, differs from the literary language as it is found in even the latest portions of the Hebrew Bible. 4. Greek, Latin, and Aramaic elements in its vocabulary. 1 Hull 8 SA. A few inconsistencies occur, such as quoting an opinion in one place as disputed and elsewhere as authoritative. These may be accounted for by the divergences existing in the sources which Rabbi included unchanged within his own work. CJE 8, 612 A1 cf. Yed 51-4, and Edu II. Such passages, of course, cannot be translated literally without conveying a ludicrousness which is not present in the original. Cf. the opening sentence of Erechon 4, where 77 words in English are needed to convey the meaning of 10 Hebrew words. 1 Brief passages in Aramaic occur only in Ket, Sot 9, Git 9 feet, BM 9 feet, BBIO, Edu I 8 feet, Abath I, A4, 5-4 CMH Siegel, A Grammar of Mishnaic Hebrew, Oxford, 1927. He makes an elaborate examination of the relation of Mishnaic Hebrew to Biblical Hebrew and Aramaic, and, as against the opinion occasionally put forward that the Hebrew of the Mishnah was merely a Hebraized Aramaic, artificially created by the schoolmen, like the Latin of the Middle Ages, and that it never had an independent existence as a natural medium of ordinary speech in the daily life of the Jews. He concludes that Mishnaic Hebrew is the direct lineal descendant of the spoken Hebrew of the biblical period, as distinguished from the literary Hebrew of the biblical period preserved in the Hebrew scriptures. Piet, so long as the Jewish people retained some sort of national existence in Palestine, Mishnaic Hebrew are a consequence of the cultural influences with which the Jews had come into contact. Aramaic had entirely, or almost entirely, displaced Hebrew as the language of the Palestinian Jews, and a great number of Greek words, and a few Latin words, were absorbed into the language to denote foreign materials, implements, and institutions introduced into Jewish life during Hellenistic and Roman domination. In its syntax and forms of expression, the Hebrew of the Mishnah has been reduced to a bald simplicity, due partly to the influence of Aramaic, but perhaps chiefly to the efforts of the teachers of the oral law themselves, who, taking the colloquial Hebrew as their foundation, fashioned the style best fitted to serve as a medium for compact and exact technical definition and instruction. 1 IV. History of interpretation. The Mishnah of Rabbi Judah the Patriarch was at once conceded authoritative status in the rabbinical schools of Palestine and Babylon. But though the material which Rabbi had included was accepted without challenge, other teachers were not convinced of the lack of value in what he had excluded. Such excluded or external material, Bereta, all of it contemporary with Rabbi's material, was brought together, and out of it were fashioned other collections compiled in Mishnah fashion. Such collections were known as Misnaeth Gedoleth, greater or fuller Mishnahs. This external material was of two kinds: halakha, which Rabbi had discarded as unnecessary or unimportant or not in keeping with his general scheme or even perhaps unauthenticated, and halakhic material, which was of the nature of explanation, illustration, scriptural interpreta, shayan, or discussion bearing on rules which, in the Mishnah, were recorded without comment. A collection mainly of this second type of Bereta has been preserved in what is known as the Tosefta supplement. In its arrangement it resembles the Mishnah, having the same 6 main divisions and the same subdivisions into tractates. 2. Whether its compiler intended it, from the first, to be a self-sufficing compendium of traditional law, or whether he intended it to be only a supplement to the present Mishnah, or to the Mishnah collection of Rabbi Meir. 3. The Tosefta is nevertheless an authority of great value for the interpretation of the Mishnah, providing a background of discussion, scriptural hermeneutics, and illustrative narrative belonging to that same world of ideas from which Rabbi drew. 4. Continued to be the language of at least a section of the Jewish people living in Palestine. As Jewish life in Palestine gradually decayed, and eventually suffered total extinction, so Mishnaic Hebrew was banished step by step from everyday life, and eventually, towards the end of the Mishnaic period, became confined to the learned in the schools and academies. P2. Cf. J.K. Josner, Ha-Beth Hashem B.G. Delatho, Tel Aviv, 1930, pages 148-59. He puts forward a theory that this compact legalistic Hebrew style arose early in the Hasmonean age, when the Jews in their newly won freedom found it convenient to revive Hebrew as an official symbol of their independence and as a medium for promulgating their national laws. 1. It lacks only the tractates above, Talmud, Midoth, and Kinim 1 C. J. Z. Lauterbach and J. 12, 208. for its relation to the present Mishnah is difficult to determine exactly. Verbal similarity. But the interpretation par excellence of the Mishnah is that given in the two Talmuds, the Talmud Yerushalmi or Palestinian Talmud, and the Talmud Bali or Babylonian Talmud. These works contain the fruit of the labors of several generations of students, Amoraim, who set themselves to expound the law as compiled by Rabbi, so long as centers of Jewish learning continued in Palestine. Rabbi's Mishnah was the principal object of study. It was discussed sentence by sentence, its meaning debated, obscurities explained, authority for each rule was looked for in scripture. Parallels from the Bereta were quoted, and where they seemed to differ from the Mishnah an attempt was made to harmonize them. In the course of discussion and argument all the knowledge and acumen of the Amoraim was poured out, often in a fashion baffling to a modern reader by reason of its inconsequence and profusion. During the same time Rabbi's Mishnah was receiving the same attention in the rabbinical schools of Babylon. There this study persisted for several generations after it had ceased in Palestine. And its results are more elaborate and better preserved. The Palestinian Talmud reached its final shape about the end of the 4th or the beginning of the 5th century, and the Babylonian Talmud about a century later. For several centuries after the Muslim conquest Babylon continued to be the chief center of rabbinical learning, its importance ceasing only with the death of Hai ben Shariar Gaon. In 1038, contact with Arab scholars served in some measure as a renewed stimulus. In the 9th and 10th centuries saw the beginning of the philological and grammatical study of the Hebrew literature, and it is Hai Gaon who is responsible for the earliest extant commentary, in the ordinary sense, on the Mishnah. Only the last part, that on Taharath, the 6th division, has survived. But scattered quotations in later lexicographical works prove that he commented on the sometimes extends over complete paragraphs, generally where the one gives scanty details. The other is diffuse. The Tosefta does not cover the ground as systematically as the Mishnah, and if we lacked the Mishnah the Tosefta's treatment would often be obscure. Haggadic elements, scarce in the Mishnah, are comparatively abundant in the Tosefta. For specimens of the Tosefta in English, see the translations of Birakath, Sukkah, and Sanhedrin, ed. SPCK, mentioned above. Pvin 1 probably with the extinction of the Patriarchal Office, CAD 425. 3 tractates from the Babylonian Talmud are accessible to English readers. Birakath, translated by A. Cohen, Cambridge University Press, 1921. Tanith, translated by Henry Malter, Philadelphia, 1928. And Hayaga, translated by A. W. Streen, Cambridge University Press, 1892. The Gemara Lit completion, i.e. commentary of the Amoraim, of the Palestinian Talmud covers the first 3 divisions of the Mishnah in their entirety with the exception only of the last 4 chapters of Shabbath. In the 4th division it is lacking for the 2 tractates Aduayath and above, and for the 3rd chapter of Makath, of the 5th and 6th divisions. Nothing has survived except the Gemara on a portion of the tractate Niddah. The Gemara of the Babylonian Talmud covers, in the 1st division, only the tractate Birakath. It covers the whole of the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th divisions excepting Shekalim in the 2nd division, Iduayath and Abath in the 4th division, and Mgdav and Kinim in the 5th division. For Shekalim editions of the Babylonian Talmud give the Palestinian Gemara. In the 6th division only the tractate Niddah is provided with Gemara. 3 C. Hartwig Hirschfeld, Hebrew Grammarians and Lexicographers, Oxford, 1926, p. 7. 4 C. J. N. Epstein, Der Gaon sich Kommentar Star Ordnung Taharath, Berlin, 1915. Whole of the Mishnah. 1. He deals almost entirely with linguistic problems, and in his search for derivation of obscure words he makes much use of Arabic. But the real father of Mishnah commentators is Rashi, so called from the initials of his name, Rabbi Shlomo Yitzhaki, a French Jew, 1040–1105, whose reputation is equally great in the fields of biblical and rabbinical interpretation. His commentary on the Mishnah is but part of his famous commentary on the Babylonian Talmud, and it is therefore not available for those tractates which have no Gemara. Where it deals with the Mishnah text it is a self-contained commentary, with Rashi's characteristic brevity and lucidity and his astonishing skill in unraveling a complication or illuminating an obscurity by a single word or phrase. Maimonides 3, 1135–1204, one of the great figures of the Middle Ages, wrote in early manhood an introduction and commentary to the entire Mishnah. It was composed in Arabic under the title Kitab es-Straj, the Book of the Lamp. He worked on a larger scale than Rashi. Not content with explaining details, he endeavors also to keep before his reader the general principles governing the subject of study, so removing one of the chief difficulties in the way of understanding the Mishnah. Also, with a view to the use of the Mishnah as a practical guide to Jewish religious law, he determines what is to be accepted as halakha in the numerous cases not explicitly decided in the Mishnah. Four other of the earlier commentators were Isaac ben Melchizedek of Siponto, c. 1070, an Italian rabbi of whose Mishnah commentary only the first division, Zeraim, is extant. 5. Samson ben Abraham of Sens, c. 1150–1231, a French Talmudist, who migrated to Palestine c. 1211, where he wrote a commentary on those tractates of the Mishnah to which the Babylonian Talmud provides no Gemara. 6. And Asher ben Jehiel, a German Talmudist who migrated to Spain and died at Toledo in 1238, who commented on the tractates of the first division excepting Barakath, and the sixth division and on Nedarim. 7. The commentary which, owing to its adequacy and simplicity, has achieved highest favor, is that by Obadiah ben Abraham of Berdinoro 1c Dor, IV 185 f. 1. The commentary is an indispensable aid to the understanding of the Talmud and, since the first collected edition of 1520, has always been printed side by side with the text. The edition of the Babylonian Talmud by Lazarus Goldschmidt, 1897 ff., with a German translation, is an exception J in Jewish writings generally styled Rambam, from the initials of his name, Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon. For his commentary was translated into Hebrew by various hands, and the Hebrew translation was included in the first edition of the Mishnah, Naples, 1492, and in other early editions, and it has been included in most of the collected editions of the Babylonian Talmud. A Latin translation of the Hebrew version is given in Suren Husius's edition of the Mishnah 5 printed in the 1899 Wilna edition of the Talmud 6 first published in the 1523 Bamberg edition of the Talmud, and since then printed in most of the collected editions. More recent Talmud Bavli editions print also a commentary on these tractates of the first and sixth divisions by Meir B. Baruch of Rothenburg. D. 1293. 7. He is more famous as the author of a compendium of Talmudic laws, included in most Talmud editions. c. 1510, an Italian Jew who in middle life migrated to Palestine, in 1488, and became spiritual head of the Jewish community in Jerusalem. His commentary, covering the whole Mishnah, is based on the work of Rashi, Samson of Sens, and Maimonides. It usually gives also the Gemara's explanation of the Mishnah text. Since its first publication in 1548, very few editions of the Mishnah have been printed without it. 1. A far more elaborate and erudite work is that of Yom Tov Lippmann Heller, 1579–1654, rabbi successively of Vienna, Prague, and Krakow. His commentary, Tosafot Lit editions, Glosses Yom Tov, was published first in 1614 together with that of Berdinoro, to which it is a learned and critical supplement. Equally critical and penetrating is Melech of Shelomah, the commentary by Solomon ben Joshua Adini, a Yemenite Jew, who after migrating to Palestine finished his commentary in Hebron 1622 or 1624. 2 of more recent commentaries mentioned should be made of Tiferet Yisrael, by Israel Lipshites, 1782–1860, a diligent scholar and ascetic, successively rabbi of Dessau and Danzig. His work 3 is of great practical value to the student, combining many of the best features of its predecessors, keeping apart simple explanations from elaborate discussion, and prefacing each of the 6 divisions with lengthy but lucid expositions of general principles. 4v text and editions. The periodical persecutions of Jews during the Middle Ages were usually accompanied by systematic attempts to destroy Hebrew writings, and especially manuscripts of the Talmud. The result is that very few complete manuscripts of the Mishnah have survived and only one of the Babylonian Talmud. 5. The most important manuscripts of the complete Mishnah 6 are the Cambridge manuscript. It has been published in a reliable transcription by W. H. Lowe, the Mishnah on which the Palestinian Talmud rests, from the unique manuscript preserved in the University Library of Cambridge, Ad 470.1, Cambridge University Press, 1883. The Kaufmann manuscript, now in the possession of the Königliche Ungarische Akademie der Wissenschaften. A facsimile is published by G. Bierhag, 1930. The text has been wholly pointed by a second hand. 1. A Latin translation is given in the Suren-Husius edition 2 published in the Rom Quarto Mishnah, Wilna, 1908-9. 3 published, at intervals, between 1830 and 1850. It is included in the Rom Quarto Mishnah and, together with Berdinoro, in the Rom Octavo Misnaeth. 4. An exhaustive list of Mishnah commentaries is not here in place. Additional titles will be found in Strack, p. 158f, Angle, tr. pages 145 ff. Almost all the extant commentaries, in whole or in part, are included in the Great Wilna edition, 1st and 6th divisions, 1887, 2nd to 5th divisions, 1908-9, in 7 quarto volumes. Z. Frankel's Dark Ha. Mishnah, Hadajedika in Misknam, Leipzig, 1859, is still the standard work on those subjects which come under the head of Introduction to the Mishnah. 5 now in the Munich Staatsbibliothek. Cod. Heber 95. A photographic facsimile has been published by H. L. Strack Leiden, 1912. 6 for a list of MSs of portions of the Mishnah. See Strack, pages 80f, Angle, tr. p. 79f. The Parma manuscript de Rossi, no 138. C. J. B. Rossi, MSs Codices Hebraeus Bibliothai 99, Parma, 1803. Nearly a half of the text is pointed. The Mishnah, together with the commentary of Maimonides, was printed first at Naples, 1492, in folio, by the Sonsino Press. It was followed by the Venice Giustiniani edition, 1546 f, in folio, a quarto edition printed in Venice, 1548 f, with the commentary of Obadiah of Berdinoro, the folio edition of Riva di Trento, 1559, the quarto edition of Sabianita and Mantua, 1559–1563, and the folio edition of Venice, 1606, containing the commentaries of Maimonides and Berdinoro, the Mishnah with the commentaries of Berdinoro and Yom Tov Lippmann Heller, Tosafot Yom Tov, was first published at Prague, 1614–1617, second edition, revised by Heller, Krakow, 1642–4, and it is this same version, equipped with these same 2 commentaries, which has since been reproduced in the common 6-volume Misnaeth editions. 2 types of Mishnah text have existed from a very early date, the Palestinian type, that embedded within the Gemara of the Talmud Yerushalmi, and the Babylonian type, that embedded within the Gemara of the Talmud Bavli, the texts of the Mishnah which are now printed in the Babylonian Talmud at the beginning of each paragraph, and in the Palestinian Talmud at the head of each chapter, are not pure representatives respectively of the Babylonian and Palestinian types. 1. Originally the Mishnah was not prefixed to paragraphs or chapters of the Talmuds, but was reproduced sentence by sentence, as it also is still, within the Gemara itself. It was the work of copyists of a later time to prefix a continuous text of the Mishnah in the manner now common, and the text they so prefixed was not always one which, in order and text, corresponded with the Mishnah text embedded in or assumed by the Gemara. Thus it comes about that in the Munich MS of the Babylonian Talmud, particularly in Zeraim and Taharath, and in the still earlier Florentine MS, 2. The Mishnah is of the distinctively Palestinian type. 3. The features of the Palestinian type of text are peculiar spellings of some of the commonest words and proper names and variations in syntax best accounted for as colloquialisms arising in a region where the language was not yet wholly dead. In the Babylonian type these irregularities are smoothed out and made to conform to the more literary usage of the language. Variant readings preserved in the 2 types can be surely identified as Palestinian or as Babylonian only insofar as they are 1. On the present state of the study of the text of the Mishnah, Sek J. N. Epstein in Hatekufa, 13, 505 ff, Warsaw, 1922, and Yedioth HaMakan v Madia Iha Yahudath, Kit Ha Universitah Ivrath b Yerushalayim, pages 5-8, Jerusalem, 1925. 1. Dated 1177, C. Strack, p. 83, par 8. 3. A curious illustration of the resulting confusion appears in the first paragraph of the Mishnah, Bur I 1, The Babylonian Gemara. 9a. Comments on the omission by the Mishnah of the eating of the Passover offering, but this reading is nonetheless given in the Mishnah. Text contained in the Munich Codex of the Babylonian Talmud. On the other hand, the Gemara of the Palestinian Talmud includes the reading, yet it is not included in the prefixed Mishnah text. Assumed in the interpretations given by the respective Gemaras of the two Talmuds. Although the Cambridge, Kaufman, and Parma MSs belong to the Palestinian type of text, they all bear marks of revision under the influence of the Babylonian type, and the same applies to the Mishnah printed in the first, Venice, 1523, edition of the Talmud Yerushalmi and the subsequent Krakow, 1609, and Kroatian, 1866, editions. The present Textus Receptus of the Mishnah, the text of the printed Mishnah editions, represents a fusion of the two types. The first printed edition, Naples, 1492, contains readings characteristic of both types, but its tendency is in the direction of the Palestinian type, owing to the dominating position always held by the Talmud Bavli. Later editions of the Mishnah came increasingly under the influence of the Babylonian type. A reverse influence was also at work. Readings of the 1492 Mishnah finding their way into the prefixed Mishnah text in the subsequent editions of the Talmud Bavli, which began to be printed in complete form only in 1520. The first complete edition was published by Daniel Bomberg at Venice in 1520, but several tractates of the Talmud were published separately by the Sonsino family between 1484 and 1519. First division Zeraim, seeds. Birakath P. Deme Kilaim Shibiith Terumath Masarath Masar Shini Hala Orla Bikurim. Birakath 1. Benedictions. 1I. From what time in the evening may the Shema 2 be recited? From the time when the priests 3 enter the temple, to eat of their heavy offering 4 until the end of the first watch. 5 So are Eliezer. But the sages say, until midnight. Rabban Gamaliel says, until the rise of dawn. His sons once returned, after midnight, from a wedding feast. They said to him, we have not recited the Shema. He said to them, if the dawn has not risen ye are still bound to recite it. Moreover, wheresoever the sages prescribe until midnight. 6 The duty of fulfillment lasts until the rise of dawn. The duty of burning the fat pieces and the members of the animal offerings. 7 Lasts until the rise of dawn, and for all offerings that must be consumed the same day. 8 The duty lasts until the rise of dawn. Why then have the sages said, until midnight, to keep a man far from transgression? 2. From what time in the morning may the Shema be recited? So soon as one can distinguish between blue and white. R. Eliezer says, between blue and green, and it should be finished before sunrise. R. Joshua says, before the 3rd hour, for so is it the way of kings, to rise up at the 3rd hour. He that recites it from that time onward suffers no loss and is like to one that reads in the law. 3. The school of Shammai say, in the evening all should recline when they recite the Shema, but in the morning they should stand up, for it is written, and when thou liest down and when thou risest up. 9 But the school of Hillel say, they may recite it every one in his own way, for it is written, and when thou walkest by the way. 0 Why then is it written, and when thou liest down and when thou risest up? It means, the time when men usually lie down and the time when men usually rise up. R. Tarfon said, I was once on a journey and I reclined to recite the Shema in accordance with the words of the school of Shammai, and so put myself in jeopardy by reason of robbers. They said to him, thou hadst deserved aught that befell thee in that thou didst transgress the words of the school of Hillel. 4. In the morning 2 benedictions. 11 are said before the Shema and 1 after. 12 And in the evening 2 benedictions are said before. 13 and 2 after. 14 The one long and the other short. Where the long is prescribed the short is not permissible. Where the short is prescribed the long is not permissible. Where it is prescribed to seal a benediction, it is not 1 See Intrad p. 24, Ni. The term includes not only blessing and thanksgiving but also prayer and intercession. The tractate gives rules concerning the times and manner of saying the Shema here, O Israeli Ap I 38, and the Tefillah, the 18 benedictions. Ap I 46. The main constituents of the regular Jewish order of prayer, as well as the forms of prayer or grace to be said over food of various kinds, and the ejaculatory prayers called forth on sundry occasions. 1 See Tam 5 feet. J. Who have suffered uncleanness. Lev 22:7. They must immerse themselves and await sunset before they are fit to eat of the hallowed things or heave offering. After immersion and until sunset they still suffer a lesser degree of uncleanness. CP 773, N6. 773, N6. 4 Num 18. C. App I-48, I-5 the third or the fourth hour of the night, according to whether the night was divided into 4 or 3 watches. 4 CZ 5, 6 feet. 7 C. Lev 6 inches. 7 J. CF. Meg 2. Some texts add, and the eating of the Passover offerings. X 121. CF. Zeb S 8 Lev 7 U Dut 6 feet 10 Ibid. 11 C. Singer. P 37 Blessed art thou who formest light, and P 39. With abounding love. CF. Meg 411 Singer. P 42. True and firm. 11 Singer. P 9b. Who bringest twilight, and with everlasting love. 14 Singer. P 98. True and trustworthy, and P 99. Make us lie down. S. To end the benediction with the appropriate formula. Blessed art thou, O Lord. Permissible not to seal, and, where it is prescribed, not to seal, it is not permissible to seal. 5. The going forth from Egypt one is rehearsed also, at night. R. Eliezer B. Azariah said, Lo, I am like to one that is 70 years old yet failed to prove to why the going forth from Egypt should be rehearsed at night. Until Ben Zoma thus expounded it, it is written, that thou mayest remember the day when thou earnest forth out of the land of Egypt all the days of thy life. 3. The days of thy life, would mean, the days only, but all the days of thy life, means, the nights also. The sages say, the days of thy life, means, this world only, but all the days of thy life is to include the days of the Messiah. 2x If a man was reading the verses of the Shema, in the law and the time came to recite the Shema, if he directed his heart for he has fulfilled his obligation, otherwise he has not fulfilled his obligation. Between the sections 5 he may salute a man out of respect and return a greeting, but in the middle of a section, he may salute a man, only, out of fear of him, and return a greeting. So R. Meir, R. Judah says, in the middle he may salute a man out of fear of him and return a greeting out of respect. Between the sections he may salute a man out of respect and return the greeting of any man. 2. By between the sections is meant, between the first benediction and the second semicolon. 6 Between the second benediction and here, O Israel semicolon. 7 Between here, O Israel and it shall come to pass if ye shall hearken semicolon. 8 Between it shall come to pass if ye shall hearken and the Lord spake unto Moses. Why between and the Lord spake unto Moses and true and firm. 0 R. Judah says, there may be no break between and the Lord spake unto Moses and true and firm. R. Joshua B. Karha said, why does the section here, O Israel precede and it shall come to pass if ye shall hearken? So that a man may first take upon him the yoke of the kingdom of heaven and afterward take upon him the yoke of the commandments. And why does the section, and it shall come to pass if ye shall hearken precede and the Lord spake unto Moses? Because and it shall come to pass if ye shall hearken applies both by day and by night, but and the Lord spake unto Moses applies by day only. 3. If a man recited the Shema but not loudly enough for himself to hear, he has fulfilled his obligation. 11 R. Jose says, he has not fulfilled it. If he recited it without clearly pronouncing the letters, R. Jose says, he has fulfilled his obligation. R. Judah says, he has not fulfilled it. If a man recited the sections in wrong order, he has not fulfilled his obligation. If he recited it and fell into error, he should go back to where he fell into error. 4. Craftsmen may recite the Shema on the top of a tree or on top of a course of stones, which they may not do when they say the Tefillah LZ. 5. A bridegroom is exempt from reciting the Shema on the first night, or until the close of the next Sabbath if he has not consummated the marriage. Once when Rabban Gamaliel married he recited the Shema X referring to the third section of the Shema. Num is comma which mentions the Exodus in the last verse, but the rest deals only with the law of fringes which does not apply at night. Time 1 or was not worthy. To understand X Dut 16 intentionally read the passage as a fulfillment of his duty. Cf. RSH 3. F. S. The breaks between each benediction and portion of scripture constituting the Shema 6 see above. I4. 7 Dut 64 registered sign Dut N1 num is 10 Singer. P 42. 11 Some texts add. So R. Judah 11 see below. 4 registered sign. And App I 46. 1. On the first night, his disciples said to him, Master, didst thou not teach us that a bridegroom is exempt from reciting the Shema on the first night? He said to them, I will not hearken to you to cast off from myself the yoke of the kingdom of heaven even for a moment. 6. He washed himself the first night of his wife's death. His disciples said to him, Master, didst thou not teach us that a mourner is forbidden to wash himself? He replied, I am not like other men, I am infirm. 7. And when his slave Tabby died, he accepted condolence because of him. They said to him, Master, didst thou not teach us that men may not accept condolence because of slaves? He replied, My slave Tabby was not like other slaves, he was a worthy man. 8. If a bridegroom is minded to recite the Shema on the first night, he may recite it. Rabban Simeon B. Gamaliel says, Not everyone that is minded to assume the name may first assume it. 3. 1. He whose dead lies unburied before him is exempt from reciting the Shema, from saying the tefillah, and from wearing phylacteries. 2. They that bear the bier and they that relieve them, and they that relieve these, they that go before and they that follow after the bier, they that are needful for the bier are exempt, but they that are not needful are not exempt from reciting the Shema. Both alike are exempt from saying the tefillah. 2. When they have buried the dead and returned, if they can begin the Shema and finish it before reaching the row 3, they begin it, but if they cannot, they do not begin it. Of them that stand in the row, they of the inner line are exempt from reciting the Shema, but they of the outer line are not exempt. 3. Women and slaves and minors are exempt from reciting the Shema and from wearing phylacteries, but they are not exempt from saying the tefillah, from the law of the mezuzah, or from saying the benediction after meals. 4. He that has suffered a pollution 5 should ponder over the Shema in his heart, but he may say no benediction before it or after it. Over a meal he should say the benediction which follows after, but not that which goes before. R. Judah says, he should say both the benediction which goes before and the benediction which follows after. 5. If he was standing during the tefillah and then remembered that he had suffered a pollution, he should not break off his prayer, but he must shorten it. If he went down to immerse himself and, before sunrise, had time to come up, clothe himself and recite the Shema, he may come up, clothe himself and recite it, but if not, he must remain covered with water and recite it, but he must not remain covered with foul water. 6. Or water used for soaking flax, unless he had poured clean water therein. And, when a man recites the Shema, how far should he go apart from it? 7. And from excrement? 4 cubits. 6. If a man with flux 8 suffered a pollution, or if a menstruant 0 discharged a reputation for piety which he has not otherwise earned. 1 CP 104, and 16. Some texts add, and from all the duties enjoined in the law, after the burial, friends of the mourners form themselves into rows between which the mourners pass and receive condolence. The Mishnah here speaks of a double row. Cf. Meg 41. App I 255 Lev 15 inches 6 evil smelling liquid or urine 7 urine 8 Lev 15 inches Lev 15 inches semen, or if a woman suffered a flow during intercourse, they must immerse themselves. 1 R. Judah pronounces them exempt. 4. 1. The morning tefillah 2 may be said any time, until midday. R. Judah says, until the 4th hour. The afternoon tefillah may be said any time, until sunset. R. Judah says, until midway through the afternoon. The evening tefillah has no set time, and the additional tefillah may be said any time during the day. R. Judah says, until the 7th hour. 2. R. Nehuniah B. Hakana used to pray a short prayer when he entered the house of study and when he came forth. They said to him, what is the nature of this prayer? He replied, when I enter I pray that no offense shall happen through me, and when I come forth I give thanks for my lot. 3. Rabban Gamaliel says, a man should pray the 18 benedictions, 5 every day. R. Joshua says, the substance 4 of the 18. R. Akiba says, if his prayer is fluent in his mouth he should pray the 18, but if not, the substance of the 18. 4. R. Eliezer says, he that makes his prayer a fixed task, his prayer is no supplication. R. Joshua says, he that journeys in a place of danger should pray a short prayer, saying, save, O Lord, the remnant of Israel, at their every crossroad. 6. Let their needs come before thee, blessed art thou, O Lord, that hearest prayer. 5. If he was riding on an ass he should dismount to say the tefillah. If he cannot dismount he should turn his face toward Jerusalem, and if he cannot turn his face, he should direct his heart toward the Holy of Holies. 6. If he was journeying on a ship 7 or a raft, he should direct his heart toward the Holy of Holies 7. R. Eliezer B. Azariah says, the additional tefillah may be said only with the local congregation, but the sages say, either with the local congregation or without them. R. Judah says in his 8 name, wheresoever there is a local congregation, the individual is exempt from saying the additional tefillah. 5. 1. None may stand up to say the tefillah save in sober mood. The pious men of old used to wait an hour before they said the tefillah, that they might direct their heart toward God. Even if the king salutes a man, he may not return the greeting, and even if a snake was twisted around his heel, he may not interrupt his prayer. 2. We make mention of the power of rain. 9. In the benediction, the resurrection of the dead. 10. And we pray for rain in the benediction, the years. 1. And we make mention of Havdalah. 1. In the benediction, thou. 1. Before they may say the tefillah. Thigh is in addition to the immersion prescribed for their particular major uncleanness. 1. The 18 benedictions. Cf. I-46. Cf. Tana. 1. Now 19. 1. WAA later added denouncing the slanderer singer, p. 48, who brought evil on the congregation. It is now the 12th in order. 4. Or abstract. The Gemara, 29a, here gives a shortened form, reproduced in the present-day Jewish prayer book, Singer, p. 55. Hahininu. 5. Some texts add the substance of the 18. 6. In the metaphorical sense, Bert, and ttf, yes render, whensoever they go apart in transgression. 7. Some texts add wagon, R. Eliezer B. Azarias. 4. See Tanai. 10. The second of the 18 benedictions, Singer, p. 44, bottom 11. The 9th benediction, Singer, p. 47, bottom, see Appi 9. Favorest man with knowledge. 1. R. Akiba says, this last should be said as a 4th benediction by itself. R. Eliezer says, together with the thanksgiving. 2. 3. If a man said, in his prayer, to a bird's nest do thy mercies extend. 3. Or may thy name be remembered for the good, which thou hast wrought. 4. Or we give thanks, as they put him to silence. 6. If a man went before the ark. 7. And fell into error, another must take his place. None may decline at such a time. Where does he begin? At the beginning of the benediction in which the other fell into error. 4. He that goes before the ark should not answer Amen after the benediction of the priests. 8. For fear of confusion, even if there is no priest there save himself, he should not lift up his hands in the benediction of the priests. Yet if he is assured that he can lift up his hands and return to the tefillah. 9. He may do so. 5. If he that says the tefillah falls into error, it is a bad omen for him, and if he was the agent of the congregation. 10. It is a bad omen for them that appointed him, because a man's agent is like to himself. They tell of R. Hanina B. Dosa 11 that he used to pray over the sick and say, this one will live, or this one will die. They said to him, how knowest thou? He replied, if my prayer is fluent in my mouth, I know that he is accepted, and if it is not, I know that he is rejected. 6. 1. What benediction do they say over fruits? Over the fruit of trees a man says, blessed art thou, who createst the fruit of the tree, except over wine, for over wine a man says, who createst the fruit of the vine. Over the fruits of the earth a man says, who createst the fruit of the ground, except over bread, for over bread a man says, who bringest forth bread from the earth. And over vegetables a man says, who createst the fruit of the ground, but R. Judah says, who createst divers kinds of herbs. 2. If over the fruits of trees he said the benediction, blessed art thou, who createst the fruit of the ground, he has fulfilled his obligation. But if over the fruits of the earth he said, who createst the fruit of the tree, he has not fulfilled his obligation. If over them all he said, blessed art thou, by whose word all things exist, he has fulfilled his obligation. 3. Over aught that does not grow from the earth he should say, blessed art thou, by whose word all things exist. Over soured wine or unripe fallen fruits or over locusts he should say, by whose word all things exist. 1. 2. R. Judah says, over aught that is of the nature of a curse. 13. No benediction should be said. 4. When a man has before him many kinds of food, R. Judah says, if there is among them one of the 7 kinds. 14. He must say the benediction. 1. The 4th benediction, Singer, p. 46. 2. The 18th benediction, Singer, p. 51. J.C. Meg 4, cf. Duke 227, Gem 33b. He is silenced because he makes the ordinances of God to be simply acts of mercy, whereas they are injunctions. 4 cf below. 9s implying the heresy of dualism. For some texts add, if a man says, the good bless thee, this is the way of the heretics. 7 containing the scrolls of the law, before which congregational prayers were recited. Num 6. CJESV blessing, priestly, cf. RSH 4, Meg 4s. Without getting confused in his reading, the priestly blessing was given between the 18th and 19th benedictions. The precentor, cf. RSH 4, 11 cf. Sot 9u. 12 Some texts add, over milk, cheese, or eggs he should say, by whose word all things exist. 12 Like the 3 things mentioned. 14 Enumerated in due date s, wheat, barley, grapes, figs, pomegranates, olive oil and date, honey, cf. Big I. Over that one. But the sages say, he may say the benediction over which of them he will. 5. If he said the benediction over the wine before the meal, he need not say it over the wine after the meal. If he said the benediction over the savory before the meal, he need not say it over the savory after the meal. 1. If he said it over the bread, he need not say it over the savory, but if he said it over the savory, he is not exempt from saying it over the bread. The school of Shammai say, or over aught that was cooked in the pot. 6. If men sit apart to eat, each should say the benediction for himself. If they reclined around the table together, one should say the benediction for all. If wine is brought to them during the meal, each should say the benediction for himself. But if after the meal, one should say the benediction for all, and he, too, should say the benediction over the burning spices, even though they are brought in only after the meal is over. 7. If salted relish was first brought before him together with bread, he should say the benediction over the salted relish, and he need not say it over the bread, since the bread is but an accompaniment. This is the general rule, where there is a main food and aught that is but an accompaniment to it, the benediction should be said over the main food, and it need not be said over the accompaniment. 8. If a man ate figs, grapes or pomegranates, he should say the 3 benedictions 2 after them. So Rabban Gamaliel. But the sages say, 1 benediction, the substance of the 3. R. Akiba says, even if he ate but boiled vegetables for his meal, he must say the 3 benedictions after them. If he drank water to quench his thirst, he should say, blessed art thou, by whose word all things exist. R. Tarfon says, he should say, who createst many living beings. 37. 1. If 3 ate together, they must say the common grace. 4. If one of them ate, duum produce. 5. Or first tithe. 6. From which heave offering 7 had been taken, or second tithe 8. Or dedicated produce that had been redeemed. Degrees. If an attendant ate an olive's bulk of food, or, if one that ate was a Samaritan, 10 they may be included, to make up the number needed, for the common grace. But if one of them ate produce that was certainly untithed, or first tithe from which heave offering had not been taken, or second tithe or dedicated produce that had not been redeemed, or if a servant ate less than an olive's bulk of food, or, if one that ate was a Gentile, they may not be included, to make up the number needed, for the common grace. 2. Women or slaves or minors may not be included, to make up the number needed, for the common grace. How much should one eat, to corresponding to the gustus and the dessert? Cf. Shad 23s, ob 3 inches. 1 CJEV 61 BJ. Some texts add, and there wants 4 lit some and the others to say grace jointly. SC App I 6. 6 Which must be given to the Levites before the food may be eaten. Num 18. 7 The tithe of the first tithe which the Levite must give to the priests. Num 18. A further tithe set apart after the Levite had received his tithe. This second tithe must either be taken to Jerusalem and eaten there by the owner, or he may redeem it with money adding 1/5 of its value, and spend that money on food in Jerusalem. CP 73, N6. When second tithe and dedicated produce, e.g. from a field dedicated to the temple, are redeemed, to render them permissible for common use, not only their value but an added 1/5, CBM 4, must be paid. In the present case, it is assumed that the added 1/5 has not been paid. Yet even so, the common grace is permitted 10 lit, Kuphite, cf 2 Kings, I7m, and so throughout the Mishnah. Be included, to make up the number needed, for the common grace. An olive's bulk, R. Judah says, an egg's bulk 3. How do they say the common grace? If 3 are present, one says, we will bless him of whose bounty we have partaken. If 3 besides himself, he says, bless ye him of whose bounty. If 10 1 are present, 1 says, "We will bless our God, of whose bounty." If 10 besides himself, he says, "Bless ye, our God of whose bounty." It is all one whether there are 10 or 10 myriads. 2 If 100 are present, 1 says, "We will bless the Lord our God." If 100 besides himself, he says, "Bless ye, the Lord our God." If 1,000 are present, 1 says, "We will bless the Lord our God, the God of Israel." If 1,000 besides himself, he says, "Bless ye, the Lord our God, the God of Israel." If 10,000 are present, 1 says, "We will bless the Lord our God, the God of Israel, the God of hosts, who sitteth between the cherubim, for the food which we have eaten." If 10,000 besides himself, he says, "Bless ye the Lord our God, the God of Israel, the God of hosts." After the fashion of his benediction, so do the others answer after him. "Blessed be the Lord our God, the God of Israel, the God of hosts, who sitteth between the cherubim, for the food which we have eaten." Our Jose the Galilean says, "According to the multitude of the congregation do they frame the benediction, as it is written, by congregations bless ye the Lord, ye that are from the fountain of Israel." 3 Our Akiba said, "What do we find in the synagogue for? It is all one whether they are many or few. They say, bless ye the Lord." Our Ishmael says, "They say, bless ye the Lord who is to be blessed for." If 3 ate together they may not separate, without saying together the common grace. So, 2, if they are 4 or 5, 6 may separate, into groups of 3 to say the common grace, and so up to 10, but 10 may not separate, and so up to 20. 5. If 2 groups ate in the one house and some of the one group were visible to some of the other group, they may be included together for the saying of the common grace. 5 But if not, each group must say the common grace by itself. They do not say the benediction over the wine until water has been added to it. So our Eliezer. But the sages say, they may say the benediction, even over wine without water. 8. 1. These are the things wherein the school of Shammai and the school of Hillel differ in what concerns a meal. The school of Shammai say, on a Sabbath or a festival day, they say the benediction first over the day and then over the wine. And the school of Hillel say, they say the benediction first over the wine and then over the day. 6-2. The school of Shammai say, they wash the hands and then mix the cup. And the school of Hillel say, they mix the cup and then wash the hands. 3. The school of Shammai say, a man wipes his hands with a napkin. 1 Meg 43. Gem 50. It explains this as the ruling of our Akiba cf. End of paragraph. The following differing opinion is that of our Jose 3 p. 68. In the benediction at the reading of the law, Singer, p. 68, which does not change according to the number of those present, the name of God is used in the benediction which needs the presence of no more than 10. And lays it on the table. And the school of Hillel say, he lays it on the cushion. 4. The school of Shammai say, they sweep up the room and then wash the hands. And the school of Hillel say, they wash the hands and then sweep up the room. 5. The school of Shammai say, the order of saying the benedictions at the outgoing of the Sabbath is, the lamp, the food, the spices and the Havdalah. 1. And the school of Hillel say, the lamp, the spices, the food and the Havdalah. The school of Shammai say, the benediction over the lamp is, blessed art thou, who didst create the light of fire. And the school of Hillel say, who createst the lights of fire. 6. No benediction may be said over the lamp or the spices of Gentiles, or over a lamp or spices used for the dead, or over a lamp or spices used for idolatry. No benediction may be said over a lamp until one can enjoy its light. 7. If a man ate and forgot to say the benediction, the school of Shammai say, he must return to his place and say it. And the school of Hillel say, he may say it in the place where he remembers his error. Until what time may he say the benediction? Until the food in his bowels is digested. 8. If wine is brought after the food and there is but that one cup, the school of Shammai say, the benediction is said over the wine and then over the food. And the school of Hillel say, the benediction is said over the food and then over the wine. They may answer amen after an Israelite who says a benediction, but not after a Samaritan until they have heard the whole benediction. 9. 1. If a man saw a place where miracles had been wrought for Israel, he should say, blessed is he that wrought miracles for our fathers in this place. If he saw a place from which idolatry had been rooted out, he should say, blessed is he that rooted out idolatry from our land. 2. If he saw shooting stars, earthquakes, lightnings, thunders and storms, he should say, blessed is he whose power and might fill the world. If he saw mountains, hills, seas, rivers and deserts he should say, blessed is the author of creation. R. Judah says, if Anan saw the great sea too he should say, blessed is he that made the great sea, but only if he sees it at intervals of time. For rain and good tidings he should say, blessed is he, the good and the doer of good. For bad tidings he should say, blessed is he, the true judge. 3. If a man built a house or bought new vessels he should say, blessed is he that hath given us life. 1. A man should say the benediction for misfortune regardless of any consequent good, and for good fortune regardless of any consequent evil. If a man cries out to God over what is past, his prayer is vain. Thus if his wife was with child and he said, may it be thy will that my wife shall bear a male, this prayer is vain. If he was returning from a journey and heard a sound of lamentation in the city and said, may it be thy will that they which make lamentation be not of my house, this prayer is vain. 4. He that enters into a town should pray twice, once on his coming in and once on his going forth. Ben Azai says, 4 times, twice on his 1/2 Api 9, the Mediterranean. 3. Some texts add, and hath preserved us and suffered us to come to this time. First division, Zeraim coming in and twice on his going forth, offering thanks for what is past and making supplication for what is still to come. 5. Man is bound to bless God for the evil even as he blesses God for the good. 1. For it is written, and thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul and with all thy might, with all thy heart. Lebab, with both thine impulses, thy good impulse and thine evil impulse, and with all thy soul, even if he take away thy soul, and with all thy might, with all thy wealth. Another explanation for is, with all thy might, Mayadika, for whichever measure, Mida 0 Mida, he measures out to thee, do thou give him thanks. Mada, exceedingly bimgad Mayad. A man should not behave himself unseemly while opposite the eastern gates of the temple, since it faces toward the Holy of Holies. He may not enter into the temple mount with his staff or his sandal or his wallet, or with the dust upon his feet, nor may he make of it a short bypath. Still less may he spit there. 6. At the close of every benediction in the temple they used to say, for everlasting. But after the heretics 7 had taught corruptly and said that there is but one world. 8. It was ordained that they should say, from everlasting to everlasting. And it was ordained that a man should salute his fellow with the use of the name of God. For it is written, and, behold, Boaz came from Bethlehem, and said unto the reapers, the Lord be with you. And they answered him, the Lord bless thee. 9. And it is written, the Lord is with thee, thou mighty man of valor. 19. And it is written, and despise not thy mother when she is old. 11. And it is written, it is time to work for the Lord. They have made void thy law. 12. R. Nathan says, they have made void thy law because it was a time to work for the Lord. 21. Peak 14. Gleanings. 1:1. These are things for which no measure is prescribed. 15 p. lb. First fruits. 7. The festal offering. 28. Deeds of loving kindness and the study of the law. These are things whose fruits a man enjoys in this world while the capital is laid up for him in the world to come. Honoring father and 1 cf above. S. 1 Dut 6s. J. Because heart is here written in Hebrew with 2 beths. Lebab, instead of but 1. Led for an example of wordplay characteristic of the rabbinical method of Midrash Haggadah. See Api 10. See more. 2. 253. SC Mid 2. The Holy of Holies was visible from high ground on the slope of the Mount of Olives. 6. The Cambridge manuscript adds, if it is forbidden to enter with shodden feet, which implies lack of respect, how much more is spitting forbidden, which implies contempt? 1. A variant reading is Sadducees. CJQRV. 1915. P. 314. The Heb Old means both world and eternity. Ruth 2:10. Judge 6 inches. 11. Prov 23. An ancient custom, like using God's name in greeting, may not lightly be set aside. 1 Pizuk 4. 11. See more. I 259. In times of emergency it may be right to set aside or amend the commandments of God enjoined in his law. The law may best be served by breaking it. The tractate deals with the biblical laws. Lev 19. 23. Dut 24. Permitting the poor to glean in the fields and vineyards and from the olive trees, and also with poorman's tithe. Dut. I 4. F. Which takes the place of second tithe. CP 73. N 6. In the third and 6th years of the 7-year cycle. In the written law 16 lit. Corner. SC of Diefield. where the owner is required by Lev 19 feet and Lev 23 inches to leave part of his crop unreaped for the benefit of the poor. Though the law has prescribed no limit, the scribes have fixed a minimum. See 117 Dut 261:11. 18 Heb. Re'ayan. Dut I6U provides that all male Israelites shall appear thrice a year in the temple. See App I37. And that they shall not appear empty, i.e. without an offering for the temple, but the nature and value of the offering is not prescribed. See Haggai 1. Re'ayan may equally well mean appearing, JC in the temple, i.e. the Israelite may enter the temple as often as he pleases at the 3 feasts. Berakath. 9. 4. p. 2. 4 Mother. Haggai 1. Re'ayan may equally well mean appearing, JC in the temple. Berakath. 9. 4. p. 2. 4 Mother. Deeds of loving kindness, making peace between a man and his fellow, and the study of the law is equal to them all. 2. P should be not less than 1/60th part of the harvest, and although they have said that no measure is prescribed for P, it should ever accord with the size of the field and the number of the poor and the yield of the harvest. 13. P may be left at the beginning of the field or at the middle thereof. R. Simeon says, provided that the prescribed measure is left at the end. R. Judah says, if a man left behind, at the last, but a single stalk he can rely on that as fulfilling the law of P, and if he did not, leave aught at the end, what he leaves, at the beginning or the middle of the field, counts only as ownerless property. 2-4. A general rule have they enjoined concerning P, whatsoever is used for food and is kept watch over 3 and grows from the soil and is all reaped together and is brought in for storage is liable to the law of P. Grain and pulse come within this general rule. 5. Among trees, shumac, carob, walnut trees, almond trees, vines, pomegranate trees, olive trees, and palm trees are subject to the law of P. 6. A man may continue to grant P, even after the crop has been reaped, and be exempt from giving tithe from it until it is finally stacked. He may grant part of his crop as ownerless property and be exempt from giving tithe from it until it is finally stacked. He may feed cattle, wild animals or birds with it and be exempt from giving tithe from it until it is finally stacked. He may take it from the threshing floor and use it for seed, and be exempt from giving tithe from it until it is finally stacked. So are Akiba. If a priest or a Levite bought the grain while it lay on a threshing floor, they may keep the tithe, unless it had been finally stacked. If a man dedicated his harvest to the temple, and redeemed it, he is still liable to give tithe from it, unless the temple treasurer had finally stacked it. 1. These serve as bounds for in what concerns P, a riverbed or pond, a private or a public road, a public path or a private path that is in regular use during both the summer and the rainy season, fallow land and land newly broken up, and a different kind of crop. If a man cut young corn for fodder, the part so reaped acts as a bound. So are Meir, but the sages say, it does not act as a bound unless he plowed it up afresh. 2. If a water channel is so wide that the corn on either side cannot be cut together, R. Judah says, it acts as a bound. If any hilltop can be hoed with a mattock, even though the oxen cannot pass over with the plow, a single P is granted for the whole field on both sides of the hill. 3. These all serve as bounds for sown crops, but a fence alone serves as a bound for the P that is granted from trees. If the branches of the trees on either side of the fence were intertwined, the fence does not serve as a bound, and a single P is granted for all the trees on either side. 4. For all carob trees that are within sight of each other, a single P is granted even if fences intervene. Rabban Gamaliel said, in my father's house they used to grant P separately for their olive trees in each quarter. X or according to the poverty of the people, i.e. where poverty is severe, P should be abundant. 1. It does not fulfill the law of P, but is available for the rich as well as the poor. 1. Private property is distinct from ownerless produce. Cf. Mos i.e. mark out certain areas as units, from each of which P must be given of the city, and for all carob trees that were within sight of each other. R. Eleazar the son of R. Zadok says in his name, a single peak was granted for their carob trees also throughout the whole city. 5. If a man sowed his field in one kind, even if he made up 2 threshing floors, he need grant but 1 P. If he had sown it in 2 kinds, even if he made up but 1 threshing floor, he must grant 2 P. Jis. If he sowed his field in 2 kinds of wheat and made up 1 threshing floor, he grants 1 p. But if 2 threshing floors, he must grant 2 p. 6. It once happened that our Simeon of Mitzpah thus sowed his field and came before Rabban Gamaliel, and they went up to the chamber of hewn stone 1 to inquire. Nahum the scrivener said, I have received a tradition from our Misha, who received it from his father, 2 who received it from the Zugath, 3 who received it from the prophets as a halakha given to Moses from Sinai, 4 that if a man sowed his field in 2 kinds of wheat and made them up into 1 threshing floor, he grants 1 peak, but if 2 threshing floors, he must grant 2 peas. 7. If a field was reaped by Gentiles or by robbers, or if ants nibbled the crop, or if wind or cattle broke it down, it is exempt from p. If the owner reaped half and thieves reaped the remaining half, it is exempt, since his liability to p applied only to the half of the crop that he had left as standing corn. 8. If thieves reaped half and the owner reaped the remaining half, he must grant p from what he has reaped. If he reaped half and sold the remaining half, the buyer must grant p for the whole. If he reaped half and dedicated the remaining half, he that redeems it from the temple treasurer must grant pek for the whole. 3. 1. If between olive trees there were plots sown with grain, the school of Shammai say, p must be granted from every plot, and the school of Hillel say, from 1 for all, but they agree that if the ends of the rows of corn were confused, p is granted from 1 plot for all. 2. If a man reaped his field in patches, leaving unreaped the unripe stems, our Akiba says, he must grant p from every patch, but the sages say, from 1 patch for all. The sages agree with our Akiba that if a man sowed dill or mustard seed in 3 separate places, he must grant p from each 3. If he uprooted fresh onions for the market and suffered others to remain and dry for the store chamber, he must grant p from these by themselves and p from these by themselves. So, 2. With peas and so, 2. With a vineyard, if he thinned them out he need grant p from what is left, only, according to the quantity that he has suffered to remain. But if he uprooted them from 1 place only 5, he must grant p from what is left for the whole. 4. Seed onions are liable to p, but our Jose declares them exempt. Son, Iis, Edu I 7, Tam 2 feet, 4s, mid 5 2 heb, Abba, this may be a proper name. 1 cf. Abba registered sign, lit. Pairs of leaders president and father of the court, from the time of Jose b. Joser, c. 100 BC, to the time of Hillel and Shammai, c. Hag 2. Red diamonds card suit. A formula occurring again in Edu I 8 feet, Yod 4, denoting an established, ageless tradition not derived or derivable from the written law. Compare the formula used in the same sense. Rightly have they said, kill 2, tur 2 leaders, shad 1, io 4, na 7 feet. 5 so maim, but Bert renders, if he uprooted some for the self-same purpose, for which he leaves the rest. If plots of onions grew among vegetables, our Jose says, peak is granted from each, but the sages say, from 1 for all 5. If 2 brothers, who were joint holders, separate, they must grant 2 peaks, but if they become again joint holders they need grant but 1 peak. If 2 persons bought a tree they need grant but 1 peak, but if one bought the northern half and the other the southern half, each must grant peak separately. If a man sold only the stems of the plants in his field, and not their soil, the buyer must grant peak from each plant. Our Judah said, this applies if the owner of the field had kept back not for himself, but if the owner of the field had kept back aught for himself he must grant peak for the whole. 6. Our Eliezer says, a quarter anger space 1 of ground is subject to the law of peak. Our Joshua says, ground that will produce 2 seas. 2. Our Tarfon says, ground measuring 6 handbreadths by 6. Our Judah B. Bathera says, ground large enough to need 2 strokes of the sickle. And the halakha is according to him. Our Akiba says, any ground soever is subject to the laws of peak and first fruits. A prosbul 3 can be written on its security, and in conjunction with it movable property 4 can be acquired by money, by writ or by use of caption. 5 7. If one that lay 6 assigned his goods to others, as a gift, and kept back any land soever. 7. If he recovered, his gift remains valid, but if he had kept back no land soever 8 his gift does not remain valid. If he assigned his goods to his children and assigned to his wife any land soever, she forfeits her ketubah. Our Jose says, if she accepted such an assignment, even though he did not indeed assign it to her. 10. She forfeits her ketubah. 8. If a man assigned his goods to his slave, 1. He becomes a freedman. If he kept back any land soever. 12. He does not become a freedman. R. Simeon says, in either case he becomes a freedman unless the master says, let all my goods be given to such a one, my slave, excepting 1/10,000th part of them. 134. 1. Peak is granted from what is still joined to the ground. From released vines and date palms the householder fetches down the fruit, and distributes it to the poor. R. Simeon says, so, too, with walnut trees, if even 99 were in favor of peak being distributed and but one was in favor of helping themselves, they must listen to him since he has spoken according to halakha. 2. But it is not so with trellised vines and date palms. If even 99 were in favor of helping themselves and but one was in favor of peak being distributed, they must listen to him since he has spoken according to halakha. Sec App 2, E, C App 2, DJC App I 34, 4 CF, Kid I. Movable property by itself can only be acquired by the purchaser's drawing it towards himself. CBM 41, BB 5 feet 5 CBB 3 IA. 6. Likely to die. CBBQ 7 showing that he had not assigned the rest in anticipation of death, showing that he assigned the land only on the assumption that he was about to die. See App I 16. The presumption is that she accepted the assignment in lieu of her ketubah. 10. It is still to be presumed that she was willing to share with the sons in the inheritance and to forego her claim to her ketubah. 11. The slave is himself goods and he thus becomes his own possessor. 11. The slave is still in part enslaved to the owner who has still kept back for himself part of his goods, including the slave. 13. By which he may have intended to leave the slave himself out of the assignment. 3. If one of the poor took part of the peak and threw it over the rest, 1 knot of it belongs to him. If he fell down upon it or spread his cloak over it, it must be taken away, and the same applies to gleanings too and the forgotten sheaf. J4. They may not cut the peak with sickles or uproot it with spades, lest they strike one another. 5. The poor may make 3 searches during the day, in the morning, at midday, and at sunset. Rabban Gamaliel says, this is enjoined only lest they search less often. R. Akiba says, this is enjoined only lest they search more often. The men of Beth Namer used to reap their crops by the measuring line and leave peak from every furrow. 6. If a Gentile reaped his field and afterward became a proselyte, he is exempt from the law of gleanings, the forgotten sheaf and peak. R. Judah declares him liable to the law of the forgotten sheaf, since that applies at the time of sheaf binding. 7. If a man dedicated his standing corn and redeemed it while it was yet standing corn, he is subject to the law of the forgotten sheaf. If he dedicated it while it was bound up in sheaves and redeemed it while it was yet bound up in sheaves, he is still subject to the law of the forgotten sheaf. But if he dedicated it while it was yet standing corn and redeemed it after it was bound up in sheaves, his crop is exempt, since at the time when it would have been liable it was exempt. 5. 8. In like manner, if a man dedicated his produce before it had become liable to tithe 6 and then redeemed it, it is still liable to tithes. If he dedicated it after it had become liable to tithes and then redeemed it, it is still liable. But if he had dedicated it before it was ripe and it ripened in the charge of the temple treasurer, and he afterward redeemed it, it is exempt from tithes, since at the time when it would have been liable it was exempt. 9. If a man gathered up peak and said, this is for the poor man such aon, R. Eliezer says, it belongs rightfully to such a one, but the sages say, he must give it to the poor man that is found first. The gleanings, forgotten sheaf and peak, that have been taken by the poor from the field of a Gentile are liable to tithes, unless he had declared them ownerless property. 2. What counts as gleanings? Whatsoever drops down at the moment of reaping. If a reaper reaped an armful or plucked a handful, and a thorn pricked him and what he held fell from his hand to the ground, this belongs to the householder. What falls from within the hand or the sickle belongs to the poor. What falls from the back of the hand or the sickle belongs to the householder. What falls from the top of the hand or the sickle, R. Ishmael says, it belongs to the poor. R. Akiba says, to the householder. 11. What is found in ant holes while the corn is still standing, belongs to the householder, after the reapers have passed over them. What lies 1 is an assertion that he claimed it. 1 see below. 419. 3 do 241 1. See below. 5. Red diamonds card suit. See num 32 inches. Perhaps the Modem Nimrin in Transjordan. Also explained as a family name. Modem commentators explain Beth Namer as a field cultivated irregular strips and patches. C3, where a verbal form of Namer, leopard, is used. 5. Since the poor have no claims on what is dedicated to the temple. 6. Namely when it ripens. See Mos Is. Under tithes is understood heave offering, first, or Levitic, tithe and second tithe, or, in the 3rd and 6th years, poorman's tithe. Uppermost, in the antholes, belongs to the poor, and what is beneath belongs to the householder. Our Meir says, it belongs to the poor in either case, since gleanings that are endowed are deemed to be gleanings. 5. 1. If gleanings have not been taken from beneath, a place where stands, a heap of calm, whatsoever touches the ground belongs to the poor. If the wind scattered the sheaves, over ground from which gleanings have not been taken, they estimate what gleanings the field was like to have yielded. And this they give to the poor. Rabban Simeon B. Gamaliel says, they give to the poor as much as the field would require for seed. 1-2. If 2. The tip of an ear of corn left standing after the reaping touches the standing corn, and it can be reaped together with the standing calm, it belongs to the householder, otherwise it belongs to the poor. If an ear of calm belonging to the gleanings was confused with calm that was stacked, the householder must tithe 3 an ear of corn and give it to him. R. Eliezer said, but how can this poor man be given aught in exchange for what he has never possessed? 4. But, rather, the poor man is granted ownership in the whole heap, and then an ear of corn is tithed and given to him. 3. They may not water the field with a pitcher. 5. Before gleanings have been taken, so are Meir, but the sages permit it because it is still possible for the poor to receive their dues. 4. If a householder was traveling from one place to another and it became needful for him to take gleanings, the forgotten sheaf or pig, or poorman's tithe, 6. He may take them, and when he returns to his house he should make restitution. So are Eliezer, but the sages say, he need make no restitution because, at that time he was a poor man. 5. If a man gave the poor aught in exchange for their gleanings, what they give, in exchange for his is exempt from tithes, but what he gives, in exchange for theirs is liable to tithes. If 2 poor men had leased a field on sharing terms, 7. Each may give the other his portion of poorman's tithe. If a poor man undertook to reap a field he is forbidden to take gleanings, the forgotten sheaf, p. or poorman's tithe. R. Judah said, this applies if he received it from the owner on condition of paying a half, third, or quarter, of the harvest. But if the owner had said to him, the third of what thou reapest shall be thine, he is permitted to take gleanings, the forgotten sheaf, and p. but he is forbidden poorman's tithe. 6. If a man sold his field, he that sells it is permitted to benefit from what falls to the poor, but the buyer is forbidden. A man may not hire laborers on the condition that a laborer's son shall glean behind him. If a man will not suffer the poor to glean, or suffers one and not another one, so maim. CBM 9s. Bert, and Tif. Yus would render, according to the proportion that usually falls, at the time of reaping, namely 1/45th part. 2 Edu I 2-3. He must give the poor something that is already certainly tithe-free, since the ear of corn, which was the poor man's due, is tithe-free. According to 4, the owner cannot grant p to any poor man in particular s because this makes it harder for the poor to glean. Maim, and Bert, render, they may not, in sowing, mix vetchlings with the rest of the grain, since this would be to the detriment of the poor. 6. In the 3rd and 6th years of the sabbatic cycle, what in other years would be set apart as second tithe, CP 73, and 6, is given to the poor. Duke 14. 7. Heberiseth. They agree to pay the owner a fixed proportion of the crop as rent, or the owner agrees to pay the cultivator a fixed proportion as his hire, or aids one of them, he is a robber of the poor. Of such a one it is written, remove not the landmark of them that come up. 1:7. If the laborers forgot a sheaf but the householder had not forgotten it, or if the householder forgot it but the laborers had not forgotten it, or if the poor stood in front of it or covered it with stubble, this is not rightfully a forgotten sheaf. 8. If he was removing the sheaves elsewhere to bind them into cap-shaped covers or bottom pieces, for stacks, or cake-shaped stacks, or, to refashion them, into larger sheaves, the law of the forgotten sheaf does not apply. If they were taken thence to the threshing floor, the law of the forgotten sheaf applies. If he removed the sheaves to the stack, the law of the forgotten sheaf applies, but from thence to the threshing floor the law of the forgotten sheaf does not apply. This is the general rule. While the sheaves are taken to the place that marks the end of their preparation, the law of the forgotten sheaf applies, but from thence to the threshing floor the law of the forgotten sheaf does not apply. While they are taken to a place that does not mark the end of their preparation, the law of the forgotten sheaf does not apply, but from thence to the threshing floor the law of the forgotten sheaf applies. 6. The school of Shammai say 2. If produce is proclaimed ownerless for the benefit of the poor, it is deemed ownerless, and tithe-free. And the school of Hillel say, it can only be deemed ownerless, and tithe-free, if it is proclaimed ownerless equally for the benefit of the rich, as in the year of release. 3. If the sheaves in a field were each of 1 cab's 4 bulk and one was of 4 cabs, if this was forgotten, the school of Shammai say, it may not be deemed a forgotten sheaf, and the school of Hillel say, it may be deemed a forgotten sheaf too. If a sheaf lay near to a wall or to a stack or to the oxen or to the implements, and it was forgotten, the school of Shammai say, it may not be deemed a forgotten sheaf. And the school of Hillel say, it may be deemed a forgotten sheaf. 3. Whether any sheaf at the ends of rows may or may not be deemed a forgotten sheaf, is proved by a sheaf lying over against it. If the house holder laid hold of a sheaf to take it to the city and forgot it, they agree that this may not be deemed a forgotten sheaf. 4. These conditions apply to ends of rows. If 2 began to gather the sheaves in the middle of the row, the one facing north and the other facing south. 6. And they forgot sheaves that had been in front of the man behind them. What was in front of them may be deemed a forgotten sheaf, but what had been behind them from the beginning may not be deemed a forgotten sheaf. If one alone began from the end of the row and forgot sheaves in front of him and behind him, what was in front of him may not be deemed a forgotten sheaf, but what was behind may be deemed a forgotten sheaf. For here applies the rule, thou shalt not go again. 7. This is the general rule. Where the law thou shalt not go again applies, the law of the forgotten sheaf applies, but where the law thou shalt not go again does not apply, the law of the forgotten sheaf does not apply. 1 Prov 22 inches. For Olam, of old, the Mishnah reads Olam, they that come up, meaning either Israelites generally who came up from Egypt, or, euphemistically, those who have come down, i.e. become poor. So also in P7 feet edu I 43 dut 151. See App 2. D5 one may assume that it was deposited there of set purpose. They are turned back to back with some sheaves between them. 7 dut 24. 5. 2 sheaves together may be deemed forgotten sheaves. 3 together may not be deemed forgotten sheaves. 2 heaps of olives or carobs may be deemed forgotten sheaves. 3 may not. 2 stalks of flax may be deemed forgotten sheaves. 3 may not. 2 grapes may count as great gleanings. 3 may not. 2 ears of corn may count as gleanings. 1 3 may not. These rulings are according to the school of Hillel. Of them all the school of Shammai say, where there are 3 they belong to the poor, where there are 4 they belong to the householder. 6. If a sheaf containing 2 seahs was forgotten, it may not be deemed a forgotten sheaf. If there were 2 sheaves containing 2 seahs between them, and they were forgotten, Rabban Gamaliel says, they belong to the householder, but the sages say, to the poor. Rabban Gamaliel said, is the householder's claim strengthened or weakened according to the greater number of the sheaves? They replied, it is strengthened. He said to them, if, therefore, 1 sheaf containing 2 seahs, when it is forgotten, may not be deemed a forgotten sheaf, is not the inference that 2 sheaves, also containing 2 seahs, shall not be deemed a forgotten sheaf? They replied, null as thou arguest of 1 sheaf, which is as large as a stack, wouldst thou argue also of 2 sheaves, which are as small as bundles? 7. If standing calm containing 2 seahs was forgotten, it may not be deemed a forgotten sheaf. If it did not contain 2 seahs but was fit to produce 2 seahs, even if it was but a crop of vetchlings, it must be regarded as though it was a yield of barley. 8. Standing corn, that has not been forgotten, saves a sheaf and other standing calm from being deemed forgotten. A sheaf saves neither another sheaf nor standing corn. What standing calm saves the sheaf? Whatsoever that has not been forgotten, even though it was but a single stalk. 9. A seah of plucked calm and a seah of unplucked corn, and the same applies to fruit trees. Garlic and onions may not be included together to make up 2 seahs, but must be left for the poor. R. Jose says, if aught that rightly falls to the poor separates them, they may not be included. together, otherwise they may be included together. 10. That is used for green fodder or for binding up sheaves, and the same applies to binding stalks of garlic, and bunches of garlic and onions may not be deemed a forgotten sheaf. And whatsoever is stored away in the ground, like arum, garlic and onions, our Judah says, they may not be deemed a forgotten sheaf, but the sages say, they may be deemed a forgotten sheaf. 11. If a man reaped by night and tied up sheaves, or if the reaper was blind, the law of the forgotten sheaf still applies. If he purposed to take away the larger sheaves only, the law of the forgotten sheaf does not apply. If he said, I am reaping on the condition that what I forget I will take away afterward, the law of the forgotten sheaf still applies. 7. 1. If an olive tree in a field has its special fame, such as an olive tree yielding much oil 3 in its season, and it is forgotten, the law of the forgotten sheaf does not apply to it. This applies only to a tree having its special 1 Levite 1. 1 for other examples of similar argumentation. CFPs 6, Ned 10, Shebu 3, Zeb 7, Men 12s, Hull 4, Kurj A, or, as a Netifa olive tree, for Netifa CEZR 2 inches. U49. Name, or its special works, or its special place, its name, that it was a Shifkoni or Beshani tree, 1 its works, that it yielded much, and its place, that it stood beside the winepress or the gap in the wall. But as for other olive trees, if 2 of them were forgotten, the law of the forgotten sheaf applies, but if 3, it does not apply. R. Jose says, the law of the forgotten sheaf does not apply to olive trees too. If an olive tree stood among 3 rows of other olive trees, bordering 2 plots of sown ground, and was forgotten, the law of the forgotten sheaf does not apply. If an olive tree which bears 2 seeds was forgotten, the law of the forgotten sheaf does not apply. This is so only if they had not begun to pick the tree, but if they had already begun, even if it is known as an olive tree yielding much oil 2 in its season, and had then forgotten it, the law of the forgotten sheaf applies, so long as aught remains ungathered on the ground below the tree. What is left above still belongs to the householder. R. Meir says, only after the beater that knocks off hidden olives has gone by, does the law of the forgotten sheaf apply to what is left. 3. What counts as great gleanings. 3. Single grapes that fall to the ground during the vintage. If during the vintage the gatherer cut off a cluster which became entangled in the leaves and fell from his hand to the ground, and berries fell off, they still belong to the householder. If a man put a basket beneath the vine while he was gathering the grapes, such a one is a robber of the poor. Of him it is written, remove not the landmark of them that come up. 4. What counts as a defective grape cluster. 5. Any cluster that lacks both shoulder and pendant, if it has still either shoulder or pendant, it belongs to the householder. If it is in doubt, it belongs to the poor. If a defective cluster on the crutch of a branch was cut off together with a cluster that was not defective, it belongs to the householder, otherwise it belongs to the poor. If a grape grew singly, our Judah says, it counts as a cluster, but the sages say, as a defective cluster. 5. If a man thinned out his vines, he may thin out what belongs to the poor like as he thins out what belongs to himself. 6. So our Judah, our Meir says, he has rights over what is his but not over what belongs to the poor. 6. The school of Shammai say, the rules of the added, 5th 7 and of removal 8 do not apply to the grapes of a 4th year vineyard. 9. And the school of Hillel say, they do apply. The school of Shammai say, the laws of great gleanings and of the defective cluster apply, and the poor redeem the grapes for themselves. 10. And the school of Hillel say, the whole yield goes to the winepress. 11. 7. If a vineyard has in it not save defective clusters, our Eliezer says, they belong to the householder. Our Akiba says, to the poor. Our Eliezer, i.e. from Psizon, Beth Shean. These 2 names may be taken as adjectives, meaning profusely yielding and ill-yielding. The latter is also interpreted putting other trees to shame by its heavy yield. Seep 17, N3, 7 Hebtrut, Lev 191, Seep 16, NT. 5 Heb-Oleoth, used, in the plural in is 17, 24 inches in the general sense of great gleanings. 4 i.e. he may thin out the single grapes and the defective cluster. 7 CBM 4. CMSH 5. Removal and the added 5th. When the fruit is substituted by its money value, Apply to second tithe after the first 3 years of the fruit of its uncircumcision. Lev 19. The fruit of any tree, not of vines only, that grows in the 4th year, or the money with which it has been redeemed, must be taken up to Jerusalem and there consumed in conditions similar to those prescribed for second tithe. P 73, N 6, CMSHS 8. 10. And take them to Jerusalem, of the householder. Said, it is written, when thou gatherest the grapes of thy vineyard thou shalt not take the defective clusters. 1. Since there can be no great gathering, how can there be defective clusters? For the gleaners? R. Akiba replied, it is written, and from thy vineyard thou shalt not take the defective clusters. 2. Even though all the grapes are defective clusters. Why, then, is it written, when thou gatherest the grapes of thy vineyard thou shalt not take the defective clusters? To teach that the poor have no claim to the defective clusters before the vintage. 8. If a man dedicated his vineyard before it can be known which are the defective clusters, the poor have no claim to them, but if he dedicated it after it was known which were the defective clusters, they belong to the poor. R. Jose says, they must reward the temple for their increase. To what does the law of the forgotten sheaf apply in a trellised vine? To whatsoever is beyond a man's reach, and in a ground-trained vine, to whatsoever is left, after the great gatherer has passed by it. 8. 1. From what time are all men permitted to glean from the field? After the last of the poor have gone, and to take great gleanings and defective clusters? After the poor have gone into the vineyard and returned, and to glean from the olive trees? After the second rainfall. 3. R. Judah said, but are there not some that do not pick their olives until after the second rainfall? But, rather, others may not glean from the olive trees, until such time that when a poor man goes forth he cannot bring back more than 4 isers for worth. 2. The poor may be believed about gleanings, the forgotten sheaf, and peak in their season, and poorman's tithe in the year thereof. 6. The Levite may be believed 7 at all times, but they may be believed only about produce that men are accustomed to give them. 3. The poor may be believed about unground wheat, but not meal or bread. They may be believed about rice in the husk, but not husked rice, whether uncooked or cooked. They may be believed about beans, but not crushed beans, whether uncooked or cooked. They may be believed about oil if they say, it is poorman's tithe, but not if they say, it is from olive gleanings. 4. They may be believed about vegetables that are raw but not if they are cooked, unless the quantity is small, for such is the custom of a householder to take out of his stew pot, and give to the poor. 5. They may not give to the poor from the threshing floor, as poorman's tithe, less than a half fafo of wheat or a cab of barley. R. Meir says, a yazai cab of barley, or a cab and a half of spelt or a cab of dried figs or a renina of fig cake. R. Akiba says, half a mind, a half fog one of wine. R. Akiba says, a quarter, or a quarter fog of oil. R. Akiba says, an eighth, of any other produce. Abbasal says, they should be given, so much that, if they sell it, they can buy therewith food for 2 meals. 6. This measure is prescribed for priests, for Levites, and for Israelites alike. If a man would keep aught back, for his own poor kinsfolk, he should take away half and give half, to the poor that come to him. If he has but one do 24 inches to Lev 191 SC Shibi, 97. It was about November C. App 2, A. When he so describes what he sells to an associate, CP 20, N9. As such they are tithe-free and the associate need not assume that they are deme, not certainly tithed. 6. Namely the 3rd and 6th TB years of the sabbatic cycle. 7. If he says that produce, which he is selling, is first tithe from which heave offering of tithe has been duly separated little, and cannot give each of the poor the prescribed measure, he should set it before them while they divide it among themselves. 7. A poor man that is journeying from place to place should be given not less than 1 loaf worth a pondion, from wheat costing 1 selah for 4 Cs. 1. If he spends the night in such a place, he should be given what is needful to support him for the night. If he stays over the Sabbath he should be given food enough for 3 meals. If a man has food enough for 2 meals he may not take aught from the paupers dish. 2. And if enough for 14 meals he may not take aught from the poor fund. The poor fund is collected by 2 and distributed by 3. 8. If a man had 200 zuz he may not take gleanings, the forgotten sheaf, peak or poorman's tithe. If he had 200 less 1 denar, 1 and even 1,000 householders, together gave him each 1 denar. He may take gleanings, the forgotten sheaf, peak or poorman's tithe. If his goods were pledged to his creditor or were security for his wife's ketubah, he may take gleanings, the forgotten sheaf, peak, or poorman's tithe. They may not compel a man to sell his house or his articles of service. 9. If a man had 50 zuz and he traded with them, he may not take gleanings, the forgotten sheaf, peak or poorman's tithe. He that does not need to take them yet takes them shall not depart from this world before he falls in need of his fellow man, but he that needs to take them, yet does not take them shall not die in old age before he has come to support others out of his own goods. Of such a one it is written, Blessed is the man that trusteth in the Lord, and whose hope the Lord is. For and if a man is not lame or dumb or blind or halting, yet makes himself like to one of them, he shall not die in old age before he becomes like to one of them, as it is written, But he that seeketh after mischief it shall come unto him. And again it is written, That which is altogether just shalt thou follow. 6 So, 2. Is it with a judge that judges a judgment of truth according to its truth? And 7. Any judge that takes a bribe and perverts judgment shall not die in old age before his eyes wax dim, as it is written, And thou shalt take no gift, for a gift be on death them that have sight. 9 Demip. Produce not certainly tithed. 1. The rules about dismayed produce do not apply rigidly to wild figs, jujube fruit, hawthorn berries, white figs, sycamore figs, fruit fallen off the 1 cf, arabate 2 cf, pesio, 3 or zuzjer 177 s proven. 4 Dut 16 inches. Some texts omit the rest of the paragraph x23 for the uninstructed people of the land. The Arnmharets are under suspicion of not giving tithes from their produce. They are not, however, suspected of not giving heavy offering, because this has a higher degree of sanctity and is only a light exaction. It may be fulfilled by giving the priest a single grain of wheat. Their produce is styled deme, doubtful, i.e. it is in doubt whether it has been tithed. Therefore a scrupulous observer of the law, an associate, see below, 2i, who buys produce from an Emharetz, must still separate from it, the portion that is due to the priest out of the first tithe, namely the heave offering of tithe, which is 100th part of the derm produce, and b. second tithe in the years when that applies, the first, second, fourth, and fifth years of the sabbatic cycle. The former must be set aside and given to a priest, because the penalty of death, at the hands of heaven, is incurred by the non-priest who eats of it, and second tithe may not be eaten in uncleanness and outside of Jerusalem. He need not, however, do more than designate a portion as first tithe or, in its prescribed years, the third and sixth, poorman's tithe, since the onus rests in such cases on the Levite or poor man to prove that the produce has not already paid first tithe and poor man a tithe. These rules about dimmer produce were laid down, Sot 48 by Johanan the high priest, Sot 9, MSH 5. Characteristically the Mishnah does not state them but takes them for granted. P. 8, 6. Dima 1-2. 2 date palm, late ripening grapes and thummy capers, or, in Judea, teshumak, Judean 1 vinegar, and coriander. R. Judah says, all wild figs are exempt excepting those bearing twice a year. All jujube fruits are exempt excepting those of shikmana. All sycamore figs are exempt excepting those that ripen on the tree until they break open. 2. The rules of the added, fifth 3 and of removal 4 do not apply to second tithe from dismayed produce. It may be eaten by a mourner. 5. It may be brought into Jerusalem and taken out. 6. If small in quantity it may be lost by the way. 7. It may be given to an emharetzes and the like quantity of other produce, eaten, in Jerusalem. 9. Its redemption price. 10. May be converted to common use, silver, coins, being exchanged for other, silver, coins, or copper for copper, or silver for copper, and copper, coin that is second tithe redemption money may be exchanged for produce, provided that one again redeems 12 the produce, by money, so are Meir. But the sages say, the produce, itself, is brought up and consumed in Jerusalem. 3. If a man bought it for sowing or for feeding cattle, or if it was meal for preparing hides, or oil for the lamp, or oil for greasing utensils, it is exempt from the rules of dismayed produce, produce from the country beyond Chesed. 13 is exempt from the rules of fimu produce, the dow offering. 14 of an emharetz, produce mixed with heave offering. 15 produce bought with second tithe money, and the residues of the meal offerings are exempt from the rules of dismayed produce. 16. Sweet oil. The school of Shammai declare liable, but the school of Hillel declare it exempt. 4. Dismayed produce may be used for an Arab or for shidduch. 17. The benediction over food and the common grace may 18th be said over it. Tithes may be set apart from it, even if the man be naked. 19. Or at twilight, on the eve of Sabbath. 20. If the second tithe is taken from it before the first tithe, it matters not. 21. The oil with which the weaver greases his fingers is subject to the rules of 2 produce, but the oil which the woolcomber puts on the wool is exempt. 2. 1. Tithe must everywhere. 22. Be given from these things as being dismayed produce, fig cake, dates, carobs, rice, and cumin, but whosoever uses rice from outside the land of Israel is exempt. 2. He that undertakes to be trustworthy. 23. Must give tithe from what he eats and from what he sells and from what he buys, to sell again, and he may not be the guest of an Amharetz. R. Judah says, even he that is the guest of an Amharetz may still be reckoned trustworthy. They 1. Some texts omit 2 or those of da from. See also Shebi 9:2 when it is redeemed. Lev 27:1. Cf. BM 4. C. Duke T4. Cf. MSH. Duke 26s. 6. Contrary to the regular use. MSH 3:7. If it is burdensome even though he will eat it in uncleanness and cleanness. 10. To which the sanctity of the second tithe is transferred, all of which are contrary to the regular use. MSH 2:12. Valiant, and he may again redeem. 11. The biblical Achzib. Judge I. It was the northernmost town within the borders of Palestine. 9 miles N of acre. 14. Num 15. CP 83. N1. 12. If the heave offering is 100th part, or more, of the mixture, it must, usually, be sold to a priest because of the heave offering in it. 14. The Ankaru can be presumed to have duly tithed them all owing to the exceptional sanctity attaching to them. 17. See Appi 8 and 39. See Arab 3:14 Bur 7. See Tur I. Shab 2 feet 2 inches. See MSH 5:1. Tur 3:22. Even beyond Chesed 13, i.e. scrupulous in giving tithes. First division. Zeraim replied, he would not be trustworthy in what concerns himself. How then could he be trustworthy in what concerns others? 1:3. He that undertakes to be an associate may second not sell to an Amharetz foodstuff that is wet 3 or dry, or buy from him foodstuff that is wet, and he may not be the guest of an Amharetz, nor may he receive him as a guest in his own raiment. 4. R. Judah says, nor may he rear small cattle. 5. Or be profuse in vows or levity or contract uncleanness because of the dead, but he should minister in the house of study. They said to him, these things come not within the scope of the subject of the associate. 4. If they that undertake to be associates are bakers, the sages lay upon them only the duty of setting apart from demix produce enough for heave offering of tithe and dough offering. If they are shopkeepers, they may not sell dmax produce. All that deal in large quantities may sell dismayed produce. Who are they that deal in large quantities? The like of wholesale merchants and dealers in grain. 5. R. Meir says, if what is usually measured out in large quantities is measured out in small quantities, the small quantity falls under the rule governing large quantities. If what is usually measured out in small quantities is measured out in large quantities, the large quantity falls under the rule governing small quantities. What is accounted a large quantity? 3 cabs dry measure or a denar's worth of liquid. R. Jose says, if baskets of figs or baskets of grapes or hampers of vegetables are sold by estimation, they are exempt from the rules of demix produce. 3x dismayed produce may be given to the poor and to billeted troops. 6 to eat. Rabban Gamaliel used to give demix produce to his laborers to eat. The school of Shammai say, almoners should give what has been tithed to them that do not give tithe, and what is untithed to them that do give tithe. Thus all will eat of what is duly tithed. But the sages say, almoners may collect food and distribute it regardless of the rules of demix produce. And let him that is minded to tithe it, according to the rules of demix produce, tithe it too. If a man would lop off the leaves of vegetables to lighten his load, he should not throw them away until he has given tithe of them. 7. If he bought vegetables in the market and then ate, determined to give them back, he may not give them back until he has given tithe, since naught was lacking. 9. Save the numbering. If he was about to buy them but saw a better load, he may retract, and need not give tithe, since he had not drawn them into his possession. 3. If he found produce by the way and took it in order to eat it and then determined to put it aside, he may not do so until he has given tithe, but if in the beginning he took it only lest it be lost, he is exempt. Whatsoever a man may not sell if it is demix produce, he may not send, as a gift. 2. For the rule see Beck S1, 1 who undertook to observe the law to the full, in particular the rules of tithing and of cleanness and uncleanness, on the relation of the associates to the Pharisees, see more. 3. 26. 3 whereby it becomes susceptible to uncleanness, CP 758, NR. 4 C Hag 2 feet 5 BK 7 feet. Because their habit is to stray into others' premises and to cause damage. 0 or, passing guests, 1 lest an imharets pick them up and eat them untithed. Before paying for them. 9 he had already made them his own possession by the act of drawing them to himself. See Kid, is, BM 4, BB 9 feet. His fellow if it is tfchmu produce, our Jose permits him to send what is certainly untithed, provided that he makes the matter known. For, if a man brought his wheat to a miller that was a Samaritan or to a miller that was an Imharetz, its condition, after grinding, remains as before in what concerns tithes and seventh year produce. 1-2 But if he brought it to a miller that was a Gentile, after it has been ground, it is accounted deme produce. 3 If he gave his produce into the keeping of a Samaritan or an Imharetz, its condition remains as before in what concerns tithes and seventh year produce. But if into the keeping of a Gentile, it is accounted like to the Gentile's own produce. 4 R. Simeon says, it is accounted deme produce. 5. If a man gave food to be cooked to the mistress of the inn, he must tithe what he gives her. 5 And also what he receives back from her, since she must be suspected of changing it. R. Jose said, we are not answerable for deceivers. He need tithe only what he receives back from her. 6. If a man gave food to be cooked to his mother-in-law, he must tithe what he gives her and also what he receives back from her, since she must be suspected of changing what is spoiled. R. Judah said, she has a mind to the well-being of her daughter and feels shame for her son-in-law. R. Judah agrees that if a man gave to his mother-in-law food that it is lawful to eat, in the 7th year, she need not be suspected of changing it and giving her daughter forbidden 7th year produce to eat. 4 R. If a man bought produce from one that was not deemed trustworthy in the matter of tithes, and he forgot to tithe it, on the eve of Sabbath. 6 And he inquired on the Sabbath of him that sold it, he may eat at his word, but if it was already nightfall at the close of the Sabbath, he may not eat until he has given tithe. If he could not find him, but another that was not deemed trustworthy in the matter of tithes said to him, it is already tithed, he may eat at his word. But if it was already nightfall at the close of the Sabbath, he may not eat until he has given tithe. If heave offering of tithe from deme produce fell back to where it was, R. Simeon of Shezer says, even on a weekday a man need but inquire of the seller and eat at his word. 7-2. If a man compels his fellow by a vow to eat with him, and his fellow does not deem him trustworthy in the matter of tithes, he may eat with him during the first week although he does not deem him trustworthy in the matter of tithes, provided that the other shall say to him, the food is tithed. But on the second Sabbath, even if the other vowed to derive no benefit from him, if he ate not with him, he may not eat until he has given tithe. 3. R. Eliezer says, they need not even designate part of te produces poor man's tithe, but the sages say, they should designate it, but they need not set it apart. 4. If a man had designated part of deme produces heave offering of one that was duly tithed to CP 39, and 4. The miller is not presumed to have exchanged it for untithed produce or 7th year produce that had been bought. 1. He may have exchanged it for produce brought by an imharetz for which is not subject to tithes, as since an associate may not give any food not duly tithed, so that others shall be served from doing wrong. 6. It is forbidden to tithe on the Sabbath. Shabbat. 7. That it was, indeed, duly tithed from the first tithe, or part of certainly untithed produces poor man's tithe. The priest or the poor man may not take them on the Sabbath, but if a priest or a poor man was accustomed to eat with him, they may come and eat of them on the Sabbath, provided that he tells them that what they eat is heave offering of tithe or poor man's tithe. 5. If a man said to one that was not deemed trustworthy in the matter of tithes, buy food for me from someone that is trustworthy, or from one that pays tithes, the agent may not be trusted, but if he said, buy it from such a one, he may be trusted. If he went to buy it from such a one but returned and said, I did not find him and I bought it for thee from another that is trustworthy, he may not be deemed trustworthy. 6. If a man entered a city where he knew no one, and said, Who is there here that is trustworthy? Who is there here that pays tithes? And one said to him, I, he may not be believed, but if he said, Such a one is trustworthy, he may be believed. If he went to buy from him and said to him, Who is there here that sells old produce? One and he answered, He that sent thee to me, although they seem like them that requite one another, they may be believed. 7. If as drivers entered a city and the one said, My produce is new and that of my fellow is old, or my produce is not duly tithed but that of my fellow is duly tithed, they may not be believed. Our Judah says, they may be believed. 5. 1. If a man bought bread from the baker, 2. How should he apportion the tithe? He should take 3 sufficient for heave offering of tithe and for dough offering. 4. And say, The 100th part of what is here, to this side, shall be heave offering of tithe, with the rest of the first tithe adjoining it. That which I first made tithe shall be heave offering of tithe for the rest, and the rest, which I set apart, shall be dough offering. Let what is to the north or south of it be second tithe and rendered free for common use by the setting aside of its redemption, money. 2. If a man was minded to set apart heave offering and heave offering of tithe together, from certainly untithed produce, 5. He should take 1 part in 33 and a third, and say, Let 100th part of what is here, to this side, be common food, and the rest 6 heave offering for the whole, and let the 100th part of common food that is here, at this side, be tithe with the rest of the first tithe adjoining it, and let that part which I made tithe be heave offering of tithe for the rest of the first tithe, and the rest, which I set apart, shall be dough offering. Let what is to the north or south of it be second tithe and rendered free for common use by the setting aside of its redemption, money. 3. If a man bought from the baker, he may give tithe from what is freshly baked instead of from stale bread, or from stale bread instead of from what is freshly baked, even though they are of many diverse molds. So our Meir, our Judah forbids it, since one may suppose that wheat of yesterday came from one man, and was untithed, while that of today came from another, and was tithed. Our Simeon forbids it with heave offering of tithe but permits it with dough offering. 1. Last year harvest. Produce of the current year is forbidden unless the omer has first been reaped and offered. See Men 10. App 1.31. 1. Whose bread must be deemed demos produce. J. Designate but not separate. 4. CP 83. N1s. This Mishnah is not concerned with demoj produce 6, i.e. the remaining 2/100ths of the whole. 4. If a man bought from a bread shop, he should give tithe from each separate kind. So our Meir, our Judah says, he may give tithe from one for them all. Our Judah agrees that if a man bought from a dealer, one that buys from many bakers, he must give tithe from every kind. 2. 5. If a man bought from the poor, so, 2. If a poor man is given pieces of bread or fragments of fig cake, he must give tithe from every kind. But if he bought dates and dried figs, he may mix them together and then give tithe. Our Judah said, this applies when the gift is large, but when the gift is small, he must give tithe from every kind. 6. If a man bought from a provision dealer and bought from him again a second time, he may not give tithe from the one purchase for the other, although they are from the same store basket or of the same kind, but the provision dealer may be believed if he says, they are from the same stock. 7. If a man bought from a householder and bought from him again a second time, he may give tithe from the one purchase for the other, even though they are from 2 hampers or from 2 towns. If a householder sold vegetables in the market and they were brought to him from his own gardens, he that buys may give tithe from one kind for all, but if from other gardens, he must give tithe from each kind. 8. If a man bought untithed produce from 2 places, he may give tithe from the one for the other. Yet although they have said this, none may sell untithed produce except of necessity. 9. Tithe may be given from what is bought from an Israelite for what is bought from a Gentile, or from what is bought from a Gentile for what is bought from an Israelite, or from what is bought from an Israelite for what is bought from Samaritans, or from what is bought from Samaritans for what is bought from other Samaritans. Our Eliezer forbids the tithing of what is bought from certain Samaritans for what is bought from other Samaritans. 10. A whole plant pot is reckoned like to the ground itself. 3. If a man gave heave offering from what grows from the earth for what grows in a whole plant pot, his heave offering is valid. If from what grows in an Unhulled plant pot for what grows in a hulled plant pot. The heave offering is accounted valid, yet he must give heave offering afresh, if from what grows in a hulled plant pot for what grows in an unhulled plant pot. The heave offering is accounted valid, yet for it may not be consumed until heave offering and tithes have been taken from it. 11. If a man gave heave offering from dismayed produce for other dismayed produce, or from dismayed produce for produce certainly untithed, the heave offering is accounted valid, but he must give heave offering afresh. But if from produce certainly untithed for dismayed produce, the heave offering is accounted valid, yet it may not be consumed until heave offering and tithes have been taken from it. 6. 1. If a man leases a field from an Israelite, a Gentile, or a Samaritan, he must divide the produce in their presence. 6. If he hired 7 a field from one head multiple, one having the sole right of selling bread. In this one of the 2 following paragraphs the principle observed is to avoid giving tithe from what may be already tithed for what has not been tithed, or from what is exempt from tithes for what is not exempt. 3. What grows from it is subject to heave offering and tithes, but what grows from an unhulled plant pot is exempt, for produce of the hulled plant pot is still unpermitted until it is duly tithed for its own sake. 5. CP is, and 7. He is not responsible for tithing what belongs to them. 7. For a prescribed quantity of produce, irrespective of the total yield. An Israelite must first separate heave offering and, then, give the owner the produce prescribed as rent. R. Judah said, this applies when he pays him from the same field or from the same kind of produce, but when he pays him from another field or from another kind of produce, he must separate tithes as well. 1. And then make payment. 2. If he hired a field from a Gentile he must set aside tithes, as well as heave offering, and then make payment. R. Judah says, also if he leased from a Gentile the field of his fathers he must set aside tithes as well and then make payment. 3. If a priest or Levite leased a field from an Israelite, they, and the owner, share in the heave offering as well as in the common produce. R. Eliezer says, the tithes belong to them, for on this condition would they have come to cultivate the field. 4. If an Israelite leased a field from a priest or Levite, the tithes belong to the owner. R. Ishmael says, if a man from the provinces leased a field from a man of Jerusalem, the second tithe belongs to the man of Jerusalem. But the sages say, the man from the provinces is able himself to go up and consume it in Jerusalem. 2:5. If a man 3 leased olive trees for to gather the oil, he and the owner share in the heave offering as well as in the common produce. R. Judah says, if an Israelite leased olive trees from a priest or Levite for to gather the oil, on condition of receiving half of the profit, the tithes belong to the owner. 6. The school of Shammai say, a man may sell his olives only to an associate. The school of Hillel say, even to one that only pays tithes. 4. Yet the more scrupulous of the school of Hillel used to observe the words of the school of Shammai. 7. If 2 men gathered their grapes and brought them to the winepress, and one of them pays tithes and the other does not, he that pays tithes may pay what is incumbent on him, and his portion may be wheresoever he will. 8. If 2 men leased a field, or inherited it, or became joint holders, and the one was an associate and the other an inheritance, the one may say, do thou take the wheat from this place and I will take it from that, or do thou take wine from this place and I will take it from that, but he may not say, do thou take wheat and I will take barley, or do thou take wine and I will take oil. 59. If an associate and an inheritance inherited jointly from their father who was an inheritance, the associate may say to the other, do thou take the wheat that is in this place and I will take the wheat that is in that place. Or do thou take the wine that is in this place and I will take the wine that is in that place. But he may not say to the other, do thou take the wheat and I will take the barley, or do thou take the wet produce and I will take the dry. 10. If a proselyte and a Gentile inherited jointly from their father who was a Gentile, the proselyte may say to the other, do thou take what pertains to idolatry and I will take the money, or do thou take the wine, and one it is as though he paid him from his own wares, and an associate may not part with his produce unless it is duly tithed. 3 CP 73, and 6. 3. An Israelite from a Levite or priest and is not scrupulous in observing the laws of cleanness. For then he would be as one that exchanged or sold produce that was not duly tithed. I will take the produce, but after the property has come into the possession of the proselyte it is forbidden to him. 1:11. If a man sold produce in Syria to and said, it is from the land of Israel, tithes must be paid from it. If he said, it is already tithed, he may be believed, since the mouth that forbids is the mouth that permits. 3. If he said, it is of my own growing, 4. It must be tithed. But if he said, it is already tithed, he may be believed, since the mouth that forbids is the mouth that permits, and if it was known that he had another field in Syria, the produce must be tithed. 12. If an Ankarat said to an associate, buy him a bunch of vegetables, or buy me a loaf of bread, he may buy it, as well as what he buys for himself, without regard to which is for himself and which is for his fellow, and be exempt from tithing that of his fellow. But if he had said, this I buy for myself and this for my fellow, and then they were confused together, he must tithe them both, even if what belongs to his fellow is 100 times more than his own. 7. 1. If a man invited his fellow to eat with him on the Sabbath, and his fellow does not deem him trustworthy in the matter of tithes, on the eve of the Sabbath. 5. He may say, of what I shall set apart tomorrow let part be tithe. 6. With the rest of the first tithe adjoining it, let what I have made tithe be heave offering of tithe for the whole, and let the second tithe be to the north or south of it and rendered fit for common use by the setting aside of its redemption, money. 2. When they have mixed him the cup on the Sabbath, he may say, let what I am about to leave at the bottom of the cup be tithe with the rest of the first tithe adjoining it. Let what I have made tithe be heavy offering of tithe for the whole, and let the second tithe be at the mouth of the cup and rendered free for common use by the setting aside of its redemption, money. 3. If a laborer does not deem the householder trustworthy, he may take one dried fig and say, let this and the 9 which follow after it be tithe for the 90 that I shall eat. Let this one be heave offering of tithe for all of them, and let the second tithe be in the last fig and rendered free for common use by the setting aside of its redemption, money. And he should reserve one dried fig. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, he should not reserve it, for he thus lessens the work that he does for the householder. R. Jose says, he should not reserve it, because this 7 is a condition enjoined by the court. 4. If a man buys wine among Samaritans, he may say, let 2 logs which I shall set apart be heave offering, and 10 others, first tithe and 9 second tithe. Then, after he has set apart the redemption money, he may drink. 5. If a man had in his house untithed figs and he remembered them while he was in the house of study or in the field before sunset on the eve of Sabbath, he may say, let 2 figures 9 which I shall set apart be one to make any such proposal, one north of Chezib, CP 21, N 13. 3. For the application of the same formula, see Ket 2, Edu I 3-4 from my own field in Syria. As it was forbidden to separate tithe on the Sabbath, Shab 27. 6. I.e. heave offering of tithe which the Levite, had he received first tithe, should have given to a priest. 7. That the householder is responsible for tithing his produce before his laborers eat of it out of every 100 which he buys out of every 100 heave offering, and 10 first tithe and 9 second tithe. If they were tzitzi produce, let him say, let what I shall separate tomorrow be tithe with the rest of the first tithe adjoining it. Let what I have made tithe be heave offering of tithe for the whole of it, and let the second tithe be to the north or south of it and rendered fit for common use by the setting aside of its redemption, money. 6. If he had before him 2 baskets full of untithed produce and said, let the tithes of that basket be in this, the first basket is thereby tithed. If he said, let the tithes of that basket be in this, and let the tithes of this basket be in that, the first basket only is thereby tithed. If he said, let the tithes from either basket be within the other, he has thereby designated as tithe produce within them both. 7. If 100 parts of untithed produce were mixed with 100 parts of produce already tithed, 101 parts must be taken out as untithed produce. If 100 parts of untithed produce were mixed with 100 parts of tithe, 101 parts must be taken out as tithe. If 100 parts of duly tithed produce were mixed with 100 parts of tithe, 110 parts must be taken out as tithe. If 100 parts of untithed produce were mixed with 90 parts of tithe, or 90 parts of untithed produce with 80 parts of tithe, naught is lost. This is the general rule. When the greater part is untithed produce, naught is lost. 8. If a man had 10 rows each containing 10 jars of wine, and he had said, in the outer row let one be tithe, and it is not known which row it was, he must take 2 jars from diagonally opposite corners. If he had said, in the half of the outer row let one be tithe, and it is not known which half row it was. He must take 4 jars from the 4 corners. If he had said, in 1 row let 1 jar be tithe, and it is not known which row it was, he must take 10 jars, 1 from every row diagonally. If he had said, in 1 half row let 1 jar be tithe, and it is not known which half row it was, he must take 20 jars from 2 diagonal rows. If he had said, let 1 jar be tithe, and it is not known which jar, he must take tithe from every jar. Kilaim 1 diverse kinds. 1. Wheat and tares 2 are not accounted diverse kinds. Barley and goatgrass, spelt and oats, the common bean and the kidney bean, the everlastingia and the vetchling, the white bean and haricot bean are not accounted diverse kinds. 2. The cucumber and the muskmelon are not accounted diverse kinds. R. Judah says, they are accounted diverse kinds. Lettuce and willow lettuce, chicory and wild chicory, the leek and the wild leek, coriander and wild coriander, mustard and Egyptian mustard, the Egyptian gourd and the bitter gourd, the Egyptian bean and the carob are not accounted diverse kinds. 3. The turnip and the radish, the cabbage and the cauliflower, beet and arach are not accounted diverse kinds. R. Akiba added, garlic and wild lit, 2 kinds. Lev 19 and Duke 22 forbid 4 types of diverse kinds. Sowing a vineyard with diverse kinds, sowing a field or garden with diverse kinds of seed, allowing cattle to gender with a diverse kind, and wearing a garment of diverse kinds of stun, woolen and linen mingled together. Diverse kinds of seeds are only forbidden in the case of plants which differ in name, taste, and appearance. 2. Bearded darnel, garlic, onions and wild onions, lupin and wild lupin are not accounted diverse kinds. 4. Among trees the pear and the pippin, 1. The quince and the hawthorn are not accounted diverse kinds, although the apple and the medlar, the peach and the almond, the jujube and the ziziphus are like to each other, they are accounted diverse kinds. 2. 5. Although the long radish and the round radish, mustard and wild mustard, the Greek gourd and the Egyptian or bitter gourd are like to each other, they are accounted diverse kinds. 6. The wolf and the dog, the wild dog and the jackal, goats and gazelles, wild goats and sheep, the horse and the mule and the ass and the wild ass, although like to each other are accounted diverse kinds. 7. One kind of tree may not be grafted onto another kind, nor one kind of vegetable onto another kind, nor a tree onto a vegetable, nor a vegetable onto a tree. R. Judah permits the grafting of a vegetable onto a tree. 8. Vegetables may not be planted in the stump of a sycamore tree, nor may rue be grafted onto white cassia, since that is, to graft a vegetable onto a tree. A fig tree shoot may not be planted in scotchgrass that this may shade it, nor may a vine shoot be trained into a watermelon that this may pour its juice into it, since that is, to graft a tree onto a vegetable. A gourd seed may not be put into bugloss to protect it, since that is, to graft one kind of vegetable onto another. 9. If a man buried turnips and radishes under a vine, and some of the leaves were left uncovered, he need not fear lest he transgress thereby the law of diverse kinds or the laws of the 7th year 3 or of tithes. 4. And they may be removed on the Sabbath. 5. If a man sowed wheat and barley together, they are accounted diverse kinds. R. Judah says, they are not accounted diverse kinds unless there are 2 kinds of wheat and 1 of barley, or 1 of wheat and 2 of barley, or 1 of wheat, 1 of barley, and 1 of spelt. 6. 2. 1. If in a C7 of seed there is a quarter, and Z6, 8 of another kind, this must be lessened. R. Jose says, it must be wholly removed whether it is of 1 kind or of 2 kinds. R. Simeon says, they have spoken of but 1 kind, but the sages say, any diverse kinds soever, that are found in a seah of seed are included together to make up the forbidden quarter. 2. This applies when 1 kind of grain is mixed with another kind, or 1 kind of pulse with another kind, or when grain is mixed with pulse or pulse with grain. Rightly have they said. 9. The seeds of garden produce which are not used as food, are included together to make up the proper shion that renders them forbidden as diverse kinds, if they are 1/24th part of what is sown in a sea's space. R. Simeon says, like as they have spoken in such wise that the rule bears with stringency, so have they spoken in such wise that it bears with leniency. Thus if flax seed was mixed 1 head gratudimal, mas, I, ux 1, zj, vutf of, quince 2 because they differ in taste. 3. When it is forbidden to sow anything, cp 39, n 4. 4 which are not due from what has not been sown but only buried as being plucked already. Therefore he is not transgressing the law against reaping on the Sabbath. Shab 7. R. Judah interprets Lev 19 inches and Duke 22 as meaning that diverse kinds may not be sown in a field where something else is growing already. Thus you may not sow diverse kinds in a vineyard. Duke 22. Therefore 3 species are required for the transgression of the law. 7 C. Ap 2. D8 i.e. 1/24 of the TCP 12. N4. With grain it is included together to make up the proportion that renders it forbidden as diverse kinds, only if it is 1/24th part of what is sown in a sea's space. 1-3. If a man's field was sown with wheat and he then determined to sow it with barley, he must wait until the seed begins to send out worm-like shoots and turn up the soil and then sow it. With barley, if it had already sprouted he may not say, I will sow first and then turn up the soil, but he must first turn up the soil and then sow. How deep should he plow? As deep as the furrows made after a rainfall. Abbasal says, so that he does not leave unturned a quarter fosa's space within a sea's space. 4. If his field was sown and he then determined to plant it, he may not say, I will plant it first and then turn up the soil, but he must first turn up the soil and then plant it. If it was planted and he then determined to sow it, he may not say, I will sow it first and then uproot what was planted, but he must first uproot and then sow. If he would do so he may cut down the plants to less than a handbreadth and sow and then uproot the plants. 5. If his field was sown with caraway 2 or arum he may not sow over them because they ripen only after 3 years. If in a crop of grain there sprang up aftergrowths of woad, so, 2. In the place of threshing floors if many kinds sprang up, so, 2. If fenugreek made weeds to spring up, he is not bound to weed them out, but if he has weeded them or cropped them, they say to him, uproot them all save one kind only. 6. If he would lay out his field in plots each bearing a different kind of crop, the school of Shammai say, between each he must leave a space equal to 3 furrows of plowed land, and the school of Hillel say, the width of a Sharon yoke, and the opinion of the one is not far from the opinion of the other. 7. If the point of the angle of a field of wheat entered into a field of barley, this is permitted, since it is manifestly the limit of the field. If one man's field was sown with wheat and that of his fellow with some other kind, he may flank his own with that other kind. If his was sown with wheat, and that of his fellow with wheat, he may flank it with a furrow of flax, but not with a furrow of another kind. R. Simeon says, it is all one whether it is a furrow of flax or of some other kind. R. Jose says, even in the middle of a field it is permitted to test the field with a furrow of flax. 8. They may not flank a field of grain with mustard or seed of safflower, but they may flank a field of vegetables with mustard or seed of safflower. They may flank, with a diverse kind, a plot of untilled or newly broken land, or a loose stone wall, or a pathway or a fence 10 handbreadths high or a ditch 10 handbreadths deep and 4 wide, or a tree that overshadows the ground, or a rock 10 handbreadths high and 4 wide. 9. If a man would lay out his field in patches each bearing a different kind of crop, he may lay out 24 patches within a sea's space, 1 patch to every quarter a 6 r space, and sow therein what kind of seed he will. If, in a field of grain, there was but 1 patch or 2, each of a quarter r space, he may sow them with mustard seed, but if 3, 1 because while 1 seah of grain or pulse is sown over a sea's space, 2,500 sq cubits, only a quarter seah of seeds of garden produce are sown over 1 sea's space, while 3 seahs of flax seed are sown over the like area. Therefore if garden seed is 1/96th of the mixed seed the mixture is forbidden, whereas flax seed must be 1/8 of the mixture to render it forbidden. 1 Most texts read hemp, cadmibut for carbus, but that ripens yearly. He may not sow them with mustard seed, since it might appear like to a field of mustard. So are Meir, but the sages say, only 9 patches of a quarter cab space may be sown with different kinds of seed in the sea's space, and 10 are forbidden. R. Eliezer B. Jacob says, even if his entire field measured a course space, he may not make therein more than 1 patch. 10. Anything within the patch of a quarter and zir space, that intervenes between one crop and another, must be counted within the measure of the quarter faz of space. The ground required for a vine or a grave or a rock must be counted within the measure of the quarter arzage space. Grain may be sown alongside another kind of grain only if a quarter cab space intervenes. Vegetables may be planted alongside other Vegetables only of 6 handbreadths. Intervene. Grain may be sown alongside vegetables, or vegetables alongside grain only if a quarter fazer space. Intervenes. R. Eliezer says, vegetables may be sown alongside grain only if 6 handbreadths. Intervene 11. If grain grows in a place where it leans over another kind of grain, of if vegetables lean over other vegetables, or if grain leans over vegetables or vegetables over grain, all are permitted save only in the case of a Greek gourd. R. Meir says, a cucumber or Egyptian bean also, yet one I approve their words rather than mine. 3. 1. A garden bed 6 handbreadths by 6, may be sown with 5 kinds of seeds, 4 kinds in its 4 corners, 1 and 1 in the middle. If it has a border 1 handbreadth high, it may be sown with 13 kinds, 3 along each border, on the 4 sides, and 1 in the center. Turnip tops should not be planted in the border since they might fill it. R. Judah says, 6 kinds may be sown in the middle. 4. 2. Not every kind of seed may be sown in a garden bed, but any kind of vegetable may be sown therein. Mustard and small beans are deemed a kind of seed and large beans a kind of vegetable. If a border that was 1 handbreadth high was made lower, it continues valid since it was valid in the beginning. In a furrow or dried up water channel 1 handbreadth deep, 3 kinds of seed may be sown, 1 at either end and 1 in the middle. 3. If the point of the angle of a field of vegetables entered into a field of other vegetables, this is permitted since it is manifestly the limit of the field. If a man's field was sown with vegetables and he sought to plant therein a row of another kind of vegetable, R. Ishmael says, he may not do so, unless the furrow extends unstopped from one end of the field to the other. R. Akiba says, it need be but 6 handbreadths in length and fully as wide. R. Judah says, as wide as the width of the sole of a foot. 4. If a man planted 2 rows of cucumbers, 2 rows of gourds, then 2 rows of Egyptian beans, this is permitted, but if 1 row of cucumbers, 1 row of gourds, then 1 row of Egyptian beans, this is forbidden. R. Eliezer allows 1 row of cucumbers, 1 row of gourds, 1 row of Egyptian beans, then 1 row of cucumbers, but the sages forbid it. In spite of this tradition which I have received and which I now report, I approve 2 or, along its 4 sides, 1 each 1 handbreadth square and separated 1 handbreadth from the next. 4 sketches showing the possible dispositions of diverse kinds of seeds are given in the ordinary Mishnah editions. 5. A man may plant a cucumber and a gourd in the same hollow provided that the one grows out in one direction and the other in the other. 1. The foliage of the one stretching in one direction and the foliage of the other in the other. For whatsoever the sages have forbidden they have so decreed. Only for appearance's sake. 6. If a man's field was sown with onions and he sought to plant therein rows of gourds, R. Ishmael says, he should uproot 2 rows of onions and plant 1 row of gourds, and leave the standing crop of onions over a space of 2 rows, then again uproot 2 rows of onions and plant 1 row of gourds. R. Akiba says, he may uproot 2 rows of onions and plant 2 rows of gourds, and leave the standing crop of onions over a space of 2 rows, then again uproot 2 rows and plant 2 rows. But the sages say, unless there is a space of 12 cubits between 1 row of gourds and the next, had is sown between them may not be suffered to remain. 7. If gourds are planted beside vegetables they are given the same space as vegetables. 2. But if beside grain they must be given a quarter cab space. If a man's field was sown with grain and he sought to plant therein a row of gourds, it must be allowed 6 handbreadths on either side for its tillage, and if its growth exceeds this the grain must be uprooted before it. R. Jose says, it should be allowed 4 cubits for its tillage. They said to him, dost thou require here greater stringency than for the vine? He replied, we find that here greater stringency applies than for the vine, since for a single vine 6 handbreadths are allowed for its tillage, while for a single gourd a quarter ayer space is allowed. R. Meir says in the name of R. Ishmael, where there are 3 gourds within a seed space other seed may not be sown within the seed space. R. Jose B. Hahadaf Ephrathi said in the name of R. Ishmael, where there are 3 gourds within a core space other seed may not be sown within the core space. 4. 1. The school of Shammai say, a vineyard patch 3 must be, at least, 24 cubits square. The school of Hillel say, 16 cubits. The school of Shammai say, the outer space of a vineyard must be, at least, 16 cubits. The school of Hillel say, 12 cubits. What is a vineyard patch? The part of a vineyard that is bare of vines in its midst. If this is less than 16 cubits square, seed may not be sown there, but if it is, at least, 16 cubits square, they must allow the vines enough space for their tillage. 4. And they may sow in what is left. 2. What is the outer space? 5. Of a vineyard, the space between the vines and the boundary fence. If this is less than 12 cubits, seed may not be sown there, but if it is, at least, 12 cubits, they must allow the vines enough space for their tillage, and they may sow in what is left. 3. R. Judah says, such is but the vineyard's boundary fence. 6. What, then, is the outer space of a vineyard? 7. The space between two vineyards. And what counts as a fence? 8. Such that is 10 handbreadths high, and a ditch, such that is 10 handbreadths deep and 4 wide. Some texts omit the rest of the paragraph. Cf 9 below. 6 handbreadths. 1 lit. Bald spot, i.e. a space empty of vines in which it is desired to raise other crops without transgressing the law of diverse kinds in the vineyard. 4. 4 cubits all round. J. About which the schools of Shammai and Hillel disputed. 4. And so long as there is 4 cubits for the tillage of the vines, you may sow over what remains between the vines and the fence. 7. That needs to be at least 12 cubits. That can be flanked with vines on the one side and sown crops on the other. 4. If the space between the reeds of a reed partition was less than 3 handbreadths, which would suffice for a kid to enter, it is deemed a valid partition. If a fence was breached for a space of 10 cubits, such may be deemed an entrance. If more than this, it is forbidden to sow. Opposite the breach. If many breaches were made in the fence, yet what remains standing exceeds what is broken down, it is permitted to sow opposite the breach. And if what is broken down exceeds what remains standing, it is forbidden. 5. If a man planted a row of 5 vines, the school of Shammai say, this counts as a vineyard, but the school of Hillel say, it does not count as a vineyard unless there are 2 rows. Wherefore if he sows within the 4 cubits of the vineyard, the school of Shammai say, he renders forfeit 1 row, and the school of Hillel say, he renders forfeit 2 rows. 2. 6. If a man planted 2 vines opposite 2 others, with another projecting like a tae, this counts as a vineyard. But if 2 opposite 2 others and 1 between them, or 2 opposite 2 others and 1 in the midst, this does not count as a vineyard, but only if there are 2 opposite 2 others with another projecting like a tail. 7. If a man planted a row of vines on his own land and there was a row on that of his fellow, although there was between them a private path or a public path or a fence less than 10 handbreadths high, both rows are included together, so that they count as a vineyard. But if the fence was higher than 10 handbreadths, they are not included together. R. Judah says, if he trained them together above, they must be included together. 8. If a man planted 2 rows of vines, he may not sow seed there unless there was a space of 8 cubits between them. 3. If there were 3 rows, he may not sow seed there unless there was a space of 16 cubits between one row and the next. R. Eliezer B. Jacob says in the name of Hananiah B. Hakaneh, even if the middle row of vines was left waste and there was not 16 cubits between one row and the next, seed may not be sown there, though if in the beginning he had planted them in 2 rows, it would have been permitted to sow seed there, if there were but 8 cubits between 9. If a man planted his vineyard in rows 16 cubits apart, it is permitted to sow seed there. R. Judah said, it once happened in Zaman that a man planted his vineyard in rows 16 cubits apart, and trained the foliage of every 2 rows to one side and sowed over the cleared land. And on another year he trained the foliage towards the place that had been sown and sowed over the fallow land. The case came before the sages and they pronounced it permissible. R. Meir and R. Simeon say, even if a man planted his vineyard in rows of 8 cubits apart, it is permitted to sow there. 5. 1. If a vineyard lay waste yet grapes could still be gathered off 10 vines within a sea space and they were planted according to halakha, it may be called a pur vineyard. If a vineyard 6 was planted out in irregular fashion yet there could still be found 2 vines aligned parallel to 3 others, it counts as a vineyard. Otherwise it does not count as a vineyard. 22 Since it requires at least 2 rows to count as a vineyard. 1. In addition to the 4 cubits allowed for the tillage of the vines of each row, 4 2,500 SQ cubits. See App 2, E5 App I, 11, i.e. according to 4 above 6 variant, pur vineyard. 3,349. R. Meir says, since it appears like in form to other vineyards, it may be deemed a vineyard too. If a vineyard was planted in rows less than 4 cubits apart, R. Simeon says, it is not deemed a vineyard, but the sages say, it counts as a vineyard, and the middle rows are regarded as though they were not. 3. If a ditch that passes through a vineyard is 10 handbreadths deep and 4 wide, R. Eliezer B. Jacob says, if it extends from the one end of the vineyard to the other, it is regarded as lying between 2 vineyards, and seed may be sown therein, but if not, it is reckoned as like to a wine press. If a winepress in a vineyard is 10 handbreadths deep and 4 wide, R. Eliezer says, they may sow seed therein, but the sages forbid it. If the watchman's booth in a vineyard is 10 handbreadths high and 4 wide, they may sow seed therein, but if it is overhung by interlaced foliage, it is forbidden. 4. If a vine was planted in a winepress or rift, they must allow it enough space for its tillage, and they may sow in what is left. R. Jose says, unless there is at least 4 cubits space, seed may not be sown there. If there is a house in the vineyard, seed may be sown therein. 5. If a man planted vegetables in a vineyard or allowed them to grow there, he may render forfeit 45 vines. This applies if the vines were planted in rows 4 or 5 cubits apart. If they were planted in rows 6 or 7 cubits apart, he renders forfeit the vines within a radius of 16 cubits in every direction, reckoning in circles and not in squares. 1-6. If a man saw vegetables growing in the vineyard and said, when I reach them I will pluck them, they are not forbidden under the law of diverse kinds. But if he said, when I come again I will pluck them, they are forbidden even if they have grown only another 200th part. 7. If he was passing through the vineyard and seeds fell from him, or if they came in with the manure or with the water, or if he was sowing and the wind blew seed behind him, it is not unlawful. 2. But if the wind blew it before him into the vineyard, R. Akiba says, if it grows into the blade it must be hoed up, if into the ear it must be broken off, if into the full corn it must be burned. 8. If a man suffered thorns to grow up in the vineyard, R. Eliezer says, they count as diverse kinds, and this renders forfeit the adjacent vines. But the sages say, that alone is rendered forfeit the like of which is ordinarily suffered to grow. Iris, ivy, and fritillary and all kinds of seeds are not accounted diverse kinds in the vineyard. Hemp, according to R. Tarfon, does not come under the law of diverse kinds, but the sages say, it does so. The artichoke comes under the law of diverse kinds in the vineyard. 6. 1. What was the trellised vine, about which the school of Shammai and the school of Hillel disputed? If a row of 5 vines was planted beside a fence 10 handbreadths high or beside a ditch 10 handbreadths deep and 4 wide, 4 cubits are allotted for its tillage. The school of Shammai say, the 4 cubits need be measured only from the root of the vines toward the field beyond the wall, and the school of Hillel say, from the wall 1 the vines are forfeit that lie within a circle of 16 cubits radius, not within the square that contains the circle 1, since it was not sown either consciously or intentionally itself toward the field. R. Johanan B. Nuri said, all err that say so, but the school of Hillel said that, if there was a space of 4 cubits from the root of the vines to the wall, space enough is allotted for its tillage, and seed may be sown over what is left. And how much is the space needful for the tillage of the vine? 6 handbreadths in every direction. R. Akiba says, 3-2. If trellised vines projected from a terrace of a hillside, R. Eliezer B. Jacob says, if a man standing on the ground can gather all the grapes, the trellised vines render 4 cubits of the field forbidden, otherwise they render forbidden only what is directly beneath them. R. Eliezer says, if a man planted one of the 2 rows on the ground and the other on the terrace, and it is 10 handbreadths higher than the ground, it is not included together with the other row to make up a vineyard. If it is not so high, it is included together with it. 3. If a man trained a vine over part of the trellis frame, he may not sow seed beneath the rest of it, yet if he has done so he does not render the vine forfeit. But if tendrils spread along the rest of the frame, what is sown is forbidden. So, 2. If a man trained a vine over part of a seric tree, 1-4. If he trained the vine over part of a fruit tree, he may sow seed beneath the rest, and if new tendrils spread along the rest of the tree, they must be turned back. Once R. Joshua went to R. Ishmael at Kepher Aziz 2, and he showed him a vine that was trained over part of a fig tree. He said to him, may I sow seed beneath the rest of the tree? He answered, it is permitted. And he brought him up from thence to Beth Hamajiniah and showed him a vine trained over part of a beamj and the stump of a sycamore tree, whereon were many beams. 3. He said to him, Under this beam it is forbidden to sow, but under the others it is permitted. 5. What is a serach tree? Any that does not bear fruit. Our Meir says, all trees are serach trees excepting the olive tree and the fig tree. Our Jose says, any tree with the like of which whole fields are not planted is a serach tree. 6. Gaps in trellised vines may measure 8 cubits and a little more. Among all the measurements concerning a vineyard that are spoken of by the sages, there is no and a little more save only in the case of the gaps in trellised vines. These count as gaps in trellised vines. If trellised vines lie waste at their center and 5 vines are left on either side and the gap is no more than 8 cubits, seed may not be sown there. If it is 8 cubits and a little more, space enough is allotted for their tillage, and seed may be sown over what is left. 7. If trellised vines, in the angle of 2 walls, project along the wall beyond the angle and, then, stop, space enough is allotted for their tillage and seed may be sown over the space that is left. Our Jose says, if the space was less than 4 cubits seed may not be sown there. 8. If the canes of the framework project beyond the trellised vines and they had refrained from cutting them short, it is permitted to sow seed directly beneath them. But if they were prepared for the young tendrils to spread along them, it is forbidden to sow seed beneath them. 9. If blossom projected beyond the trellised vines it is reckoned as if a plummet was suspended from it. It is forbidden to sow seed directly 1 see below. Par 5. 1 in the land of Edom. See Ket 5. 3 or severed branches beneath it. So, 2. With a dangling branch. If a vine shoot stretched from tree to tree, it is forbidden to sow beneath it. If it was made fast with a ligature of rope or reed grass, it is permitted to sow seed beneath the ligature, but if the ligature was prepared for the young tendrils to spread along it, it is forbidden to sow seed beneath it. 7. If a vine shoot was sunk into the ground and there was not 3 handbreadths of soil above it, seed may not be sown over it even though it was sunk through a gourd shell or pipe. If it was sunk into stony ground, and there was but 3 fingerbreadths of soil above it, seed may be sown over it. In measuring the 6 handbreadths prescribed for the tillage of a single vine, measurement need be taken only from the second root of the sunken vine shoot. If 3 vines are sunk into the ground and their roots become visible, our Eliezer Br Zadok says, if the space between them is from 4 to 8 cubits, they must be included together with the parent vines, otherwise they are not included together. If a vine is withered it is forbidden to sow near it, but this does not render the vine forfeit. Our Meir says, moreover it is forbidden to plant the cotton tree, but it does not render the adjacent vines forfeit. Our Eliezer Br Zadok says in his name, moreover it is forbidden to sow over the sunken shoots of the vine, but it does not render the vine forfeit. 3. Over these places it is forbidden to sow, but it does not render the vines forfeit. The surplus ground 1 in a vineyard patch, the surplus ground in the vineyard's outer space, the surplus ground beneath the gaps of trellised vines, and the surplus ground beneath the trellis frames, but the space beneath the vine and the space needful for tending the vine, and the 4 cubits in the vineyard, these render forfeit the adjacent vines. 4. If a man suffered his vine to overshadow his fellow's growing corn he renders it forfeit and he is answerable therefore. Our Jose and our Simeon say, none can render forfeit what does not belong to him. 5. Our Jose said, it once happened that a man sowed his vineyard in the 7th year. 1 And the case came before our Akiba, who said, none can render forfeit what does not belong to him. 6. If a usurping occupant 3 sowed a vineyard and it was recovered from him, the forbidden crop may be cut for even on the middle days of a feast. How much more need the owner pay the laborers? As much as 1/3 more. If they exact more than this, he may continue to cut the crop in his own fashion even if it be after the feast. After what time is the vineyard called by the name of the usurping occupant? After the name of its first owner is forgotten. 5-7. If the wind hurled vines over a grain crop, and they took root they must be cut away at once. But if hindrance befell the owner, the vines and crop are not forbidden under the law of diverse kinds. If growing corn swayed under a vine, and the same applies with vegetables, it must be bent back, but, even if it is not bent back, it does not render the vine 1 an empty patch less than the prescribed. See above 4 feet, 16 cubits. 1 CP 39, and 4, JCP 313, and 6, forthwith by its rightful owner, to clear himself of the charge of sowing diverse kinds in his vineyard, even though it means performing work forbidden during mid-festival. P 207, N 19, MCAT 21, when produce may only be gathered from fear of its being lost. Then the diverse kinds serve to render forfeit the produce sown and the fruit of the vineyard. Duke 22. Forfeit. After what time is a grain crop, sown near a vine, rendered forfeit? After it has struck root. And grapes? After they have grown to the size of a white bean. If the grain had become fully dried or the grapes fully ripe, they cannot be rendered forfeit. 8. Seed sown in a hulled plant pot in the vineyard may render vines forfeit, but in an unhulled plant pot it does not render them forfeit. But R. Simeon says, neither is permitted yet neither renders the vines forfeit. If a man carried a hulled plant pot through a vineyard, and, while he carried it past the vines, what was in it increased by a 200th part, it becomes forbidden. 1:8 It is forbidden to sow diverse kinds in a vineyard or to suffer them to grow, and it is forbidden to make any use of them. It is forbidden to sow diverse kinds of seeds or to suffer them to grow, but they are permitted as food. 2 Diverse kinds in stuff are permitted in all things, and it is only forbidden to wear them. Diverse kinds among cattle are permitted to be reared and maintained, and it is only forbidden to breed them. It is forbidden to mate diverse kinds of cattle one with another. 2. One kind of cattle with another, one kind of wild animal with another, cattle with wild animals with cattle, one kind of unclean beast with another, one kind of clean beast with another, an unclean beast with a clean beast with an unclean. It is forbidden to plow with them, draw with them, or drive them. 3. If a man drove them, he incurs the 40 stripes. 3. If he sat in a wagon, drawn by them, he incurs the 40 stripes, but our mayor declares him exempt. Also, if a third beast, of a diverse kind from the other 2, was bound to the harness, it is forbidden. 4. A horse may not be tied to the sides of a wagon or behind a wagon, that is drawn by oxen, nor may they harness Libyan asses with camels. R. Judah says, all offspring of a horse though sired by an ass are permitted to be yoked together, and all offspring of an ass though sired by a horse are permitted to be yoked together, but it is forbidden to yoke together the offspring of a horse with the offspring of an ass. 5. It is forbidden to mate mules if it is unknown whether their dam was a horse or an ass, but a mule foaled by a horse is permitted to be yoked with a horse. Wild men 4 are classed with wild animals. R. Jose says, when dead, they convey uncleanness by overshadowing 5 as does the corpse of a man. The hedgehog and weasel are classed with wild animals. As for the weasel, R. Jose says that the school of Shammai say, an olive's bulk conveys uncleanness by carrying, and a lentil's bulk BV contact 6. Wild oxen are deemed a kind of cattle, but R. Jose says, a kind of wild animal. The dog is reckoned a kind of wild animal. R. Mayer says, a kind of cattle. The swine is reckoned a kind of cattle. The wild ass a kind one but not the vine. Ince the plant pot was not set on the ground. Some texts add, still more for use as the punishment for the transgression of a negative command. See Mac 3. The meaning is doubtful. Perhaps the chimpanzee or gorilla is meant. Lit. Tent uncleanness. Num 19 inches. Tent is used to indicate any confined space or any space that is roofed wherein a corpse, or part of a corpse, conveys uncleanness to whatsoever is under the same roof. CP 649. N3. 6. According to the school of Shammai, it is in doubt whether the weasel is to be classed as a wild animal, an olive's bulk of whose flesh conveys uncleanness, or SS a creeping thing, a lentil's bulk of which conveys uncleanness by contact but not by carrying. See App IV8. Of wild animal, and the elephant and ape a kind of wild animal, and with any of them a man may draw or plow or drive. 9. 1. Wool and linen alone are forbidden under the law of diverse kinds. Wool and linen alone become ulean by leprosy signs, and when the priests minister the tempfampi wear wool and linen alone. If camel's hair and sheep's wool have been knackled together and the greater part is camel's hair, this is permitted to be mixed with linen, but if the greater part is sheep's wool it is forbidden. If they are in equal parts it is forbidden. So, 2. If hemp and flax have been hackled together. 2. Silk 2 and bast silk 3 do not come under the law of diverse kinds, but they are forbidden for appearance's sake. Mattresses and cushions do not come under the law of diverse kinds provided that a man's naked flesh does not touch them. Diverse kinds may not be worn even momentarily, and diverse kinds may not be worn even over 10 other garments, even 4. To escape customs dues 3. handkerchiefs, wrappers for scrolls of the law, and bath towels do not come under the law of diverse kinds, but our Eliezer forbids them, if they have in them wool and linen. Barber's towels are forbidden if made from wool and linen under the law of diverse kinds. 4. The wrappings of a corpse and ass's pack saddles do not come under the law of diverse kinds. A man may not put the pack saddle on his shoulder even to carry forth dung thereon. 5. Clothes dealers may sell garments made from diverse kinds and display them, in usual fashion, provided that they do not use them of set purpose in the sun as protection from the sun or in the rain as protection from the rain. Howbeit the more scrupulous wrap them around a stiff behind them. 6. Tailors may sew garments made from diverse kinds and hold them, in usual fashion, provided that they do not use them of set purpose in the sun as protection from the sun or in the rain as protection from the rain. Howbeit the more scrupulous sew them, while setting them, on the ground. 7. The woolen rugs from Bara and Bared, or Dalmatian hosen, or slippers of felt may not be worn until they have been examined. Our Jose says, stuff brought from the sea coast or from beyond the sea need not be examined, since the presumption is that it is made out of hemp. Woolen lined shoes do not come under the law of diverse kinds. 8. Spun and woven work alone are forbidden under the law of diverse kinds, as it is written, thou shalt not wear shatnez. 6. That which is shua, hackled, tau, spun, and nuz woven. Our Simeon B. Eliezer says, it means that he that wears it is estranged nalas, and estranges Malis his father in heaven against him. 9. Felted stuff, of diverse kinds, is forbidden because it is hackled. An edging of wool on a linen garment is forbidden since it interlaces the web of the garment. Our Jose says, girdles of purple dyed wool are forbidden because a man stitches them to his shirt before he ties it. 1 Lev. C -11 3 A kind of silk resembling flax. 3 Silk resembling wool. Some texts omit the last clause. 3 The meaning of both terms is doubtful. Hedberson, Barderin. They are explained as woolen bed covers, the one kind thick and the other thin. 6 22 KJRV mingled stuff. What follows is an example of Midrash Haggadah, making play the consonants of the unusual word shatnez. A cord of wool may not be tied onto one made of linen to bind up the loins, even if there is a leathern strap between them. 10. The marks of weavers and washermen are forbidden under the law of diverse kinds. If 2 pieces of stuff, one of linen and the other of wool, are fastened with a single stitch, this does not form a connective, for purposes of cleanness and uncleanness. 1 Nor does the law of diverse kinds apply, and if a man undoes it on the Sabbath he is not culpable. 2 But if he brings both ends of the thread to the same side, this forms a connective. The law of diverse kinds applies, and if a man undoes it on the Sabbath he is culpable. Our Judah says, only if a man makes 3 stitches, a sack and a basket that are bound together and patched, the one with wool and the other with linen are included together so that they come under the law of diverse kinds. 3 Shebeith 4. The 7th year. 1. Until what time may a tree planted field be plowed in the year before the 7th year? The school of Shammai say, so long as this benefits the produce of the 6th year. The school of Hillel say, until Pentecost, and the opinion of the one is not far from the opinion of the other. 2. What counts as a tree planted field? Any in which 3 trees grow within a sea's space. 5 If they are, each, fitted to produce a cake of dried figs weighing 60 minas, 6 Italian measure, the whole sea's space may be plowed for their sake, but if less than this, only such space may be plowed which is occupied by the fruit picker and his basket. When his basket lies behind him 3, it is all one whether they are Sarach 7 trees or fruit trees. They are reckoned as though they were fig trees, if they are of a size fitted to produce a cake 8 of dried figs, weighing 60 minas, Italian measure. The whole sea space may be plowed for their sake, but if less than this, only such space may be plowed as is needful for them. 4. If one tree can produce such a cake 8 of dried figs but the other 2 cannot, or if 2 can do so but 1 cannot, only such space may be plowed as is needful for each of them. This applies when there are from 3 to 9 trees in the sea's space. If there are 10 or more than 10, whether or not they can produce the prescribed measure, the whole sea's space may be plowed for their sake, for it is written, in plotting time and in 1 so that if one piece contracts uncleanness this is not transmitted to the other piece, and if one piece is rendered clean again, by being sprinkled with the sin offering water, see Num 19, the other piece remains unclean. 1 C Shab 7. J. A slight variant in the parallel text in Sifrei, a midrash, containing material much of which is contemporary with that in the Mishnah, gives the easier sense. A sack or basket in which are wool and linen, causes its contents to be included together so that they come under the law of diverse kinds. Therefore it is forbidden to carry such a sack or basket on the shoulder. Ed Friedman, p. 117b. Red Diamonds Card Suit. Lit. 7th. YR. The subject of the tractate is the law. X23. Lev 25. Dud is forbidding the cultivation of the land in the 7th year. The land must lie fallow. What grows in that year is ownerless property, and the public has equal rights with the owner to the produce. None may trade with 7th year produce. Also all debts are remitted in the 7th year. SC App 2. It is a space 50 cubits square. Such a space normally contains 10 trees, each tree being supposed to stand within a square with sides of 16 cubits. 4 or, a talent of figs which is 60 minas. So, 2. In par 3, 7 C kill 6 C above, and 6. Harvest thou shalt rest. 1 There was no need to speak of the plowing time and harvest of the 7th year, but it refers to the plowing time in the 6th year which enters into the 7th year, and to the harvest of the 7th year which extends into the year after the 7th year. Arish Meal says too, as the time of plowing is of free choice, so is the time of harvest of free choice, save only the time of harvesting the omer. 3-5. If the 3 trees belong to 3 persons, they are included together and the whole sea space may be plowed for their sake. How much space should there be between them? Rabban Simeon B. Gamaliel says, enough for oxen and yoke to pass through 6. If 10 saplings are spread out over a sea space, the whole sea space may be plowed for their sake, until the new year, but if they are set out in a row or surrounded by a fence, only such space may be plowed as is needful for them. 7. Saplings and gourds may be included together, to make the total of 10, within a sea space. Rabban Simeon B. Gamaliel says, wheresoever there are 10 gourds within a sea space, the whole sea space may be plowed for their sake until the new year. 8. Until when can they be called saplings? R. Eliezer B. Azariah says, until the 4th year when they become free for common use. 4. R. Joshua says, until they are 7 years old. R. Akiba says, sapling must be understood according to its accepted sense. Newly planted, if a tree was cut down and its stump put forth fresh shoots, if they are 1 handbreadth or less high it is accounted a sapling, but if they are more than a handbreadth high it is accounted a tree. So R. Simeon. 2. 1. Until when may a white field 5 be plowed in the year before the 7th year? Until the ground has dried. 6. Or, such time as the ground is still plowed for planting out beds of cucumbers and gourds. R. Simeon said, thou puttest the law for each man into his own hand, but, rather, a white field may be plowed until Passover and a tree-planted field until Pentecost. 2. Beds of cucumbers or gourds may be dunged and hoed until the new year. So, 2. Irrigated fields. Until the new year they may cut off flaws, strip off leaves, cover up roots or fumigate plants. R. Simeon says, a man may even remove a withered leaf from a great cluster in the 7th year itself. 3. Until the new year they may clear away the stones. Until the new year they may trim trees, prune them, or lop off dead branches. R. Joshua says, what applies to pruning and lopping off in the 5th year applies also in the 6th year. R. Simeon says, so long as it is still permitted me to tend a tree it is permitted me also to lop off its dead branches. 4. Until the new year they may besmear saplings, wrap them round, protect them with ashes. 7. Make shelters for them or water them. R. Eliezer B. Zadok says, a man may even water the foliage in the 7th year itself, but not the roots. 1 x 34 inches. The quotation refers to the beginning of the chapter and answers the question, why is plowing forbidden during the 6th year? The quotation is concerned with the Sabbath, but since, according to rabbinical interpretation, it is superfluous so far as the Sabbath is concerned, work having already been forbidden on the Sabbath, it must be applied to the Sabbatic year. This halakha deals with the Sabbath. See App I-31. The reaping of it is a religious duty and overrides the Sabbath. Men io after they cease to be orpho of fruit. See Levike and App I-32. A sown field, i.e. not planted with trees which cast a dark shadow. 6. After the rainy season, i.e. about the middle or end of April or dip them. 5. Until the new year they may oil unripe figs or pierce them, but unripe figs of the 6th year which remain on the tree until the 7th year, or unripe figs of the 7th year which remain on the tree until the 8th year, these they may not oil or pierce. R. Judah says, where the custom is to oil the figs they may not do so, since that would rank as work, but where it is not the custom to oil the figs they may do so. R. Simeon permits work to be done to the tree itself, since it is permitted to tend a tree, but not the fruit. 6. In the 6th year, within 30 days of the new year, they may not plant trees or sink vine shoots or graft trees. If a man planted or sank or grafted, he must uproot what he has done. R. Judah says, if within 3 days an engrafting has not struck root it will never do so. R. Hosea. R. Simeon say, within 2 weeks 7, rice, durra, panic and sesame that have taken root before a new year are 1 tithed after the manner of the past year 2 and they are permitted in the 7th year. Otherwise they are forbidden in the 7th year and are 1 to be tithed after the manner of the coming year. 8. R. Simeon of Shezer says, Egyptian beans, if from the outset they were sown only for seed, are treated in like manner. R. Simeon says, large beans are treated in like manner. R. Eliezer says, large beans are treated in like manner only if they have formed pods before the new year. 9. Shallots and Egyptian beans that have not been watered within 30 days of the new year are tithed after the manner of the past year and are permitted in the 7th year. Otherwise they are forbidden in the 7th year and are tithed after the manner of the coming year. So, 2. Is it with the produce of a naturally watered field 3 that has not been watered for 2 spells. 4. So are Meir. But the sages say, 3:10. Gourds that have been left growing for seed only may be left growing during the 7th year if they have hardened before the new year and become unfit for human food. Otherwise they may not be left growing during the 7th year. Their buds are forbidden during the 7th year. They may water 5 the soil of a white field. So R. Simeon. But R. Eliezer b. Jacob forbids it. They may flood a rice field in the 7th year. R. Simeon says, but they may not cut the rice plant. 3. 1. From what time, in the 7th year, may dung be brought out to the dung heaps, in the field? After transgressors 6 have ceased to tend their fields. So R. Meir. R. Judah says, after the moisture of the dung, 7 is dried up. R. Hosea says, after it turns solid. 2. How much dung may they lay down? 3 dung heaps in every sea's space. 10 skep loads 8 of dung to every heap. 1 lethek to every skep load. They may increase the number of skep loads but not the number of heaps. R. Simeon says, also the number of heaps. 1 in an ordinary year if the past year was the 1st, 2nd, 4th or 5th of the sabbatic cycle they grant 1st tithe and 2nd tithe. If it was the 3rd or 6th year they grant 1st tithe and poorman's tithe. Wholly dependent on the winter rainfall. Lit. Fields of Baal. The term is still in use among the Arab peasants of Palestine. Cf. Tur 10 inches, bn 3. i.e. 2 times when rain might normally have been expected, in the 6th and 7th years so that plants may survive for the 8th year. For those who tend their land and harvest their crops contrary to the law of the 7th year 7 so Bert. Tif. Yis. The ground. Moisture. See below. 9. Where the same expression, translated moisture lit sweetness, is used. Lit. Refuse baskets. See Kel 19 inches. 24. Ahol 84. App 2. D. 3. A man may set out in his field 3 dung heaps to every sea's space. If more, they must be set out circle-wise. 1 So R. Simeon. But the sages forbid it unless they are heaped in special places 3 handbreadths above or below ground level. 2 A man may pile up all his dung together. R. Meir forbids this unless it is heaped on a special place 3 handbreadths above or below ground level. If he had but little, he may pile it on the field and he may go on adding to it. R. Eliezer b. Azariah forbids this unless it is heaped in a special place 3 handbreadths above or below ground level, or laid on rocky ground. 4. If a man used his field for a cattle fold he should make a pen covering 2 seas space, and, when that has been filled with dung, uproot 3 sides of the pen, and set them up around the adjoining 2 seas space, leaving the middle wall standing as before. Thus 4 seas space will have been used for a cattle fold. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, 8 seas space may be used after that same fashion for a cattle fold. 3 At the whole field covered but 4 seas space he must leave a part of it unused by the cattle fold. For appearance's sake, he may shift the dung from the cattle fold and set it out on his field, in heaps, after the prescribed manner of them that bring out dung. 5. A man may not open up a stone quarry within his field for the first time, in the 7th year, unless there is, visible, there sufficient stone to provide, courses each 3 cubits long, 3 wide and 3 high, making 27 stones in all. 4-6. It a wall, that stood in his field, had in it 10 stones each a 2 man's load. These may be removed. Such a wall must be, not less than, 10 handbreadths high. If it is less than this, it is accounted a quarry for stone and may be leveled until it is no more than 1 handbreadth 5 from the ground. This applies to a man's own field, but from his fellows he may remove what stones he will. Moreover, it applies if a man had not begun to remove the stones in the 6th year, but if he had begun in the 6th year he may remove what stones he will. 7. Stones that the plough has turned up, or that were covered and are now laid bare, may be removed if there are 2 among them each a woman's load. If a man would clear away loose stones from his field, he may remove the top layers but must let alone those touching the soil. So, 2. With a heap of pebbles or a pile of stones, he may remove the top layers but must let alone those touching the soil, but if beneath these there is stony ground or straw, they may be removed. 8. In the 6th year, after the rains have ceased, steps may not be built up the sides of ravines. 6. Since this would be to make them ready for the 7th year, but they may be built in the 7th year after the rains have ceased. Since this is to make them ready for the 8th year, they 7. May not be blocked in with earth, but made only into a rough stone bank. Any stone, lying in the field, which a man, building the bank, need but stretch out his hand to take, may be removed. 1 variant, if more, it is permitted to make it plain that they are not actually manuring the ground. 3. Without incurring suspicion of deliberately manuring the ground in the 7th year. 4. He must not appear to be clearing stones off the field for the sake of sowing, for that is forbidden. 2. After the beginning of the 7th year. This must be left, to avoid the appearance of clearing away stones for the sake of sowing. 6. From which water can be drawn for the field during the rainy season. 7. The steps, or a dam to stop the water from flowing away. Shoulder stones may be brought from anywhere, and a builder may first bring stones from anywhere. These are shoulder stones, any that cannot be taken away in one hand. So our Meir, our Jose says, shoulder stones are what their name implies, such as are carried away, 2 or 3 together, on a man's shoulder. If a man would build a wall between his own and the public domain, he may dig down to rock level. 2. What must he do with the earth? He may heap it up in the public domain and afterward restore it to order. So our Joshua, our Akiba says, as a man may not cause disorder in the public domain, neither may he afterward restore it to order. What, then, must he do with the earth? He may heap it up in his own field after the prescribed manner of them that bring out dung. So, 2. If a man would dig a cistern, a trench, or a cavern. 4. Before time they used to say, a man may gather pieces of wood and stones 3 from off his own field when they are big, like as he may gather them from his fellow's field, whether they are big or little. 4. But when transgressors grew many. 5. It was ordained that a man might only gather them from another's field, and another gather them from his field, but not as a mutual favor, nor, needless to say, to exact maintenance in return. 2. A field that has been cleared of thorns, in the 7th year, may be sown in the 8th year, but one that has been prepared, 6 or holy, used by cattle, may not be sown in the 8th year. The school of Shammai say that the produce of a prepared field may not be consumed in the 7th year, but the school of Hillel say that it may. The school of Shammai say, they may not eat produce of the 7th year if it is by favor 7, of the owner. The school of Hillel say, they may eat it whether it is by favor or not. Our Judah says, the rule is to the contrary, for here the school of Shammai adopt a more lenient and the school of Hillel a more stringent ruling. 3. Newly plowed land may be hired in the 7th year from a Gentile but not from an Israelite, and Gentiles may be helped, when laboring in the fields, in the 7th year, but not Israelites. Moreover, greetings may be offered to Gentiles in the interests of peace. 4. If a man would thin out olive trees, in the 7th year, the school of Shammai say, he may only raise them to the roots. The school of Hillel say, he may uproot them, but they agree that if a man would level his field he may only raise the trees to the roots. Who is he that thins out? He that removes but 1 or 2, and he that levels, he that removes at least 3 growing side by side. This applies to what grows within a man's own domain, but within the domain of his fellow he that levels may also uproot. 5. If a man would split wood off an olive tree, in the 7th year, he may not cover up the rent with earth, but he may cover it with stones or straw. If he would cut down the trunk of a sycamore tree, he may not cover up the rent with earth, but he may cover it with stones or straw. A virgin sycamore may 8th not be cut down in the 7th year, since that counts as cultivation. 9r. Judah says, if after the usual manner, it is forbidden, but one head cadlin, contractor, it may also mean one who leases a field. 1 and not be suspected of tending his land in the 7th year. J. Some texts read herbs red diamonds card suit. See above. 3s who removed everything. 6 i.e. plowed and sown. 7 edu I 5 feet. One whose boughs had not before been cut. Red diamonds card suit. It is to the tree's benefit. 10 hand breadths or more may be left standing, or it may be raised to ground level. 6. If a man would clip vines or cut reeds, in the 7th year, R. Jose the Galilean says, he should leave them, uncut at least, 1 hand breadth, from the ground. R. Akiba says, he may cut them in his usual manner, with axe, sickle or saw, or with whatsoever he will. If a tree is split, it may be tied up in the 7th year, that the split may grow no greater, but not so as to repair it. 1-7. After what time may the fruit of trees be eaten in the 7th year? After young figs have begun to mature. 2. A man may eat his bread with them in the field. After they have ripened, he may bring them into his house. And similarly with fruits of like kind, he may bring them in when they are so ripe that, in the other years of the week, of years, he would be liable to tithes. 3-8. After unripe grapes have begun to produce juice, a man may eat his bread with them in the field. After they have ripened, he may bring them into his house. And similarly with fruits of like kind, he may bring them in when they are so ripe that, in the other years of the week, of years, he would be liable to tithes. 9. If a seah of olives can yield a quarter of oil, a man may crush them and eat them in the field. If they can yield a half degrees, he may press them in the field and use their oil. If they can yield a third of their full possible yield, he may press them in the field and bring them into his house. And similarly with fruits of like kind, he may bring them in when they are so ripe that, in the other years of the week, of years, he would be liable to tithes. With all other fruit of trees, their season for tithes is their season when they are permitted in the 7th year. 10. After what time is it forbidden to cut down trees in the 7th year? The school of Shammai say, no tree may be cut down after it puts forth leaves. The school of Hillel say, carob trees, after their branches begin to droop, vines, after they produce berries, olive trees, after they blossom, and any other tree, after it puts forth leaves. Any tree that has reached the season when it is liable to tithes may be cut down. How much should an olive tree produce so that it may not be cut down? For a quarter ah. R. Simeon B. Gamaliel says, all depends on the kind of olive tree. 5. 1. The 7th year law may apply to white figs in the 2nd year of the week of years, since they ripen but once in 3 years. R. Judah says, the 7th year law may apply to Persian figs in the year after the 7th year, since they ripen but once in 2 years. It was replied, they have spoken only of white figures too. If Aram is covered up with earth in the 7th year, R. Meir says, it must be not less than 2 seahs in quantity, 3 handbreadths high, and covered with earth 1 handbreadth deep. 5. But the sages say, it must be not less than 4 cabs in quantity, 1 handbreadth high and covered. Cf. Shab 23's 2 lit. Glisten. J.C. Moss 1. According to the Gemara of the Babylonian Talmud BK 91b, this refers not to the 7th year law but to Duke 20, forbidding the destruction of trees belonging to a besieged city, but according to the Jerusalem Talmud it refers to the 7th year, the argu meant being that a tree should not be cut down if it involved loss. 5. To avoid the appearance of sowing with earth 1 handbreadth deep. Moreover, it must be covered up with earth in ground over which men walk. 1-3. When Aram has remained after the passing of the 7th year, R. Eliezer says, if the poor have gathered the leaves thereof, it is well. If not, an allotment too must be made to the poor. R. Joshua says, if the poor have gathered the leaves thereof, it is well. If not, no allotment need be made to the poor. 4. When Aram remains from the 6th year until the 7th year, so, 2. With summer onions and matter from good soil, the school of Shammai say, they may only be dug up with wooden rakes. 3. The school of Hillel say, with metal spades. But they agree that matter from stony soil may be dug up with metal spades. 5. When may arum be gathered after the close of the 7th year? Our Judah says, forthwith. But the sages say, after the new crop is come up. 6. These are implements which the craftsman may not sell in the 7th year, a plough and whatsoever pertains thereto, a yoke, winnowing fan or mattock. But he may sell a sickle or a scythe or a wagon and whatsoever pertains thereto. This is the general rule. Any implement is forbidden. Whose sole use is one that transgresses the 7th year law, but it is allowed if its use may be either one forbidden or one permissible. 7. The potter may sell, to one person, 5 oil jars and 15 wine jars, since a man is accustomed to get so much from the ownerless produce of the 7th year, and if he gets more it is permitted to sell to him more jars. The potter may sell more than this number to Gentiles within the land of Israel, and to Israelites outside the land. 8. The school of Shammai say, a plowing heifer may not be sold to a man in the 7th year, but the school of Hillel permit it since he may perchance slaughter it. One may sell him produce even in time of sowing, even if it is known that he has a threshing floor. One may lend him a reai measure, and one may give him small money in change even if it is known that he employs laborers. But if it is known that these things are required expressly to transgress the 7th year law, they are forbidden. 9. A woman may lend a sifter, sieve, hand mill or oven to her neighbor that is suspected of transgressing the 7th year law, but she may not winnow or grind corn with her. The wife of an associate may 5th lend a sifter or sieve to the wife of an Emhaaretz and may winnow, grind or sift corn with her, but when she pours water over the flour she may not draw near to her, since help may not be given to them that commit transgression. All these have been enjoined in the interests of peace. Gentiles may be helped when laboring in the fields in the 7th year, but not Israelites. Moreover, greetings may be offered to Gentiles in the interests of peace. 6. 1. 3 countries 6 are to be distinguished in what concerns the 7th year, throughout that part of the land of Israel which they occupied, to prevent its sprouting. The poor must be given as much as is estimated to have grown in the 7th year. J. The produce is permitted to its owner in the 7th year since it grew in the 6th year, but he must not appear to be cultivating his field. 4. Variant. From the sides of the field. 5. This halakha is concerned not with the 7th year but with the laws of uncleanness. Once water is poured over the flour it is rendered susceptible to uncleanness. Lev. 4. CP 758. NI. The paragraph is repeated in Git 5. On Associate CP 22. N2. 6. See below. 9. Hall 4. Noob PSFF. CF. Yod 4. That came up from Babylon, as far as Chezib. 1. 7th year produce, may not be eaten. 2. Nor may the soil be cultivated throughout that part which they occupied that came up from Egypt. 3. From Chezib to the river. 4. And Ammana, 7th year produce, may be eaten but the soil may not be cultivated, while in the country from the river and Ammana and inwards, 7th year produce, may be eaten and the soil cultivated. 2. In Syria they may continue work with grain already gathered but not with what is still unreaped. They may thresh, winnow, and trample the corn and bind it into sheaves, but they may not reap the crops or gather the grapes or olives. Our Akiba laid down a general rule, the like of whatsoever is permitted to be done in the land of Israel may be done also in Syria. 3. Onions remaining in the field until the 7th year, on which rain has fallen and which have sprouted, are forbidden if their leaves are dark colored, but if they are green they are permitted. Our Hanani Abi Antigonus says, if they can be pulled up by their leaves they are forbidden, whereas in the year following the 7th year the like of these 5 are permitted. 4. When may a man buy vegetables after the close of the 7th year? When that same crop, again, ripens. Where the first ripening crop is ready the later ripening crops are permissible. Rabbi permitted the buying of vegetables immediately after the close of the 7th year. 5. Heave offering. 6. Oil that has become unclean and must be burnt and 7th year produce may not be taken out of the land to another country. Our Simeon said, I have heard an express tradition that they may be taken to Syria but not outside the land of Israel. 6. Heave offering may not be brought to the land of Israel from outside the land. Our Simeon said, I have heard an express tradition that it may be brought from Syria but not from outside the land of Israel. 7. 1. An important general rule have they laid down concerning 7th year produce. whatsoever is food for man or for cattle or that is a species of dying matter, if it is not left growing in the ground. The seventh-year law applies both to its 7 and to its money substitute. 8. The law of removal registered sign applies both to it and to its money substitute. Which plants are these that are food for man? The leaf of arum, the leaf of miltwist, chicory, leeks, purslane, and asphodel. And food for cattle? Thorns and thistles. And dying matter? Aftergrowths of woad and seed of safflower. The seventh-year law applies both to them and to their money substitute, and the law of removal also applies both to them and to their money substitute. 2. Another general rule have they laid down: whatsoever is not food for man or for cattle nor a species of dying matter, and is left growing in the ground, the seventh-year law applies both to it and to its money substitute, but the law of removal does not apply to it or to its money substitute. Which plants are these? The root of arum and the root of miltwist, hart's tongue, Bethlehem star and hazelwort, and dying matter, madder and round-leaved cyclamen. The seventh-year law applies both to them and to their money substitute, but the law of removal does not apply to the biblical achzib, between Acre and Tyre, Judge 1 inches, Josh 19 inches. 2. If unlawfully cultivated to and not by them that returned from Babylon Euphrates, that remained over from the 6th year, through the 7th year, until the 8th year 6 C. Ap I 48, 1, 1 i.e. that it must be eaten free and not sold. If it is sold in the manner permitted in Par 3, 9 Duda 6 U, see below. 9. Them or to their money substitute. R. Meir says, the law of removal applies to their money substitute until the new year. The sages answered, the law of removal does not apply to the plants themselves, still less can it apply to their money substitute. 3. The seventh-year law applies to the husks and blossoms of pomegranates and the shells and kernels of walnuts, and also to their money substitute. The dyer may die, with seventh-year produce, for his own benefit but not for hire, since none may traffic with seventh-year produce. Or with firstlings, 1 or with heave offering, or with carrion, or with what is ear 2 or with forbidden beasts 3 or creeping things. 4. In the 7th year, a man may not gather wild vegetables and sell them in the market, yet he may collect them and his son sell them for him in the market. If he had gathered them for his own use and aught remains over, this he may sell for. If a man bought a firstling 5 for his son's wedding feast or for a feast, at Jerusalem, and he does not need it, he may sell it. If hunters of wild animals, birds and fishes chanced upon species that are unclean, they may sell them. R. Judah says, also if a man came upon such by accident he may buy or sell them provided that this is not his trade, but the sages forbid it. 5. The seventh-year law applies to branches of the sorb tree and the carob tree, as well as to their money substitute. The law of removal also applies to them and to their money substitute. The seventh-year law applies to branches of the terebinth, the pistachio, and the whitethorn, as well as to their money substitute, but the law of removal does not apply to them or to their money substitute. Yet the law of removal applies to the leaves since these fall off from their stem. 6. The seventh-year law applies to the rose, henna, balsam, and the lotus, as well as to their money substitute. R. Simeon says, it does not apply to balsam since this is not a fruit. 7. If a fresh rose, of 7th year produce, was preserved in old 6 oil, the rose may be taken away, but if an old rose, of 7th year produce, was preserved in fresh oil 7, the whole, is subject to the law of removal. If fresh carobs, of 7th year produce, were preserved in old wine, or old carobs, of 7th year produce, in new wine, 7 both are subject to the law of removal. This is the general rule: 8 If one kind is mixed with a different kind, and it is enough to give its flavor, the whole is subject to the law of removal. If it is mixed with a like kind, in no matter what quantity, 9, the whole is subject to the law of removal. If 7th year produce is mixed with a like kind, it renders the rest forbidden in no matter what quantity, and if with a different kind, it renders the rest forbidden only if it is enough to give its flavor. 8. 1. An important general rule have they laid down concerning 7th year produce: whatsoever is gathered solely as food for man may not be used as an emollient for man, or, needless to say, for cattle. Whatsoever is not gathered solely as food for man may be used as an emollient for man, but not for cattle, and whatsoever is not customarily gathered solely as food for man or as food for cattle, yet was intended as food both for man. 1 CP 529, N8. 533, N9, 1 C App I47, J Lev NFL. 4 Lev 1 129 registered sign 5 blemished, and so permitted to non-priest 6 of the previous year 9 of the 8th year applying to all kinds of produce that are subject to restrictions enjoined in the law. 9 even if not enough to give its flavor. And for cattle, the more stringent rules affecting both man and cattle apply to it. If, when it was gathered, it was intended for use only, as wood, it is so accounted, like, for example, savory, marjoram, and calamint. 2. 7th year produce is intended for use as food, drink or unguent, that is to be used as food which is customarily eaten, and that used as drink which is customarily drunken, and that used as unguent which is customarily used for anointing. A man may not use wine or vinegar for anointing, but must anoint with oil. The same one applies to heave offering and second tithe, but greater leniency applies to oil from 7th year produce in that it can be used for kindling a lamp. 3. 7th year produce may not be sold, whether by bulk, weight or number. Even figs may not be sold by number nor vegetables by weight. The school of Shammai say, nor even in bundles, and the school of Hillel say, what is usually tied up in bundles in the house may be tied up in bundles in the market, like, for example, leeks and asphodel. 4. If a man said to a laborer, in the 7th year, here is a nicer one for thee, gather me vegetables today, his payment is permitted, but if he said, in return, for the mar, gather me vegetables today, his payment is forbidden. If a man bought from the baker a loaf worth a pondian, and said, when I have collected vegetables from the field I will bring them to thee, this is permitted, but if he bought it from him with no conditions, he may not pay him with the price of 7th year produce, since a debt may not be defrayed with the price of 7th year produce. 5. One may not pay therewith a well digger, a bath housekeeper, a barber or a sailor, but it may be given to a well digger, to buy wine, to drink, and it may be given to any of them as a free gift. 6. 7th year figs may not be cut off with the fig knife, but they may be cut off by a different knife. Grapes may not be trodden out in a winepress, but they may be trodden out in a vat, and olives may not be prepared in an olive press or with an olive crusher, but they may be crushed and brought into a small press. R. Simeon says, they may even be ground in the proper olive press and then brought into a small press. 7. 7th year vegetables may not be cooked in heave offering oil, lest they make it invalid, for R. Simeon permits it, if 7th year produce is exchanged for aught else and this again exchanged the last thing, God in exchange is subject to the 7th year law, and the 7th year produce itself remains forbidden. 8. Slaves or lands or unclean beasts may not be bought with the price of 7th year produce, but if a man has done so he must buy and consume produce of equal value. 5. It is forbidden to bring as the offerings of a man or woman that suffered a flux. 6. Or of a woman after childbirth 7 birds that have been bought with the price of 7th year produce. If one has done so he must buy and consume produce of equal value. Vessels may not be anointed with oil from 7th year produce, and if one has done so he must buy and consume produce of equal value. 9. If a hide has been smeared with 7th year oil, R. Eliezer says, it must be burned, but the sages say, a man must buy and consume produce of equal value. They declared before R. Akiba that R. Eliezer 1 that it can be used only for food, drink, or unguent. See App 2, A.J. Ibid CP 714, and 3s. The price of 7th year produce must itself be used only for purchasing other food. 4 Lev 1 7 Lev 12. Used to say, a hide that has been smeared with 7th year oil is to be burned. He replied, hold your peace, I will not say to you what R. Eliezer has taught concerning this. 110. Moreover they declared before him that R. Eliezer used to say, he that eats the bread of the Samaritans is like to one that eats the flesh of swine. He replied, hold your peace, I will not say to you what R. Eliezer has taught concerning this. 11. If a bath was heated with 7th year straw or stubble, it is permitted to wash therein, but a man that is held in honor will not wash therein. 9. 1. Rue, goosefoot, purslane, hill coriander, celery, and meadow aruca are exempt from tithes and may be bought from anyone in the 7th year, since no watch is kept over the like of these. 3. R. Judah says, aftergrowths of mustard are permitted since transgressors are not under suspicion concerning them. R. Simeon says, all aftergrowths are permitted, excepting the aftergrowths of cabbage, since the like of these do not come within the class of wild vegetables. But the sages say, all aftergrowths are forbidden. 2. 3 countries 3 are to be distinguished in what concerns the law of removal: for Judea, beyond Jordan and Galilee, and each of these is divided into 3 lands. Galilee is divided into Upper Galilee, Lower Galilee, and the valley, from Kephar-Hanania upwards, wheresoever sycamores do not grow, is Upper Galilee, from Kephar-Hanania downwards, wheresoever sycamores grow, is Lower Galilee. The region of Tiberias is the valley, and in Judea are the hill country, the plain 5 and the valley 6. The plain of Lydda is deemed to pertain to the plain of the south, and the hill country nearby is like to the king's hill country. 7. From Beth Horon to the sea is reckoned a single district. 3. Why have they spoken of 3 countries? That they may eat of 7th year produce in each country only until the last of the 7th year produce in that country is ended. R. Simeon says, they have spoken of 3 countries only in what concerns Judea. The rest of the countries are as the king's hill country. 8. All these countries are alike in what concerns olives and dates. 4. They may eat 7th year produce which they have collected into their houses, only so long as like produce is still found free in the fields, but not so long as it is still found watched over, in private ownership. R. Jose I. Cf. R. Eleazar B. Hyrcanus was at one time under a ban because of his heretical views. P. 783, 5. They are ownerless property and the sanctity of the 7th year does not apply to them. See Nub 59e. If 7th year produce was gathered by any person, he is permitted to eat it so long as like produce is still growing in the country where he lives. Once this produce has begun to wither in the fields, the gathered produce of that same species must be removed, i.e. be eaten forthwith, or burnt or thrown into the sea. Cf. MSH 5 Shephelah 6 tons Shebi 7, from En-Gedi to Jericho. For the threefold division, cf. Josh, I.O., Judge I. Beyond Jordan is divided in like manner into hill country, plain, and valley. CP Shebi 9. The hill country is Machwar, Gadar, and the rest. The plain is Heshbon with all the towns on the plain, such as Didhan, Bamoth-Baal, Beth-Baal-Meon, and the rest. The valley is Beth-Horon, Beth-Nimrah, and the rest. 7. I.e. like the hill country of Judea, and they may eat the 7th year produce there until the like kind disappears in the fields of the king's hill country. 8. In Galilee and beyond Jordan they may continue eating 7th year produce until the like produce comes to an end in the Judean hill country, i.e. where, owing to its altitude, the time of ripening is late. 3349. Allows it also when it is still found watched over, in private ownership. They may continue to eat 7th year produce, by virtue of the continuance in the open field of late ripening grain, or of trees that bear twice in the year, but not by virtue of winter grapes. R. Judah allows this if they began to ripen before the summer of the 7th year was over. 5. If 3 kinds of vegetables of 7th year produce were preserved in a single jar, R. Eleazar says, they may be eaten only such time as the first of the 3 kinds to ripen remains in the field. R. Joshua says, even until the last of the 3 to ripen still remains. Rabban Gamaliel says, when the like kind comes to an end in the field, the law of removal applies to that same kind that is in the jar, and the halakha is according to him. R. Simeon says, all vegetables are alike in what concerns the law of removal. One may continue eating 7th year purslane until vetches come to an end in the valley of Beth Netophah. 1:6. If a man gathered fresh vegetables of 7th year produce, he may continue to eat of them until the ground moisture is dried up. If he gathered dried vegetables, he may continue to eat of them until the second rainfall. 2. Of the next year, leaves of reeds or of vines may continue to be used until they that are still left in the field fall from their stem, or if they were gathered dry, until the second rainfall. R. Akiba says, in every case, they may continue to be used until the second rainfall. 7. In like manner, if a man hired a house to his fellow until the rains, this signifies until the second rainfall. If a man was under a vow 3 to derive no benefit from his fellow until the rains, this signifies until the second rainfall. Until when may the poor enter the gardens for to glean? Until the second rainfall. After what time may the straw and stubble 5 of the 7th year be made use of or burned? After the second rainfall. 8. If a man still had 7th year produce and the time came for removal, He must allot food for 3 meals to every person in his household. The poor may eat of such produce after the time of removal, but not the rich. So our Judah, our Jose says, poor and rich alike may eat after the time of removal. 9. If a man had 7th year produce that had fallen to him by inheritance or gift, our Eliezer says, it must be given free to them that would eat of it. But the sages say, the sinner may 6th not be benefited, but, rather, the produce should be sold to them that would eat of it, and its price divided among them all. If a man ate of dough made from 7th year produce before dough offering was taken from it, he is guilty of death. 7:10. 1. The 7th year cancels any loan whether it is secured by bond or not. It does not cancel debts due to a shopkeeper. 9. But if they were turned into a loan it cancels them. Our Judah says, if a later debt is incurred the former is deemed to be a loan and is cancelled. The hire of an hireling is not cancelled, but if it was turned into a loan it is cancelled. Our Jose says, if the work must stop in the 7th year the hire is cancelled, but if it need not stop in the 7th year the hire is not cancelled. 1 Nub p. 128. Purslane is given here as lasting longest after being plucked, and Netofa is a place where, owing to its plentiful supply of water, the crops remain longest in the field. 1 usually falls during November 7th. Net 8 Red Diamonds Card Suit. p. 8. Which the law enjoins. X 2311. Lev 25 feet. Shall, in the 7th year, be food for the cattle and not be for man's profit. 6 He had received a forbidden gift. 7 Although 7th year produces tithe-free it is liable to the dough offering. p. 83. N1. Dut 151. For goods given on trust. 2. If a man slaughtered a heifer and divided it among purchasers on the 1st day of the 8th year, and the month was intercalated, 1. The debt incurred by them that buy the flesh is cancelled, but if not, it is not cancelled. The fines incurred by the violator. 2. The seducer 1. And him that hath brought up an evil name. F. And all payments enjoined by the court are not cancelled. A loan secured by a pledge and one of which the bonds are delivered to the court, these are not cancelled. 3. A loan secured by a prosbul. 5 Is not cancelled by the 7th year. This is one of the things that Hillel the elder ordained, when he saw that the people refrained from giving loans one to another and transgressed what is written in the law. Beware that there be not a base thought in thine heart. 6 Hillel ordained the prosbul. 4. This is the formula of the prosbul. I affirm to you, such a one and such a one, the judges in such a place, that, touching any debt due to me, I will collect it whensoever I will, and the judges sign below, or the witnesses. 5. An antedated prosbul is valid, but if it is post-dated it is not valid. Antedated bonds are not valid, but if post-dated they are valid. If one borrows from 5 persons, a prosbul is drawn up for each creditor. If 5 borrow from 1 person, only 1 prosbul is drawn up for them all. 6. A prosbul may only be written for a loan secured by immovable property. If the debtor has none, the creditor gives him title to part, however small, of his own land. If the debtor has land held in pledge in the city, a prosbul may be written on its security. Our Huspif says, they may write a prosbul for a man on the security of his wife's property, or for an orphan on the security of his guardian's property. 7. A7 Beehive. Our Eliezer says, counts as immovable property. A prosbul may be written on its security. It is not susceptible to uncleanness while it remains in its own place. 8. And if a man scraped honey from it on the Sabbath he is culpable. 9. But the sages say, it does not count as immovable property. A prosbul may not be written on its security. It contracts uncleanness while remaining in its own place, and if a man scraped honey from it on the Sabbath he is not culpable. 8. If a man would repay a debt in the 7th year the creditor must say to him, I cancel it. If he replied, nonetheless, I will repay it, the creditor may take it from him, for it is written, and this is the word of the release. 10. In like manner 1:1 If a manslayer went into exile to a city of refuge and the men of the city were minded to do him honor, he must say to them, I am a manslayer. If they replied, nonetheless, we would do the honor, he may accept the honor from them, for it is written, this is the word of the manslayer. 12:9 If a man repays a debt in the 7th year the sages are well pleased with him. If a man borrows from a proselyte whose sons have become proselytes with him, he need not repay the debt to the sons. 13 But if he 1. If the last month of the 7th year was given 30 instead of 29 days, so that the day when he divided the beast was thus the last day of the 7th year. 2 do 22 inches. JX 221-17. Do 22 liters. A5 C app I34. Do 15 feet 7 ucts 3. It is deemed like the ground, and not a vessel, and so it is not susceptible to uncleanness. It would be the equivalent of plucking something from the ground, offending against the law against reaping on the Sabbath. Shab 7 feet 10 do 15. The word, i.e. simple admission of the obligation, satisfies the law. Mac 2 feet 12 do 19-12. Since the sons of a proselyte do not inherit from their father. C2 First Division. Zeraim repays it to them. The sages are well pleased with him. All movable goods are, legally, acquired, only, by the act of drawing them into the purchaser's possession. 1 But whosoever fulfills his, bare, word, the sages are well pleased with him. Terumath. Heave offerings. 1 There are 5 that may not give heave offering. 2 And if they do so their heave offering is not valid. A deaf-mute Heresh, an imbecile, a minor, he that gives heave offering from what is not his own, and a Gentile who gives heave offering from what belongs to an Israelite, even if it was with his consent his heave offering is not valid. 2 He that is not dumb but only deaf may not give heave offering, but if he does so his heave offering is valid. The Heresh of which the sages have spoken is always one that is both deaf and dumb. 3 If a minor has not produced 2 hairs, 3 R. Judah says, his heavy offering is valid. R. Jose says, if he gave heave offering before he reached an age when his vows are valid, 4 his heave offering is not valid, but if after he reached an age when his vows are valid his heave offering is valid. 4 Heave offering may not be given from olives instead of from oil, or from grapes instead of from wine. If this is done, the school of Shammai say, it may still be deemed heave offering of the olives or of the grapes themselves, and the school of Hillel say, their heave offering is not valid. 5 Heave offering is not given from gleanings, or from the forgotten sheaf, or from P.S. or from ownerless produce, or from first tithe from which heave offering 6 has been 7 taken, or from second tithe 8 or dedicated produce that have been 7 redeemed. Heave offering may not be given from what is liable to tithes, instead of from what is exempt, or from what is exempt instead of from what is liable, or from what is plucked instead of from what is unplucked, or from what is unplucked instead of from what is plucked, or from this year's produce instead of from last year's produce, or from last year's produce instead of from this year's produce, or from produce of the land of Israel, instead of from produce from outside the land, or from produce from outside the land instead of from produce of the land, and if this is done the heave offering is not valid. 6 There are 5 that may not give heave offering, yet if they do so their heave offering is valid. He that is dumb, or drunken, or naked, or blind, or that has suffered a pollution. 9 These may not give heave offering, yet if they do so their heave offering is valid. 7 Heave offering may not be given by measure, by weight or by number, but it may be given from what has been measured, or weighed, or numbered. Heave offering may not be given in a basket or in a hamper that holds a known measure, but it may be given therein if it is a half or a third part filled. It may not be given in a measure, half filled, since the half thereof is a known measure. See Kid I, BM4, BB 57, 9 feet. 1 head teruma. See App I48. It is the portion, from a 60th to a 40th, that must be given to the priests from the produce of the harvest, and the produce is forbidden to be eaten by non-priests until such heave offering has been set aside. J. The token of puberty. Cf. San 81. Nid 6U4. For a boy it is 13 years and a day, for a girl 12 years and a day. See Nid S. For these 3 CP4 5 registered sign, I1 registered sign 6 C App I48, 2, 7 variant, not bin, CP 73, N6, Lev 15. Shebeith, 10, 9, Terumath, 2, 453 8. Heave offering may not be given from oil instead of from olives that are to be pressed, or from wine instead of from grapes that are to be trodden. Yet if this is done the heave offering is valid, but heave offering must again be given, and of these 2 heave offerings, the first renders other produce into which it may fall, subject to the law of heave offering, and, if it is eaten in error by a non-priest, it is subject to the law of the added 5th one, but it is not so with the second. 2-9. Heave offering may be given from oil instead of from olives that are to be preserved, or from wine instead of from grapes that are to be made into raisins. If a man gave heave offering from oil instead of from olives intended for eating, or from other olives instead of from olives intended for eating, or from wine instead of from grapes intended for eating, or from other grapes instead of from grapes intended for eating, and he afterward determined to press them, he need not give heave offering afresh. 10. Heave offering may not be given from produce whose preparation is finished instead of from produce whose preparation is unfinished, or from produce whose preparation is unfinished instead of from produce whose preparation is finished, or from produce whose preparation is unfinished instead of from other produce whose preparation is unfinished. But if this is done, the heave offering is valid. 2. 1. Heave offering may not be given from what is clean instead of from what is unclean. Yet if this is done, the heave offering is valid. Rightly have they said: 3. If part of a cake of pressed figs was unclean, heave offering may be given from the part that is clean instead of from the part that is unclean. So, 2. With a bundle of vegetables or a heap of grain, if there were 2 cakes, 2 bundles, or 2 heaps, and one of them was unclean and the other clean, heave offering may not be given from the one instead of from the other. R. Eliezer says, heave offering may be given from the clean instead of from the unclean. 2. Heave offering may not be given from what is unclean instead of from what is clean. If this was done in error, the heave offering is valid, and if wantonly, the act is void. So, 2. If a Levite had unclean tithe from which heave offering of tithe had not been given, and he gave heave offering from this instead of from other produce, if this was done in error, his heave offering is valid, and if wantonly, his act is void. R. Judah says, if he knew before that it was unclean, even if he acted in error, his act is void. 3. If a man immersed unclean vessels on the Sabbath 4 and he acted in error, he may use them, and if wantonly, he may not use them. If he set apart tithe or cooked odd on the Sabbath and he acted in error, he may eat of it, and if wantonly, he may not eat of it. If a man planted odd on the Sabbath and he acted in error, he may let it remain, and if wantonly, he must uproot it. But in the 7th year, whether he acted in error or wantonly, he must uproot it. 4. Heave offering may not be given from one kind instead of from another kind, and if this is done, the heave offering is not valid. All kinds of wheat count as one, and all kinds of figs, dried figs and fig cakes count as one, and heave offering can be given from one kind instead of from 1 Lev s1, since this is not enjoined in the law but is only a hedge around the law ordained as a precaution by the scribes. 3 CP 12. And 4. Forbidden as an act of work, since it is the equivalent of repairing a utensil. Another. Where there is a priest, heave offering must be given from the choicest kind, but where there is no priest, it should be given from the kind that best endures. R. Judah says, heave offering should ever be given from the choicest kind. 5. They should give as heave offering a whole small onion and not half a large onion. R. Judah says, not so, but they should give half a large onion. So, 2. R. Judah used to say, heave offering may be given from town onions instead of from village onions, but not from village onions instead of from town onions, since these are the food of the better folk. 6. Heave offering may be given from oil olives instead of from pickling olives, but not from pickling olives instead of from oil olives. It may be given from unboiled wine instead of from boiled wine, but not from boiled wine instead of from unboiled wine. This is the general rule. If the 2 kinds of produce are diverse kinds, heave offering may not be given from one instead of from the other, even from the better instead of from the worse. If they are not diverse kinds, heave offering may be given from the better instead of from the worse, but not from the worse instead of from the better. Yet if heave offering is given from the worse instead of from the better, the heave offering is valid, save only when tares 1 are given instead of wheat, since they are not food. Cucumbers and muskmelons count as a single kind. R. Judah says, 2 kinds. 2 3. 1. If a man gave a cucumber as heave offering and it was found to be bitter, or a watermelon and it was found to be rotten, it is valid, but he must again give heave offering. If he gave a jar of wine as heave offering and it was found turned to vinegar, the heave offering is invalid if it was known that it had turned to vinegar before it was given as heave offering. But if it had turned to vinegar after it was given as heave offering, the heave offering is valid. If it was in doubt, the heave offering is deemed valid, but he must again give heave offering. And of these 2 heavy offerings, the first does not of itself render other produce into which it may fall subject to the law of heave offering, and if it is eaten in error by a non-priest, it is not subject to the law of the added 5th and so, too, is it with the second. 2. If one of them fell into common produce 3, it does not render it subject to the law of heave offering. If the other fell elsewhere in the same produce, it does not render it subject to the law of heave offering. But if both fell into the same place, they render it subject to the law of heave offering. According to the bulk of the smaller of the two heave offerings. 43. If joint holders gave heave offering the one after the other, our Akiba says, the heave offering of them both is valid, but the sages say, the heave offering of the first alone is accounted heave offering. Our Jose says, if the first gave heave offering in full measure, the heave offering of the second is not accounted heave offering. But if the first did not give heave offering in full measure, the heave offering of the second is accounted heave offering. 4. This 5 applies if the one had not bidden the other give heave offering. But if a man empowered one of his household or his bondman or his bond, see kill, 1 key 1. 3 het hullen, lit. Profane. It here means produce from which heave offering has already been taken and which is therefore free for unrestricted consumption, i.e. it renders the rest subject to the law of heave offering only if it is at least an 1/100th of the whole mixture. The opinion of our Akiba. Woman to give heave offering. Such heave offering is valid. If he annulled his word, the heave offering is invalid if he annulled it before the heavy offering was given. But if he annulled it after the heave offering was given, the heave offering remains valid. Laborers 1 have no right to give heavy offering, excepting the treaders of grapes, since they too would straightway render the winepress unclean. 5. If a man said, let the heave offering of this heap be within it, or let the tithes thereof be within it, or let the heave offering of tithe be within it, our Simeon says, he has validly designated it. 3. But the sages say, not until he says, let it be to the north of it or to the south of it. Our Eliezer Hisma says, if he said, let heave offering be given from this heap for this heap, he has validly designated it. 3. Our Eliezer B. Jacob says, if he said, may the 10th part of this tithe be heave offering of tithe, he has validly designated it. 3. 6. If a man gave heave offering before first fruits, or first tithe before heave offering, or second tithe before first tithe, his act is valid, although he transgresses a negative command, for it is written, thou shalt not delay to offer of the abundance of thy fruits and of thy liquors. 7. And whence do we learn that first fruits come before heavy offering, even though the one is called, by the scripture, heave offering, and the first, and the other is called heave offering, and the first 3 first fruits come first because they are, of all produce, the first fruits, and heave offering comes before first tithe since it is called the first. And first tithe comes before second tithe because it includes the heavy offering of tithe which is called the first. 8. If a man intended to say heave offering and he said tithe, or tithe and he said heave offering, or if he intended to say whole offering and he said peace offering, or peace offering and he said whole offering, or if he intended to say, in his vow, I will not enter this house, and he said that house, or I will derive no benefit from this, and he said that, his word remains void until mouth and heart agree. 9. Heave offering or tithes or hallowed things 6 that are given by a Gentile or a Samaritan are valid. Our Judah says, the law of the 4th year vineyard. 7 does not apply to Gentiles. 8 But the sages say, it does apply. The heave offering of Gentiles renders other produce with which it is mixed subject to the law of heave offering, and, if it is eaten in error by a non-priest, it is subject to the law of the added 5th. But our Simeon declares it exempt from the law of the added 5th. 4. 1. If a man set aside, from a heap, only part of the heave offering and tithes, to which it was liable, he may still take the remaining heavy offering, or tithes, for that heap, from that heap, but he may not take one who are associates working for one who is an Amharetz. See Api 3. 1 Householders who are Amharetz 1 so that the heave offering, sick, may be taken from that heap only. 4x 22 Duke 12:17 speaks of the heave offering of your hand, and Duke 26, speaking of first fruits, says the priest shall take the basket out of Dune hand. There, first fruits are called heave offering. X 23 inches says, the first fruits of thy ground. Num 18 says of Aaron, behold I have given thee the charge of mine heave offerings. And Duke 18 says, the JRRT of thy corn, of thy wine thou shalt give him, the priest. 6 The term includes anything dedicated to the temple or set aside to be offered in the temple, or which, according to the law, should belong to the temple. 7 Lev 19. CP 7, MSHS 14, i.e. Jews may eat from Gentiles' vineyards in the 4th year. Ought from that heap, as heave offering or tithes, for produce elsewhere. Our Meir says, he may take heave offering and tithes from that heap for produce elsewhere. 2. If his produce was in the store chamber and he gave 1 seah to a Levite and 1 seah to a poor man, he may thereupon set aside as much as 8 seahs and consume them. So our Meir. But the sages say, he may set aside produce in accordance with the exact quantity that still remains. With the Levite and the poor man 3, the proper measure of heave offering, if a man is liberal, is on a 40th part. The school of Shammai say, 1/30th, if he is liberal in medium degree, 1/50th part, if he is mean, 1/60th part. If a man gave heave offering and found that it was only 1/60th, it is valid and he need not again give heave offering. If he added more, this is subject to tithes. 1. If he found that it was only 1/61st, the heavy offering is valid but he must give heave offering again as much as his custom is, and this may be given, according to measure, weight, or number. Our Judah says, it can be taken even from produce not lying nearby. 4. If a householder said to his agent, go and give heave offering, the agent should give heave offering according to the householder's mind. If he does not know the householder's mind, he should give heave offering according to medium measure, 1/50th part. If he gave 10 parts less or more, in error the heave offering is valid, but if of set purpose he added even 1 part more, the heave offering is not valid. 3-5. If a man would give more heave offering, our Eliezer says, he may give up to 1/10, as with heave offering of tithe. If more than this, let him make the surplus heave offering of tithe for produce elsewhere. Our Ishmael says, he need keep but half as common produce and he may give half as heave offering. Our Tarfon and our Akiba say, he may give as much heave offering as he will, so long as he keeps back somewhat. 5 as common produce. 6. At 3 times do they take the measure of the basket in which to give first tithe and heave offering of tithe, at the time of the first ripe fruits and of the late summer fruits and in the middle of the summer. 2. Count the fruits as praiseworthy, to measure them is more praiseworthy, but to weigh them is the most praiseworthy of the 3. 6-7. Our Eliezer says, heave offering becomes neutralized in 101 parts. 7. Our Joshua says, in somewhat more than 100, and this somewhat more has no prescribed measure. Our Jose B. Meshulam says, this somewhat more must be, at least, 1 cab 8 to 100 Cs, 9 namely a sixth of that seah of heave offering, which would render the 99 and somewhat more Cs, subject to the law of heavy offering. 8. Our Joshua says, black figs serve to neutralize in conjunction with white, and white figs serve to neutralize in conjunction with black. Large 1a first tithe and poorman tithe, CP 15, and 6. These, according to our Meir, serve to render another 8 Cs duly tithed. With this obscure Mishnah cf. Git 3. 1. Since it I not validly heave offering but part of the tithable residue. 1. Since he has willfully not fulfilled his trust, he has invalidated his agency. Cf. Mile 6. Red Diamonds Card Suit. Cambridge text adds, but not for produce, etc. SCF. Hall I. Cf. Ob 1 inches 7. If 1 seah of heave offering fell into 100 Cs of ordinary produce, making IOI in all, any 1 seah may be taken out and given to the priest, and the rest is free for common use. App 2. D. Cakes of figs serve to neutralize in conjunction with small cakes, and small in conjunction with large. Round cakes serve to neutralize in conjunction with square cakes, and square in conjunction with round. But our Eliezer does not permit this. Our Akiba says, if it was known which kind fell among the common produce, differing kinds do not serve to neutralize in conjunction with each other, but if it was not known which kind fell, differing kinds serve to neutralize in conjunction with each other. 9. Thus if there were 50 black figs and 50 white figs, of common produce, and 1 black heave offering fig fell among them, the black figs are forbidden but the white are permitted. If a white fig fell among them, the white figs are forbidden but the black are permitted. But if it was not known which kind fell among them, the 2 kinds serve to neutralize in conjunction with each other. Here our Eliezer adopts the more stringent and our Joshua the more lenient ruling. 10. But in this, that follows, our Eliezer adopts the more lenient and our Joshua the more stringent ruling. If a litra of dried heave offering figs were stuffed into the mouth of a jar, which was one among many jars of figs each holding 100 litras, but it is not known into which R. Eliezer says, the heave offering figs are deemed, not a single mass but separated figs dispersed among the figs that are common produce, and those below serve to neutralize in conjunction with those above. R. Joshua says, they do so only if there are 100 jars. 11. If a seah of heave offering fell into the mouth of a store jar and the top layer was skimmed off, R. Eliezer says, if in the layer removed there was 100 seahs, the seah of heave offering becomes neutralized as being but 1 in 101. R. Joshua says, it is not neutralized. If a seah of heave offering fell into the mouth of a store jar, the top layer must be skimmed off. If so, why have they said, heave offering becomes neutralized in 101 parts? That applies only if it is not known whether it has become mixed up, or where it had fallen. 12. If there were 2 baskets, or 2 store jars, and a seah of heavy offering fell into one of them and it is not known into which of them it fell, each serves to neutralize in conjunction with the other. R. Simeon says, even if they are found in 2 separate towns they serve to neutralize in conjunction with each other. 13. R. Jose said, a case once came before R. Akiba about 50 bundles of vegetables among which a like bundle was fallen of which the half was heave offering, and I decided before him, it is neutralized, not that heave offering can be neutralized in 50 and 1, but because there 102 halves. 5. 1. If one seah of unclean heave offering fell into less than 100 seahs of common produce, first tithe, second tithe, or dedicated produce, whether they were clean or unclean, they must be left to rot. If that seah was clean, they must be sold to priests at the price of heave offering. 1. Accepting the price of that 1 seah. 1. If it fell into first tithe the whole must be designated heave offering of tithe, and if it fell into second tithe or into dedicated produce, these must be redeemed. If the common produce was unclean it may be eaten dried or roast or kneaded with fruit. 1 which is naturally much less than that of common food since it is only consumable by priests. 1 which must be given free juice. 1 or divided among lumps of dough so that in no single place is there an egg's bulk. 2. If 1 seah of unclean heave offering fell into 100 seahs of common produce, they remain clean. R. Eliezer says, 1 seah can be taken up and burned, since I should assume that the seah which fell in is the seah which comes up, but the sages say, it is neutralized and it may be eaten dried or roast or kneaded with fruit juice or divided among lumps of dough so that in no single place is there an egg's bulk. 3. If 1 seah of clean heave offering fell into 100 seahs of unclean common produce it is neutralized and may be eaten dry or roast or kneaded with fruit juice or divided among lumps of dough so that in no single place is there an egg's bulk. 4. If 1 seah of unclean heave offering fell into 100 seahs of clean heave offering, the school of Shammai forbid the whole, but the school of Hillel permit it. The school of Hillel said to the school of Shammai, since clean heave offering is forbidden to non-priests and unclean is forbidden to priests, if the clean can be neutralized cannot the unclean be neutralized also? The school of Shammai answered, no. If common produce, to which leniency applies and which is permitted to non-priests, neutralizes what is clean, should heave offering, to which stringency applies and which is forbidden to non-priests, neutralize what is unclean. After they had agreed, 3. R. Eliezer said, it should be taken up and burned, but the sages say, it is lost through its scantness. 5. If 1 seah of heave offering fell into 100 seahs of common produce, and was lifted out and again fell into common produce elsewhere, R. Eliezer says, it renders it subject to the law of heave offering as though it was undoubted heave offering, but the sages say, it may render it subject to the law of heave offering only if it is in the prescribed proportion. 6. If 1 seah of leave offering fell into less than 100 seahs of common produce, and these were thereby rendered subject to the law of heave offering, and some of this produce mixed with heave offering fell into common produce elsewhere, R. Eliezer says, it renders it subject to the law of heave offering as though it was undoubted heave offering. But the sages say for what contains heave offering renders other produce subject to the law of heave offering only if it is in the prescribed proportion. What is leavened with heave offering renders other dough leavened as with heave offering only if it is in the prescribed proportion. Drawn water renders the immersion pool 5 invalid only if it is in the prescribed proportion. 7. If 1 seah of heave offering fell into 100 seahs of common produce, and was lifted out and another seah fell in and was lifted out, and so on, the common produce is not forbidden until the heave offering exceeds the common produce. 8. If one seah of heave offering fell into 100 seahs of common produce, and before it was lifted out another seah fell in, such common produce is forbidden to non-priests. Our Simeon declares it permitted. One such as the juice of olives or pomegranates which do not, like certain liquids, cf. Mach 6 feet, render food susceptible to uncleanness. Lev nm2 the minimum quantity susceptible to food uncleanness. See Ta 3. 1. The school of Shammai admitted the truth of the opinion of the school of Hillel, and nowhere else have we found that the school of Shammai admitted the truth of the opinion of the school of Hillel. Tif. Y. S. 4 turn isc mikl 2. 9. If one seah of heave offering fell into 100 seahs of common produce, and they were ground together, and reduced in bulk, as the common produce becomes less so the heave offering becomes less, and the whole is still permitted. If one seah of heave offering fell into less than 100 seahs of common produce, and they were ground together, and increased in bulk, as the common produce increases so the heavy offering increases, and the whole is still forbidden. If it was known that the wheat that was common produce was of better quality than the wheat that was heave offering, it is permitted. If one seah of heave offering fell into less than 100 arahs of common produce, and other common produce afterward fell therein, if it was in error the whole is permitted, but if wantonly it is forbidden. 6. 1. If a man ate heave offering in error he must repay its value and the added. 5th. 1. It is all one whether he ate or drank or anointed himself, or whether the heave offering was clean or unclean, he must repay the added. 5th and even the 5th of the added. 5th. 2. He may not repay in heave offering but in duly tithed common produce. This, 2, becomes heave offering, and what may be repaid in its stead. 3. Also becomes heavy offering. Therefore, even if the priest would remit he may not. 2. If the daughter of an Israelite 4 ate heave offering and was afterward married to a priest. 5. If she had eaten heave offering not yet acquired by a priest she may pay its value and the added. 5th to herself. But if she had eaten heave offering already acquired by a priest she should pay its value to the owner and the added. 5th to herself. For they have taught, if a man ate heave offering in error he must repay the value to the owner but he may pay the added. 5th to whomsoever he will. 3. If a man gave his laborers or guests heave offering to eat, he himself must repay the value while they pay the added. 5th. So are Meir. But the sages say, they must pay both the value and the added. 5th. While he repays to them the price of their meal. 4. If a man stole heave offering but did not eat it, he must make twofold restitution. 6. At the price of heave offering, but if he ate it he must repay twice the value and the added. 5th. The value and the added. 5th in common produce together with the value at the price of heave offering. If he stole dedicated heave offering 7 and ate it, he must pay 2 added. 5th say together with the value, only, for twofold restitution does not apply in the theft of dedicated produce. 5. Restitution may not be made from gleanings, the forgotten sheaf, peak or ownerless produce, nor yet from first tithe from which heavy offering has not been taken or second tithe or dedicated produce which have not been redeemed, for what is dedicated cannot redeem aught else that is dedicated. So are Meir, but the sages permit it. 10. 6. R. Eliezer says, restitution may be made from one kind instead of one. Lev 5u. 22. If he ate the added 5th, to which attaches heave offering sanctity, he must repay it together with yet another added 5th. 3. If he ate this also, as very frequently in the Mishnah, see General Index, Israelites. 2. Israelite is here used in the restricted sense of one who is not a priest or Levite. When it is her right to eat of heave offering. Lev 22 inches 5x 22 7 which a priest had dedicated to the temple 1 each for acting amiss. Lev 51, with heave offering and with dedicated produce. 4. So Cambridge text, Mishnah editions omit 10 with tithes and dedicated produce. From another kind provided that it is from a better instead of from a worse kind, but our Akiba says, restitution may be made only from the like kind. Therefore if a man ate heave offering cucumbers grown in the year before the 7th year he must wait for the cucumbers of the year after the 7th year and repay from them. 1. From the same scripture. 2. Whence our Eliezer derives the more lenient ruling, our Akiba derives the more stringent ruling, for it is written, and he shall give unto the priest the holy thing, namely, whatsoever is fit to be holy. So our Eliezer, but our Akiba says, and he shall give unto the priest the holy thing, namely, the same kind of hallowed thing that he had eaten. 7. If a man ate heave offering wantonly, he must repay its value, but he need not pay the added fifth. The produce with which he repays remains common produce. Therefore, if the priest would remit, he may remit. 2. If a priest's daughter was married to an Israelite 3 and afterward ate heave offering, she must repay its value, but she need not pay the added fifth. And if she committed adultery, her death is by burning. If she was married to any of them that are not eligible for marriage into the priestly stock, 4. She must repay the value of heave offering and also the added fifth. And if she committed adultery, her death is by strangling. So are Meir. But the sages say, in either case they repay the value but not the added fifth. And if they committed adultery, their death is by burning. 3. If a man gave heave offering to eat to his children that are minors, or to his slaves whether minors or of age, or if he ate heave offering that came from another country, or if he ate less than an olive's bulk of heavy offering, he must repay the value but not the added fifth. And what is given in repayment remains common produce. Therefore, if the priest would remit, he may remit. 4. This is the general rule. Whensoever a man repays the value and the added fifth, what is given in repayment is heave offering. Therefore, if the priest would remit, he may not remit. And whensoever a man repays the value but not the added fifth, what is given in repayment remains common produce. Therefore, if the priest would remit, he may remit. 5. If there were trough baskets, one of heave offering and one of common produce, and a seah of heave offering fell into one of them, but it is not known into which of them it fell, I may assume that it fell into the basket of heave offering. But if it is not known which is the basket of heavy offering and which the basket of common produce, and a man ate from one of them, he is not culpable, and the other basket is deemed to be heave offering. According to our Meir, dough offering 5 must be given from it, but our Jose exempts it. If another man ate from the other basket, he is not one, since the 6th year cucumbers would have hardened, and the 7th year cucumbers are forbidden in any case. 2 Levsta 14. J. Thereby losing her right to eat of heave offering. Lev 22 inches. She need not pay the added fifth, since the may become a widow and return to her father's spouse. Lev 22 U. And recover the right to eat of heave offering. The sanctity of the priestly stock still attaches to her. Hence, if she commits adultery, she is to be burned. Psalm 9. CFN 1. See Lev 21. She must repay the value, however, in that she ate what was not hers. Red Diamonds card suit. See Kid 4. She falls out of the priestly stock, and, according to our Meir, the previous conditions no longer apply, but according to the sages she continues to be reckoned of priestly stock. Since its condition is in doubt, it rests under the obligations that fall upon common produce. See Hall 1. Culpable. But if one man ate from both of them, he must repay according to the value of the smaller of the 2. 6. If one of these baskets fell into common produce, it does not render it subject to the law of heave offering, and the other basket is deemed to be heave offering. According to our Meir, dough offering must be given from it, but our Jose exempts it. If the other basket fell elsewhere into common produce, it does not render it subject to the law of heave offering, but if they both fell into the same place, they render it subject to the law of heave offering if what is in the smaller of the 2 is of the prescribed proportion. 7. If a man used one as seed, he is not culpable, and the other is deemed to be heave offering. According to our Meir, dough offering must be given from it, but our Jose exempts it. If another man used the other as seed, he is not culpable. But if one man used both as seed, and it is of a kind whose seed perishes in the ground, it is permitted to be eaten by non-priests. But if it is not of a kind whose seed perishes, it is forbidden. 8. 1. If a priest's wife 1 was eating heave offering, and they came and said to her, "Thy husband is dead," or, "He has divorced thee," and so too with a priest's slave. 2. If he was eating heave offering, and they came and said to him, "Thy master is dead," or, "He has sold thee to an Israelite," or, "He has given thee away," or, "He has freed thee," and so too with a priest. If he was eating heave offering, and it became known that he was the son of a divorced woman, or of a woman that had performed halitza. 3. Our Eliezer declares them liable to the repayment of the value and the added fifth. But our Joshua declares them exempt. If a priest was standing and sacrificing at the altar and it became known that he was the son of a divorced woman or of a woman that had performed halitza, R. Eliezer says, all the offerings that he offered on the altar are invalid, but R. Joshua declares them valid. If it became known that he had a blemish, for his ministration is invalid too. Of them all, if there was heave offering in their mouths, R. Eliezer says, they may swallow it, but R. Joshua says, they should spit it out. If they said to him, that was eating heave offering, thou hast become unclean, or the heave offering has become unclean, R. Eliezer says, he may swallow it, but R. Joshua says, he should spit it out. But if they said to him, thou wast unclean, or the heave offering was unclean, or if it became known that it was untithed produce, or first tithe, from which heave offering had not been taken, or second tithe or dedicated produce that had not been redeemed, or if he tasted the flavor of a bedbug in his mouth, then he should spit it out. 3. If a man was eating a cluster of grapes, and from the garden he entered into the courtyard, R. Eliezer says, he may finish eating it, but R. Joshua says, he may not finish. If it was growing dusk before the Sabbath, 6. R. Eliezer says, he may finish eating the cluster of grapes. But R. Joshua says, he may not finish. One who was the daughter of an Israelite, i.e. a non-priest, her right to eat of heavy offering continues only so long as she is married to a priest, or is the mother of a priest's son. Cf. above. 7:1 Lev 22 inches. 1. Making him ineligible to serve as a priest. For halitza, cf. I-12. The law that a priest may not marry a divorced woman, Lev 21 feet, was, by rabbinical interpretation, made to include also the woman who had performed halitza. Red diamonds card suit. Lev 22 inches. See Beck 7. 5. A casual meal. The fruit is tithe-free until it is brought within the owner's domain, when it is forbidden to eat of it until it has been duly tithed. See Moss J. When it is forbidden to tithe. Shabbat. 4. If heave offering wine has stood uncovered, it must be poured away. Still less need this be said of what is not heave offering wine. 3. Liquids become forbidden through being uncovered: water, wine and milk, while all other liquids are permitted for use although they have remained uncovered. How long must they have remained uncovered to become forbidden? Such time as it would take a serpent to come forth from a place nearby and drink. 5. The quantity of water that may remain uncovered must be such that the poison of a serpent would be lost in it. R. Jose says, water in vessels, whatsoever its quantity, is forbidden if it has remained uncovered, and water on the ground is forbidden if it is 40 cs, or less. 6. Figs, grapes, cucumbers, gourds, watermelons or muskmelons that have been gnawed, even if there is as much as a talent 3 of fruit on the tree, whether the fruit is large or small, plucked or unplucked, are forbidden, so long as there is juice in them. A beast that is bitten by a serpent is forbidden because of the danger to life. 4:7. A wine strainer is forbidden as a cover. 5. But our Nehemiah permits it. 8. If the uncleanness of a jar of heave offering is in doubt, R. Eliezer says, if it lay in an exposed place it should be put in a hidden place, and if it was uncovered it should be covered. But R. Joshua says, if it was lying in a hidden place it should be put in an exposed place, and if it was covered, it should be uncovered. 6. Rabban Gamaliel says, not new should be done to it. 9. If a jar of din heave offering in the upper part of the winepress was broken, and the lower part was unclean, R. Eliezer and R. Joshua agree that if a man could save a quarter of the heave offering wine in cleanness he should save it, but if not, R. Eliezer says, let it all flow away and become unclean, and let him not render it unclean with his hands. 7:10. So, 2. If a jar of oil was upset, R. Eliezer and R. Joshua agree that if a man could save a quarter of it in cleanness, he should save it, but if not, R. Eliezer says, let it flow away and be absorbed into the ground, and let him not render it unclean. 8. With his hands. And of both these cases 6. R. Joshua said, such heave offering is not such whereof I must take heed lest I render it unclean, but lest I eat of it. But what heave offering is it which one may not render unclean? If a man was passing from one place to another with heave offering loaves in his hand, and a Gentile said to him, give me one of them and one will defile it, and if not I will defile them all. R. Eliezer says, let him defile them all, but do not give him one in order that he may defile it. R. Joshua says, he should leave one of them on a stone before him. 12. So, 2. If Gentiles said to many women, give us one from among you that we may defile her, and if not we will defile you all, let them defile them all, but let them not betray to them one soul from Israel. 10:1 A serpent may have drunk of it too, since a serpent does not drink them. 3 Ap 2. B. Even though the fruit is so abundant that a serpent could not be supposed to have not all of it. Tif. Yus 4 Hull. 5 It cannot protect from the snake's poison. 8 To make its doubt a certainty. 7 CP 778. N 8 Some texts read, let him not gather it up. 9 Namely heave offering whose uncleanness is in doubt, and heave offering which is in danger of being lost. 10 No person may be sacrificed to save others. If, however, one of them in particular had been specified, she may be delivered up, but if they had demanded one in particular of a number of men to kill him, the others may not deliver him up unless he had been legally. 9 If a man sowed heave offering in error, it is permitted to plow it up, but if wantonly, it must be left to grow. If it had reached a third of its growth, whether sown in error or wantonly, it must be left to grow. Flax, even if sown wantonly, must be plowed up. 2 What grows therefrom is subject to the laws of gleanings. The forgotten sheaf and poor Israelites and poor priests may glean therefrom, and poor Israelites must sell their portions to priests at the price of heave offering, but its price shall belong to them. R. Tarfon said, only poor priests may glean, lest others forget and put it into their mouths. R. Akiba replied, if so, then none may glean save priests that are clean. 3 It is subject to tithes and poorman's tithe. Poor Israelites and poor priests may take thereof, and poor Israelites must sell their portions to priests at the price of heave offering, but its price shall belong to them. He that threshes it with the flail is praiseworthy. How should they act when it is trodden out? By cattle a nose bag is hung about the cattle's necks, and a like kind of produce is put therein. Thus one neither muzzles the cattle nor gives them heave offering to eat. 4 What grows from heave offering is heave offering, and what grows in the next stage is common produce. But what grows from untithed produce, first tithe, aftergrowths of 7th year produce, heave offering of produce grown outside the land of Israel, common produce mixed with heave offering, and first fruits, is common produce. What grows from dedicated produce and second tithe is common produce, but it must be redeemed at its worth, at the time when it was sown. 5 If 100 beds of soil were sown with heave offering and one with common seed, and it is not known which, they are all permitted if the produce is of a kind whose seed perishes in the ground, but produce whose seed does not perish. Even though there were 100 beds of common produce and one of heave offering, they are all forbidden. 6 What grows from untithed produce is permitted if the produce is of a kind whose seed perishes, but produce whose seed does not perish. Even what grows from it in the next stage is forbidden. What produce is there whose seed does not perish? The like of arum, garlic and onions. R. Judah says, onions are to be reckoned, in this respect, like barley. 7 If a man was weeding plants of the like of onions in a Gentile's field, he may make a chance meal of them, although the produce is untithed. If heave offering seedlings that had become unclean were transplanted, they become clean, in that they do not convey uncleanness, but none may eat of them until the edible part has been cut away. R. Judah says, until what grows again is itself again cut away. 10:1 If an onion that was heave offering was put into cooked lentils that were common produce, and the onion was entire, the lentils are permitted to non-priests. But if the onion was cut up, the matter is determined by the principle of that which gives a flavor. 2 And with other cooked dishes, whether the onion was entire or cut up, the matter is determined by the principle of that which gives a flavor. R. Judah permits pickled fish, in which a heave offering onion has been cooked, since it is used only to take away the stench. Condemned to death, though some are of the opinion that if anyone was particularly specified, it is permitted to deliver him up to save the rest. Tif. Yus 1 Do 25. 1 If the lentils have been flavored by the onion, they are forbidden. 2 If an apple, that was heave offering, was chopped up and put into dough so that this was leavened, the dough is forbidden. If barley, that was heave offering, fell into a cistern of water, the water is permitted even though the barley tainted it. 3 If a man took off hot bread one from the side of the oven and put it over the mouth of a jar of heave offering wine, R. Meir permits the bread as food for non-priests, but R. Judah forbids it. R. Jose permits it if it is wheaten bread but forbids it if it is barley bread, since barley absorbs the wine fumes. 4 If an oven was heated with cumin that was heave offering, and bread was baked therein, the bread is permitted since it is only the smell and not the flavor of cumin that is conveyed to it. 5. If fenugreek fell into the wine or vat, and it was heave offering or second tithe, it is forbidden only if the seed without the stalk was enough to give a flavor, but if it was seventh year produce or diverse kinds from the vineyard too or dedicated produce, it is forbidden even when seed and stalk together are needed to give a flavor. 6. If a man had bunches of fenugreek that were diverse kinds from the vineyard, they must be burned. If he had bunches of fenugreek from which heave offering had not been given, he must beat out the seed and reckon how much seed there is in them and set apart heave offering from the seed, but he need not do so from the stalks. But if he set apart heavy offering from the stalks also, he may not say, I will beat out the seeds and keep the stalks and give the seed, but he must give the stalks together with the seed. 7. If olives that were common produce were pickled together with heave offering olives, whether crushed olives that were not heavy offering were pickled with crushed heave offering olives, or with uncrushed heave offering olives, or, if they were pickled in juice that was heave offering, they are forbidden. But if uncrushed olives that were not heave offering were pickled with crushed heave offering olives, they are permitted. 8. If unclean fish was pickled together with clean fish, the brine thereof is forbidden. If in a jar holding 2 seahs the unclean fish weighs 10 zuz 1 Judean measure, which is 5 selas Galilean measure. Point 4. R. Judah says, it is forbidden if there is a quarter log 5 in 2 seahs, and R. Jose says, only if the unclean is 1/16 part 9. If unclean locusts were pickled together with clean locusts, they do not render the brine forbidden. R. Zadok testified. 6. That the brine made from unclean locusts is clean. 10. Whatsoever vegetables are pickled together. 7. They are permitted, excepting only leeks. If leeks that were not heave offering were pickled with heave offering leeks, or other vegetables that were not heave offering with heave offering leeks, this is forbidden. But if heave offering leeks were pickled with other heave offering vegetables, this is permitted. 11. R. Jose says, whatsoever is stewed 7 with beet is forbidden, since this imparts a flavor. R. Simeon says, if a cabbage from irrigated soil was cf. Mach 3:1 CP 28, N1, Kil 4 LS 3 IE 1/960th of the contents, 1 teak, 24 logs, 1 log, 2 liters, 8 liters, 100 su, thus 2 seahs equals 9,600 zua, therefore 10 zuz is 1 part in 960 of 2 CCF. Ket $5 1 part in 192 of the contents. See App 2, D. 4 Edu I 7. 7 heave offering with common produce. Stewed, with 1 from rainwatered soil, it is forbidden, since 1 absorbs the moisture from the ether. R. Akiba 1 says, whatsoever the things are that are cooked together, they are permitted, excepting flesh, cooked with flesh. R. Johanan B. Nuri says, liver, which is forbidden, renders other kinds of flesh forbidden, but is not itself rendered forbidden by another kind of flesh that is forbidden, since it exudes its own juices, and does not absorb the juices of other flesh. 12. If an egg is cooked with forbidden 2 spices, even its yolk is forbidden, since it absorbs other flavors. Liquid in which heave offering has been stewed or pickled is forbidden to non-priests. 11. 1. Fig cake or dried figs that are heave offering may not be put into fish brine. 3. Since this spoils them, but if heave offering wine may be put into fish brine. Heave offering oil may not be made into perfumed oil, but heave offering wine may be made into honeyed. Heave offering wine may not be boiled, since this lessens its quantity, but R. Judah permits it, since it improves it too. If a non-priest drank in error date honey, cider, vinegar from winter grapes, or any other juices excepting wine and oil, from heavy offering fruits, R. Eliezer declares him liable to the payment of the value and the added fifth, but R. Joshua declares him exempt from the added fifth. R. Eliezer declares these liquids susceptible to uncleanness under the law concerning liquid 4. But R. Joshua said, the sages have not made count of 7 liquids in the manner of them that count up spices. 5. But they have said, 7 liquids 6 are susceptible 7 to uncleanness. All other liquids are not susceptible. 3. Dates may not be made into honey, nor apples into cider, nor winter grapes into vinegar, nor may other fruits be changed from their natural state if they are heave offering or second tithe, excepting only olives and grapes. The penalty of the 40 stripes 8 incurred through transgression of the law of Orla fruit 5 applies only by reason of the product of olives and grapes, No liquids are brought as first fruits. 10 Excepting the product of olives and grapes. No fruit juice is susceptible to uncleanness under the law concerning liquids. 4 Excepting the product of olives and grapes, and no fruit juice is offered on the altar excepting the product of olives and grapes. 4 The stalks of fresh figs, dried figs, acorns 11 or carobs that are heavy offering are forbidden to non-priests. 5 Kernels of heave offering fruits are forbidden while the priest has them in keeping, but if he has thrown them away they are permitted. So, 2 The bones of animal offerings are forbidden while the priest has them in keeping, but if he has thrown them away they are permitted. Coarse bran that comes from heave offering is permitted, but fine bran is. Some texts read, R. Judah, such as orange fruit, heave offering and the like. Salt water in which chopped fish or locusts have been pickled. According to Azar 2 wine was sometimes added. Lev 1 IUS giving a rough calculation 6 Mach 64, can contract and convey uncleanness, and, in contact with dry foodstuffs, render them susceptible to uncleanness. CP 758 N1. Which is the punishment incurred for transgressing a negative command. Cf. Kill 8. C. Mach 31. App I 32. C. Big I 3. 11 The meaning of the word is uncertain. Mame explains it as a kind of fig. Rashi as a kind of pea or bean. Others suppose it to be the fruit of the Judas tree. 3349. Forbidden if it comes from fresh wheat. 3 If it comes from old wheat it is permitted, and the heave offering may then be treated as common produce is treated. 2 When a man prepares fine flour, 1 or 2 cabs to the saya, he should not destroy the residue but put it in some hidden place. 3. 6. If a man emptied out heave offering wheat from a store chamber he is not bound to sit down and gather it all grain by grain, but he may sweep it out in his usual fashion, and put common produce therein. 7. So, 2. If a jar of heave offering oil was upset, he is not bound to sit down and scoop it up with his fingers, but he may deal with it as he would with common oil. 8. If a man poured out heave offering liquid from one jar into another and, at the end, allowed 3 drops to drip, he may then put common liquid into the emptied jar, but if he turned the jar on its side to drain it, whatsoever more comes out is heave offering. What quantity of heave offering of tithe from dismayed produce 4 need there be for it to be taken to a priest? An 1/8 part of the 1/8 of a log. 9. Heave offering vetches may be given, by a priest, as fodder to cattle, wild animals or fowls. If an Israelite hired a cow from a priest he may give it heave offering vetches to eat, but if a priest hired a cow from an Israelite, although he is responsible for its food he may not feed it with heave offering vetches. If an Israelite undertook to tend the cow of a priest and share in its increased value, 5 He may not feed it with heave offering vetches, but if a priest undertook to tend the cow of an Israelite in like manner, he may feed it with heave offering vetches. 10. Heave offering oil that has become unclean and must be burned, may be kindled in synagogues, in houses of study, in dark alleyways and over sick people, in that it is a place where a priest may enter in. If an Israelite's daughter married to a priest is accustomed to resort to her father may kindle such oil in his house, in that it is a place where she may enter in. It may be kindled in a house where is a wedding feast. 6 But not in a house of mourning. So R. Judah, but R. Jose says, it may be kindled in a house of mourning. 7 But not in a house where is a wedding feast. R. Meir forbids it in either place. 8 R. Simeon permits it in either place. Masoreth 9. Tithes. 1:1. A general rule have they laid down about tithes. Whatsoever is used for food and is kept watch over and grows from the soil 10 is liable to tithes. 1 Since being moist much of the grain adheres after being ground, while it is not so with old, dried wheat. 1 The non-edible parts may be thrown away without scruple. 3 Since it is still to some extent edible see App I6 and P20, and 9. Such heave offering is accounted unclean from the Harvey's %s contact SCF. BM5. 6 Since a priest may enter there, whereas he may not enter a place of mourning for fear of contracting corpse uncleanness, since they sit there quietly and do not move the lamps from place to place, and there is no fear that they will spill the oil on their clothes, as they may do at a wedding feast. Applying the arguments of both R. Judah and R. Jose and adopting the more stringent ruling, R. Simeon adopts the more lenient ruling, and the halakha is according to him. 9 The term here includes heave offering also. There were 3 tithes excluding heave offering. First or Levitic tithe, Num 1:8, which must be given to a Levite, who, in his turn, must give 1/10 of it, heave offering of tithe, to a priest. Lev 18 inches. F. Second tithe which the owner himself must consume in Jerusalem. Dut 14 registered sign. The actual second tithe produce need not itself be conveyed to Jerusalem but could be redeemed, i.e. converted into money, plus 1/5 of its value, and reconverted into food in Jerusalem. Dut 223. N. C. Poorman's tithe. Dut 14, 26, which takes the place of second tithe in the 3rd and 6th years of the 7-year cycle 10 cf. Pi. Yet another general rule have they laid down: whatsoever is used for food either in its earlier or in its later condition of ripeness, though it is suffered to remain ungathered to provide the more food, is liable to tithes, whether gathered in its earlier or its later condition of ripeness, but whatsoever is not used for food in its earlier condition but only in its later condition, is not liable to tithes until it is become fit for food. 2. When do fruits become liable to tithes? Figs, after their earliest ripening. 1. Grapes and wild grapes, after their stones become visible. Sumac and mulberries, after they become red, and all red fruits, are liable, after they become red. Pomegranates, after they soften. Dates, after they begin to swell. Peaches, after they begin to show red veins. Walnuts, after their cells take shape. R. Judah says, walnuts and almonds, after their kernel skins take shape. 3. Carobs, after they form dark spots, and all black fruits, are liable, after they form dark spots. Pears, pippins, 2. Quinces and medlars. 3. After their surface becomes smooth, and all white fruits, are liable, after their surface becomes smooth. Fenugreek, when its seeds are fit to be sown. Grain and olives, after they have reached 1/3 of their growth. 4. Among vegetables, cucumbers, gourds, watermelons, muskmelons, apples, and citrons are liable whether gathered in their earlier or later condition of ripeness. R. Simeon declares citrons exempt in their earlier condition. When a man 4 is liable to give tithes from bitter almonds, he is exempt from giving tithes from sweet almonds, and when he is liable to give tithes from sweet almonds, he is exempt from giving tithes from bitter almonds. 5. When is their tithing season? Cucumbers and gourds, after their fringe is lost, or, if they have not lost their fringe, after they have been stacked. Watermelons, after they have become smooth, or, if they have not become smooth, when they are stored away to dry. Vegetables that are usually tied in bundles become liable after they have been tied in bundles, or, if they are not tied up in bundles, after a vessel has been filled with them, or, if a vessel is not to be filled with them, after they have been collected in the manner needful. Produce that is packed up in a basket is liable to tithes, after it has been covered, or, if it is not to be covered, after a vessel is filled with it, or, if a vessel is not to be filled with it, after it has been collected in the manner needful. This applies when a man brings the produce to market, but if he brings it to his own house, he may make a chance meal from the produce, without tithing it, until he reaches his house. 6. Dried split pomegranates, raisins, and carobs, are liable to tithes, after they are stacked, and onions, after they are stripped, or, if they are not stripped, after they are stacked. Grain, is liable, after the pile is smoothed off, or, if the pile is not smoothed off, after it has been stacked. Pulse, is liable, after it has been sifted, or, if it is not sifted, after the pile has been smoothed off. Even after the pile has been smoothed off, one may remove unground fragments or what is fallen by the sides, or what remains unhusked. 6. And eat thereof, without tithing. 7. Wine, is liable to tithes, after it has been skimmed, but even after so soon as their tips become white. See Kill I. 3. Variant, hawthorn berries. 4. Hull I. 5. Which are gathered at an earlier stage, while sweet almonds are left to a later stage. It has been skimmed. One may still collect some from the upper winepress or the duct and drink thereof, without tithing. Oil, is liable, after it has dripped down into the trough, but even after it has dripped down, one may still take of the oil from the olive truss or from between the pressing stone and the boards of the olive press, without tithing, and put it on a cake or dish, but not in a pot or kettle while the contents are boiling. 2. R. Judah says, he may put it in aught save that which contains vinegar or fish brine. 3. 8. A cake of figs, is liable to tithes, after its surface has been smoothed off. It may be smoothed off with the juice of untithed figs or grapes. R. Judah forbids this, If it is smoothed off with grape juice, it is not rendered susceptible to uncleanness. 4. But our Judah declares it susceptible. Dried figs are liable after they have been stamped down, and, if they are to be put into a store jar, they are liable after they have been pressed together. If, after they have been stamped down into a jar or pressed into a store jar, the jar is broken or the store jar breached, none may make a chance meal from them, without tithing. Our Jose permits it too. If a man was passing through the street and said, "Take ye of my figs," people may eat them and be exempt from tithes. 6. Therefore if they bring them into their houses, they must tithe them as if they were certainly untithed. If he said, "Take ye of my figs and take them into your houses," they may not make a chance meal from them. Therefore if they bring them into their houses, they need only tithe them as if they were dem produce. 7.2. If men were sitting in a doorway or shop and he said to them, "Take ye of my figs," they may eat them and be exempt from tithes, but the owner of the doorway or shop is liable to tithes. Our Judah declares him exempt unless he turns away his face or changes his position. 8.3. If a man brought up produce from Galilee to Judea, or if he went up to Jerusalem, he may eat of it, without tithing, until he reaches his journey's end, and so, too, if he went back again, our Mayor says, only, until he reaches the place where he will spend the Sabbath. Peddlers that go around from town to town may make a chance meal of untithed produce that they have received, until they come to the place where they will spend the night. Our Judah says, the first house that he reaches in the town is reckoned to be his house, in what concerns tithes. 4. If heave offering had been given from produce before the work of storing it was finished, our Eliezer forbids making a chance meal from it, without tithing, but the sages permit it save when it is a basket of figs. If heave offering had been given from a basket of figs before the work of storing it was finished, our Simeon permits making a chance meal from it without tithing, but the sages forbid it. 1. Uncertain. The same word occurs in Tatans, Maksh 5 feet, a ship's bilge, Zob 4 feet. It is variously explained as a rope basket in which the olives are contained during the pressing process, Bert, or the basket into which the pressed out olives are thrown, Mame, and Tif, Vis. This would be to use the oil in cooking, breaking the rule that only a chance meal may be made of it. Their tartness affects a change in the oil equivalent to cooking. See Lev 1:1 M Maksh 6s and M Haaretz, who is under suspicion of not giving tithe 6 on the assumption that they have not yet been taken into the man's house. 7 CP 20, and 9. They need only give the heave offering of tithe to the priest and they may keep the first and second tithe. 8 So, as it were, seeking a place where he is not ashamed to eat. Cf. the rule of our Nehemiah below. 3. 5. If a man said to his fellow, "Here is a nicer one for thee, give me 5 figs for it," he may not eat of them until he has tithed them. 1 So our Meir. But our Judah says, if he took and ate them one by one he is exempt, but if he took several at a time he is liable to tithes. Our Judah said, it once happened in a rose garden in Jerusalem that figs were sold 3 or 4 for an iser, and neither heave offering nor tithe was ever given. 6. If a man said to his fellow, "Here is an iser for thee in exchange for 10 figs which I shall choose," he may choose them and eat them singly, without tithing. Or if he said, "For a cluster of grapes which I shall choose," he may pick them grape by grape and eat, without tithing. Or if he said, "For a pomegranate which I shall choose," he may pick it seed by seed and eat, without tithing. Or if he said, "For a watermelon which I shall choose," he may cut it and eat it slice by slice, without tithing. But if he said, "For these 20 figs, or for these 2 clusters, or for these 2 pomegranates, or for these 2 watermelons," he may eat them after his usual fashion and be exempt from tithes, since he bought them in an unplucked condition. 7. If a man hired a laborer to help him harvest figs and he answered, "On condition that I may eat of the figs," he may eat them, without tithing. But if he said, "On condition that I and my family may eat of them, or that my son may eat of them instead of my receiving a wage," he himself may eat and be exempt from tithes. But when his son eats he is liable to tithes. If he said, "On condition that I may eat of them during the fig harvest and after the fig harvest," during the fig harvest he may eat of them and be exempt, but after the fig harvest if he ate of them he is liable to tithes since he did not eat of them after the fashion permitted by the law. 3. This is the general rule. If a man eats after the fashion permitted by the law, he is exempt from tithes, but if not after the fashion permitted by the law, he is liable to tithes. 8. If a man was harvesting poor figs, he may not eat of the good kind, and if he was harvesting the good kind, he may not eat of the poor figs, but he may restrain himself until he comes to the place where are the good kind, and then eat. If a man agreed to exchange his fresh figs for his fellows' fresh figs, or his dried figs for the other's dried figs, or his dried figs for the other's fresh figs, he thereby becomes liable to tithes. R. Judah says, if he agreed to exchange his figs for the other's fresh figs, he becomes liable, but if for the other's dried figs, he is exempt. 3. 1. If a man was taking figs through his courtyard to a place where they were to be dried, his children and the members of his household may eat of them and be exempt from tithes. Laborers that work with him may eat them free of tithes if he is not answerable for their maintenance, but if he is answerable for their maintenance, they may not eat thereof too. If a man sent out his laborers into the field and he was not answerable for their maintenance, they may eat of the figs and be exempt from tithes, but if he was answerable for their maintenance, they may eat of the figs one at a time, but not from what is collected in a basket or hamper or drying place. 1 See App 2. A. If the denar or zuz is taken to be roughly equal to a shilling, the iser is worth a halfpenny. The act of purchasing what is plucked determines its liability to tithes. 3. If a man hired a laborer to tend his olives, and he answered, on condition that I may eat of the olives, and he took and ate of them one at a time, he is exempt from tithes. But if he took several together, he is liable to tithes. If he was hired to weed out onions, and he answered, on condition that I may eat of the vegetables, he may pluck them a blade at a time and eat them, but if he took many together, he is liable to tithes. 4. If a man found harvested figures one on the road or even beside a field in which harvested figs were spread out to be dried, so, 2. If a fig tree overhangs the road and figs were found below it, they are permitted, as not coming within the category of theft too, and they are exempt from tithes. But olives and carobs, found in like condition, are liable to tithes. If a man found dried figs at a time when men had already pressed their figs, he is liable to tithes, but if they had not, he is not liable. If he found pieces of fig cake, he is liable to tithes, for it is manifest that they come from produce whose harvesting is complete. If carobs have not yet been stored on the roof, he may take some down for the cattle and be exempt from tithes, since he can put back what is left over. 5. What kind of courtyard renders produce brought thither liable to tithes? 3 R. Ishmael says, a courtyard in the Tyrian style in which watch is kept over the goods therein. R. Akiba says, any courtyard which one occupant may open and another may shut, as they please, does not render produce brought thither liable to tithes. R. Nehemiah says, any court yard in which a man is not ashamed to eat renders produce brought thither liable to tithes. R. Jose says, any courtyard into which any may enter and not be asked, whom seekest thou, does not render produce liable to tithes. R. Judah says, if there were 2 courtyards, one within the other, the inner one renders produce brought thither liable to tithes, but the outer one does not render it liable. 6. Roofs do not render produce brought thither liable to tithes, even though they pertain to a courtyard which itself renders it liable. A doorway, portico, or balcony is reckoned as like to the courtyard. If this renders produce liable to tithes, they also render it liable. If it does not, they do not. 7. Cone-shaped huts, watch booths, and summer huts do not render produce brought thither liable to tithes. A Gennesareth hut, for even though it has in it a handmill and poultry, does not render produce liable. A potter's double hut, the inner part renders produce brought thither liable to tithes, but not the outer part. R. Jose says, whatsoever does not serve both as a summer and a winter dwelling, produce brought thither is exempt from tithes. The sukkahs used at the feast renders produce brought therein liable to tithes during the feast, according to R. Judah. But the sages declare produce brought thither exempt. 8. If a fig tree stood in the courtyard, a man may eat figs from it one at a time and be exempt from tithes, but if he took several together, he is liable. R. Simeon says, a man may have at the same time one in his left hand, one in his right, and one in his mouth, and be exempt from tithes. If he climbed to the top of the tree, he may fill his bosom and eat. 9. If a vine was planted in the courtyard, a man may take a whole cluster, one partly dried. 2. They do not count as private property. What kind can be counted as coming within the category of a private house? See above. I6. And for the more substantially built and more permanently occupied hut in which watch was kept over fruit around the Sea of Galilee 5 Ap I42. And eat, without tithing. So, too, with a pomegranate or a watermelon. So our Tarfon, our Akiba says, he should take the grapes one at a time from the cluster, or the seeds one at a time from the pomegranate, or consume the watermelon slice by slice. If coriander was sown in the courtyard it may be plucked a leaf at a time and eaten, without tithing, but if more is consumed together, it is liable to tithes. Savory, marjoram, and calamint, if grown in the courtyard and kept watch over, are liable to tithes. 10. If a fig tree stood in the courtyard and overhung a garden, a man, in the garden, may eat of it after his usual fashion and be exempt from tithes. But if it stood in the garden and overhung the courtyard, a man, in the courtyard may eat of it one fig at a time and be exempt. But if he ate more than one at a time, he is liable to tithes. If it stood within the land of Israel, and overhung the country outside, or, if it stood in the country outside and overhung the land of Israel, the matter one is determined according to the position of the root, and in what concerns houses. In a walled city too the matter is determined by the position of the root, but, in what concerns cities of refuge, 3 by the lie of the branches 4 and in what concerns Jerusalem, 5 by the lie of the branches. 4. 1. If a man pickled, stewed, or salted, produce while he was yet in the field, 6 he is liable to tithes. If he stored it in the ground he is exempt. If he seasoned it, and ate it while he was yet in the field, he is exempt. If he bruised olives to rid them of their sour sap, he is exempt. If he squeezed them against his skin he is exempt. But if he squeezed them and dropped the oil into his hand he is liable. If he skimmed wine, to put into a cooked dish he is exempt. But if to put it into a pot he is liable to tithes, since it may be deemed a small vat too. If children hid figs in the field for the Sabbath and forgot to tithe them before the Sabbath, they may not be eaten after the Sabbath until they have been tithed. 7. A basket of fruit intended for the Sabbath. The school of Shammai declare exempt from tithes, but the school of Hillel declare it liable. 8. R. Judah says, also if a man gathered a basketful to send to his fellow he may not eat therefrom until he has given tithe. 3. If a man took olives out of the vat he may dip them in salt and eat them one at a time, but if he salted them and set them down in front of himself he is liable 9 to tithes. R. Eliezer says, if an unclean person took them from a clean vat he is liable, but if from an unclean vat he is exempt. Since he can put back what is left over. 4. Men may drink wine out of the winepress. 10. Whether mixed with hot water or cold, and be exempt from tithes. So R. Meir, R. Eliezer b. Its liability to heave offering and tithes 1 Lev 1 C. Iraq 9. Whether the tree is included in the terms of the law depends on whether the root of the tree is within the specified bounds. Adut 19. Registered sign. See Mac 21. If the tree was within the boundary and the foliage stretched outside, the fugitive is safe so soon as he reaches ground beneath the foliage. S. In what concerns second tithe produce, which, once it enters Jerusalem, may not go out again. MSH 3. Or in what concerns the lesser holy things which may be consumed only within the walls of Jerusalem. Kel I. See also Pes 7 inches. Some texts omit in the field. This and the following paragraphs give cases turning on the principle of I, that produce is liable to tithes once it can be reckoned completely harvested. Otherwise only a casual meal may be taken from it on the principle of Deut 23 R. The fact of their being set aside to be eaten on the Sabbath marks the end of their ingathering. Therefore they are liable to tithes. They differ as to its liability if consumed before the Sabbath. 9. Since they cannot be put back, R. Zadok declares them liable. But the sages say, if mixed with hot water he that drinks thereof is liable. 1. But if with cold he is exempt. 5. If a man husked barley he may do so and eat thereof grain bv grain, but if he husked several grains, and put them in his hand he is liable to tithes. If a man rubbed ripe ears of wheat he may sift them from one hand to the other and eat them, without tithing, but if he sifted them and collected the grains into his bosom, he is liable. If coriander W is sown for the sake of the seed, the plant is exempt, but if it was sown for the sake of the plant, both seed and plant must be tithed. R. Eliezer says, from dill the seeds, plant, and pods must be tithed, but the sages say, both seeds and plant are tithed only in the case of pepperwort and deruka. 6. Rabban Gamaliel says, the stalks of fenugreek, of mustard, and of white beans are liable to tithes. 1 R. Eliezer says, from the caper, tithes are taken from stalks, caper berries, and caper flowers. R. Akiba says, only the caper berries are tithed, because they, alone, count as fruit. 5x If a man uprooted seedlings, already fit for food, from within his own domain and planted them elsewhere within his own domain, he is exempt. 3 If he bought seedlings in their unplucked state, he is exempt. If he picked them to send to his fellow, he is exempt. 4 R. Eliezer B. Azariah says, if their like were then being sold in the market, they would be liable to tithes. 5 2 If a man uprooted turnips and radishes from within his own domain and planted them elsewhere within his own domain to serve as seed, he is liable to tithes, since this would count as harvesting them. If onions stored in an upper room have put forth roots, they become free from uncleanness that they may have contracted. 6 If rubbish fell on them and they remained uncovered. 7 It is as though they were planted in the field. 3 After produce has reached its tithing season, none may sell it to one that is not trustworthy in what concerns tithes. 8 Nor, in the 7th year, may he give it to one that is suspect in what concerns 7th year produce. If some, only, of the produce was already ripe, and liable to tithes, he may remove what is ripe and sell the residue. 4 A man may not sell his straw or olive peat or grape residue 9 to one that is not trustworthy in what concerns tithes, for him to extract the juices therefrom, and if he extracted them he is liable to tithes but exempt from heave offering, since when a man sets aside heave offering he has in mind the unground fragments, what falls to the sides and what remains in the husk. 105 If a man bought a field of vegetables in Syria before the tithing season, he is liable to tithes, but if after the tithing season, he is exempt and may continue to gather the crop himself after his usual fashion. R. Judah says, he may also hire laborers to help gather the crop. R. Simeon B. Gamaliel said, this 11 applies if he had bought the land, but 1 he may not put it back after it has been heated, since this would spoil the rest as being fit for food. J. If he ate of them or even brought them into his house, since their growth is not complete, it is as though he made a gift of unplucked produce. On the principle laid down in I, of produce that is used as food in its earlier stage of ripeness. 6 According to the rule of Lev U1 as to their leaves. In fulfillment of the principle of Lev, 1914, not to put a stumbling block before the blind, the squeezed out olives and grapes, from which it is still possible to squeeze out inferior oil or wine 10 cf. Mos 1. And that he is liable if he acquired the field before the time for tithes. If he had not bought the land, although it was before the tithing season, he is exempt. Rabbi says, howbeit he should give tithe according to the proportion which the crop had grown after he acquired it. 6. If a man made grape skin wine 1 putting in a certain measure of water, and he, afterward, found the like measure, 2 he is exempt from tithing it. R. Judah declares him liable. But if he found more than the like measure, he must give tithe therefore from other wine according to the proportion of the increase in measure. 7. If ant holes have been present throughout a night near a heap of calm that was liable to tithe, what is found in them is also liable, since it is manifest that the ants dragged away the corn throughout the night from produce completely harvested. 8. Baalbek garlic, 3 rikpa onions, Cilician beans, and Egyptian lentils. R. Meir adds colocasia, and Arhose wild lentils are exempt from tithes 4 and may be bought from anyone in the 7th year. The higher seed pods of the arum, the seed of leeks, the seed of onions, and the seed of turnips and radishes and other seeds of garden produce which are not used as food, are exempt from tithes and may be bought from anyone in the 7th year, and even if the stock from which they were grown was heavy offering, they may still be eaten by non-priests. 5. Maser Sheni 6. Second tithe. 1 T. Second tithe may not be sold, pledged, or bartered, nor may it be used to weigh other produce therewith, nor may a man say to his fellow, even in Jerusalem, here is wine, give me oil. So, too, with any other produce, but they may give it one to another as a gift. 2. Tithe of cattle. 7 When unblemished, may not be sold alive. If blemished, it may not be sold alive or slaughtered, and none may betroth a woman therewith. 8 A firstling. 9 When unblemished, may be sold alive. If blemished, it may be sold alive or slaughtered, and a woman may be betrothed therewith. Second tithe may not be exchanged for unminted metal. 10 or for coin that is not current, or for money that is not at command. 3. If a man bought 11 cattle for a peace offering or a wild animal for use as food, sanctity of second tithe does not apply to the hide even though its value was more than that of the flesh. If he bought sealed jars of wine where it was usual to sell them sealed, sanctity of second tithe does not apply to the empty jar, nor does it apply to the shells of walnuts and one poured water over untithed grape skins or wine dregs z of liquid, less than a third more burt, or a sixth more, tif, yis, j or weeping garlic, i.e. so strong that it makes the eyes water since they grow wild. 5 In spite of the rule of Tur 9. 6 Dut 14, in the first, second, fourth, and fifth years of the 7-year cycle after the harvested produce has paid heave offering to the priest, from a 60th to a 40th part, and first tithe to the Levite, it is still liable to second tithe. This the owner must take to Jerusalem and there consume it, or else he must redeem it, i.e. put aside coins of the value, plus 1/5, of the second tithe of his produce, and then that produce which was second tithe becomes free for use as ordinary food. The coins themselves then count as second tithe money and the sanctity of second tithe is transferred to them or to other coins for which they, in turn, may be exchanged. They must be taken up to Jerusalem. And with them food, or peace offerings, must be bought and consumed in cleanness in Jerusalem. In the 3rd and 6th years what would have been second tithe must be given to the poor as poorman's tithe. Dut 14 registered sign, a 6 is 7 Lev 27, Bek 9 Ta 8 cf, Kid 2 9 CP 529, N 8, P 533, N 9, 10 Edu I 3, it must, according to Dut 14 inches, be actual money, current coin. 11 With second tithe money in Jerusalem,